You know, I got the mouse.
Thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
Let's go.
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our
Special episode.
Yeah.
Oh, it's special
Why does it
episode. It's so special.
featuring
Holy shit.
Jordan. or as some people call him, Jordan.
Don.
Either. Ready.
We got Havmeister
To Earth Mind
on the
Matters.
first mic.
We got the Frankinator.
Frankinator. We got Jordan Ishqua. Jordan Ishqua.
Comics.
Like you just,
Across the
there's a spot in Africa called Jordan, right?
What's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frank?
In Africa, there's a place called Jordan.
Nah, in
Where? Michael? Huh?
In Middle East.
In Middle East, there's a place called Jordan.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, shout out to Jordans. The shoes.
You're not a child of God?
Wait, Jordan means shout of God?
It means flowing river.
Flowing river. Damn,
damn.
that was poetic as fuck, man. You got Jordan fucking on his name of poet. How name of poet?
Charles Dickens.
Charles Dickens over here, bro. Damn. Let me open the beer because I said I would. Hold up. Oh my god, and then we're here.
That was a good click.
That was
a
smooth.
good click.
It's gonna be a good episode.
Yeah, you feel it?
And we're done.
And just like that, feeling's over.
Cue the music.
No, I honestly, when I edit this, I'm gonna have to decide if I should keep what we were saying during the intro,
that'd be
during the
cool.
intro,
Yeah.
or after.
You can lower the music and just put it.
Because something needs to be done there. But
I really
figure
thought
it
in
out.
Africa there was a place called Jordan.
Well, you
Yeah.
thought wrong, bro.
I know, man. But somewhere out there in a third world country, somebody's wearing Jordans, and that's kind of crazy.
In Jordan.
In Jordan, and while they're named Keisha, because
True.
you can't just be named Jordan. You can't be named Jordan wearing Jordans in what was the third? What was the third thing?
In Jordan.
In Jordan.
That's the whole thing. The whole joke.
I just forgot location, identity, or clothing wear. I don't know. But yeah, man. We're here with the Havmeister.
The Frankinator.
Yeah, that's her new names. Our new identities. Referred to as my pronouns are Frank, and Nader.
My pronouns are guy and dude.
And Shiba, like the dog.
Nah, that's yours.
I think in Naruto, the Shiba is a dog of the other, or a name of the guy with the dog.
I wouldn't know.
But I digress.
Oh, is that what you would call a beehole?
Yeah, man. Just a quick little.
Our new audience.
To our new audiences.
What is the beehole, Frankie?
So you ever heard of our rabbit hole? Well, we don't do that shit here. Because that stuff's for commies. You feel me? What we do on Earth, Mind, and Matter, which is the show we're on, right?
This is the show.
Where we do what?
Talk about what's going on in the earth,
In our minds.
and this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter. I'm Frankie.
I'm Javi.
And what the beehole is that you ever been down a rabbit hole? Well, we don't want to call it that. We call it a beehole on this podcast of ours. I don't think we refer to our podcast as a podcast often. We just call it the show or the, whatever. But yeah, so beehole is just a little other way of saying rabbit hole, but much better. You ever hear somebody say rabbit hole in conversation? Fuck that. You tell them, let's talk about the beehole. And they're gonna be like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
And don't worry, when we have merch, we're gonna have nice shirts that just say beehole.
Our
right
beehole is
across.
gonna be on your shirt.
And you're gonna love it.
And you're gonna fucking love it.
Let's talk about the beehole.
Let's talk about the beehole more. And wear that when people are getting their prostate exams. Doctors will buy it. Holy shit.
On prostate cancer awareness month.
Damn. Walk into a prostate cancer clinic and they're going to be like, why are you wearing that shirt? I'm like, damn well why I'm wearing this shirt.
I'm doing it for you.
For the kids.
For the kids. And mom.
And mom. Because our mom's beeholes are the most important beeholes to talk about in the world, right? Always ask your mom, do you want to go down their beehole? Because sometimes it might be the most crucial conversation you have in your whole goddamn life.
You never know what might arise from the beehole conversation. I remember the first time I had the beehole conversation with my mom. I was just a wee lad. A wee lad. And I went up to her and I said, Mama, what's the beehole?
Yeah, I remember I dug deep in my mom's beehole one time.
Oh, you just dove in.
Yeah, just dove in, just fucking, It was crazy, bro. It was crazy.
I could see like the war stories in your eyes when you said that. You looked out off into the distance, like
yeah, man.
Not as if you were trying to find out what to say next, but no, I could tell you were really just like, man, those are
some hard times, dark days. Just break out the song. But now we're here. This is another episode 32.
Episode 32. What's the date?
Today is 9/10/2022.
9/10.
September 10th, 2022. Tomorrow is...
man. Wow, today's the 10th? God damn, that really snuck up on me.
Yeah, man. Tomorrow's September 11th, a crazy-ass day. Well, we'll talk about that later. We're not going to... It's just, get out that conversation real quick, because fuck that.
But you know what we will be able to do for tomorrow? We'll be able to reshare our Superman highlight.
Oh yeah, we talked about the 9/11 museum, the fire truck. Check it out on our Instagram actually, which is Earth Mind Matter Pod.
Yep.
It's also on our TikTok, Earth Mind Matter Pod. And what's our YouTube?
Our YouTube is Earth Mind Matter, no spaces.
Yep.
We put all our episodes there.
And we'll be on
not every episode, but like we start because like we started on like episode 6 or 7, right?
It's pretty scattered, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but we'll over time, we'll everything will be set and settled.
Yeah, man.
Find our footing with the YouTube. Our episodes eventually will just come out the same week.
Find us on Truth Social very soon. I want to join Truth Social, man. I feel like fuck it. We talk about a lot of news, right? And I feel like if we just go to Truth Social, they'll just love us over there, or really hate us.
I would love to see what they think of our commentary of Biden's speech.
Oh, that's the first upload. Then our first upload will be. We should definitely do that, man. That and
do live streams on Truth
ooh, yeah, we should. All right, so starting next week, we'll be up on our Truth Social, Earth Mind MAGA. No, I'm kidding. Earth Mind Matter. If you don't know what Truth Social is, it's Donald Trump's social media, right? Basically, get the truth out. He was banned from every goddamn, trendy and useful social media on earth. We talked about this, I think, 2 episodes ago or last episode, but Getter, Gettr. That's another.
That was the other one I was trying to remember.
That's another social media we'll be on, where their whole message to the people is join us and avoid cancel culture, or like fight cancel culture and stuff. So very interesting stuff. We should probably get on one of them just because I think it'll be kind of funny. But fuck it, that's a discussion we'll have later. My question is, what is a sesame? Like, what does a sesame grow into?
A sesame? I don't know. I've only ever known them as seeds.
Yeah.
Do they grow into anything?
Nah, I just that's a Mitch Hedberg joke as a comedian, and I just been saying it to people randomly when I go out with them. And he's a really funny comedian. He's dead now though. And one of the jokes, he's like, "What the fuck is a sesame?" We never give it a chance to find out. And it's one of my favorite jokes ever, man. He also says a joke where he's like, "I went to Target and missed."
And missed, bruh.
It's just one of those really funny motherfuckers. Check him out on YouTube. Mitch Hedberg, he's dead, so whatever. But yeah, he makes me laugh like crazy, bro. What the fuck is a sesame?
But while we're still in the intro, as we do in our episodes, because I just want to elongate this as much as I can.
Yeah, because who doesn't have plans later, man? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's not like you got to wake up early or anything tomorrow. I don't give a fuck, Frankie. You're staying here. All right?
True. No, I'm here.
I'm gonna tie you down if I have to. Not sexually, though.
Not sexually.
No, unless
if the moon strikes right,
sex, mind, and matter.
No.
S-M&M.
Earth, mind, and bind. Ooh. That got a little sexual.
That's fine. That's fine.
True. Yeah. Shout out to Jordan. Earth, Mind, and Bind is freaky, man. That's a freaky little title. You feel me? That's our next podcast, our BDSM podcast, where we just discussed
go through the best handcuffs,
best
plugs,
best butt plugs, best what's that?
Gags.
Mouth gags. It was just
gags.
That strap-ons. Damn, it might as well be Jordan's podcast.
Check out Jordan in the back of his head's like, finally.
The list is still going on. It's gonna be 5 hours from now. He's gonna be like, glitter, fucking leashes. Damn it,
Jordan's gonna fucking outsell
I
Astroglide.
think so, man. I think so. What is that? Wait, what's Astroglide? What the fuck? Like, I tried to think about what it was. I was so like, but what the fuck is that?
God, it's lube.
It's lube?
It's lube.
Shit. That makes sense, bro. You want to start a podcast? Call it Astro Jordan.
Don't tell Travis Scott.
I'm about to, bro. That's crazy. I don't even know the K&Y jelly, you know, the commercials and shit like that.
K&Y jelly?
You ever heard of seen the commercials?
Nah.
Well, you never seen the commercials for K&Y jelly?
I don't really watch TV like that.
This is like the one lube they put on TV. But I think it was old school. Like, you know, when people did watch TV, because I don't watch TV that much either. But I think we do watch TV. Aren't computers just little TVs?
I mean, when I say television, I don't watch cable television. Obviously,
okay.
I watch streaming and shit like that, but like,
True.
I feel like most people kind of get when you say, "Oh yeah, I don't watch TV." They mean cable television.
My bad, I'm not most people, Javi. I consider myself a unique individual, an outlier.
Look, hey man, you always got to play devil's advocate. And that's fine.
Hey man, you're a rock star.
That's why.
Get your game on. Go play.
Yo, apparently the lead singer went crazy in a concert.
A Smash Mouth?
Yeah.
Recently?
Yeah.
You know why he
surprise
went?
me.
You know why he went crazy? Because hey man, you're a rock star. Get your game on. Go play 7,000 times in 1 year.
Imagine your entire career, you just like killed it on the Shrek.
Man,
I've read a story before in the past of like him and like the rest of the band kind of like spazzing out a bit because like that's all the crowd wanted to hear, and they weren't even there to play music. They were just there to like promote something or something like that, and everyone's like, okay, but like
play that,
play All Star.
It's called All Star, right? And everything. That's interesting. I feel like it's an evil necessity. You get me? Like if they need to exist, because that's like the best song ever. You feel me? Because you would never want to listen to that 5,000 times ever, right?
I think
like
that happens with a lot of bands.
Yeah, no, for sure. But imagine you're a band and you have a great name a famous ass song by a band, like any band that you know that everybody knows a song, like Holiday by Green Day, right? Okay, that's a great song, right? Okay, but imagine instead of Holiday, it was Hey Man, you're a rock star. You know, every day you go to sleep, you wake up, you play it, and that's what you're known for. And on their tombstones, even if they don't want it to be on, somebody's gonna go and just here lies whatever the fuck their name is. Hey now, you're in heaven.
You're an angel.
Go pray.
God damn it, you beat me too.
That's awesome though. Fuck it. We just did it. Imagine breaking news. Smash Mouth.
Singer fucking
breaking news. Smash Mouth still alive. How many members is on? Like 3, 4?
I think they're like a 4-man band, something like that.
Damn, bro, that's 4 bored guys.
Oh man, now I feel like the song everyone knows from Green Day though that like everyone knows is American Idiot.
Yeah,
and
true.
You know what? I don't like that song. I generally don't really like that album too much. The American Idiot.
Is that the one with the heart? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Is it? How's it go? It's like American Idiot. I like Holiday, man, but I liked it because of the game. Like, remember we talked about it before, like how they would be on skate games. So, but even that song was awesome, bro. And even 21 Guns was alright. I liked it. It was like, you know,
Holiday came out on the album before American Idiot, and then 21 Guns came out after American Idiot. So, like, 21 Guns is probably like the only good song that came out of that album.
Yeah. 21 Guns. I forgot how it goes.
I mean, yeah, you got it.
Nice. What song was in Jimmy Neutron the movie? Remember Jimmy Neutron?
Was there a Green Day song in the Jimmy Neutron movie?
No, it might not be a Green Day song, but it's something like...
I think you're getting American Idiot confused with Kids of America.
Yeah, Kids.
Oh, yeah, Kids of America.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, that song was... I remember that.
Yeah, I like... Jimmy Neutron is awesome. Who sang that song?
I don't know.
All right, let's all take guesses. Okay, I'm gonna go first. Cypress Hills. Imagine,
dude. I feel like it's not even a band that I've heard of. Yeah. I'm just gonna come up with a name. Baton Rouge.
I like that. Bulletproof.
Huh? Cascade.
Cascade. Okay.
Was that a song or a band in like the mid 2000s? Was very popular.
Is it?
I don't know.
I'm gonna put the volume down so it doesn't
Dude,
come
I
off.
like mentally blocked that like part of like my life. I don't know. I just remember Avril Lavigne and 50 Cent.
Avril Lavigne and 50 Cent, the collaboration of a decade.
Wait, what was that? What was it? Avril Lavigne and who?
50 Cent.
Oh, that'd be awesome, bro.
Great Buddy Cop movie.
Oh man, bro, that would end racism. That would be fucking awesome. You know how many skaters and gangsters be in the same room? Like, today we merge. Kid's born with a gun and a skateboard. Let's see. I'm gonna write Jimmy Neutron, Kids in America. Okay, the song is by. God damn, I just had it. No Secrets. What the fuck? What the fuck?
So there's so many one-hit wonder like bands.
Yeah.
I guess their name was a secret.
Damn.
Thanks, guys.
That's what they get.
Yeah, they shot themselves with a fucking bad.
True. You know what's crazier? When do you think the movie for Jimmy Neutron came out?
I mean,
actually, the song Kids in America. My bad.
Oh, the song?
Yeah, when did it happen?
I'm gonna guess mid-90s.
Okay, how about you, Jordan?
2001.
Damn, bro, it was 2001. And what's happening tomorrow?
Oh,
shit. I figured. I seen it.
I knew who was going.
Give me some knuckles. That's crazy. That's super.
Serving it up and I was dunking it.
It's like I was the towers and you were anyway.
Oh no.
Anyway. Like he was the plane.
I feel like that's not going to be the last joke that happens this episode.
I respect America. I respect freedom. And I respect anybody in the country, including... No, we'll stop. Because technically they were in the country when they did it.
You know...
I'm talking about No Secrets, the band, Kids in America. You know what I'm talking about?
So what are we doing today, Frankie?
So I got some topics for you, right? I got like 3, just random. I picked 3 out of random.
Okay. Right? Out of a fishbowl.
Out of a fishbowl. A fishbowl was just one paper on it, but it had all the numbers in the world on it, technically speaking. It had like the infinity sign. Yeah, I've been watching the Marvel movies, bro. So I just finished Avengers again. I started it.
Oh, wow. So you're pretty much done to phase 1.
Yeah.
Do you understand how they're broken through phases? Okay.
I'm pretty grateful that I saw Captain Marvel before all of them. Even though I'm realizing now I pretty much saw every movie that I thought I didn't. But I've seen Iron Man, Thor, Captain America. What else is there? There's those 3, right? And then Iron Man 2.
Iron Man 2.
Yeah, so I haven't seen Iron Man 2, or I think I haven't forgot that I just watched it. But I was watching Avengers and I was like, I know everything's gonna happen, right? But it's awesome. I think it's really cool. But I'm grateful that Captain Marvel was first because it does set up everything. You know, it really does set up everything. Nick Fury's more explained. My favorite thing, like in short, is more so that the Avengers question Nick Fury and all he's done, and then I mean, if it's spoilers, whatever. But when what's his name, Bill or Phil
Coulson.
When he died, that shit broke my heart a little. But when he faked the cards being like the Captain America cards being in his jacket when it was really in his locker, I was like, yo, the government, man. You can't trust the government, man. You're just so assholes, bro. So,
something that you reminded me about just even mentioning Captain Marvel and Nick Fury is that something that a lot of fans are upset about with that movie, amongst other reasons and stuff. But throughout the Marvel films, it's been alluded to before where Nick Fury's kind of like, he refers to his eye patch and he's like, last time I trusted somebody, I lost an eye. And then Captain Marvel came out and then you find out that it's just the cat scratched his eye. It's like the build up to that and then seeing it and you're like, bruh.
Do you know? First of all, they made it pretty clear when the cat was just. I mean, if you've never seen Captain Marvel, whatever, but if you have, basically, like during the whole havoc of everything, there's a little cat that's like kind of staring at them at one point, and he like befriends the cat. He's like, "Oh, that's a cute cat." Then ended up being like some tentacle ass monsters. A lot of callbacks to like tentacles, you know. But what can I say? I didn't expect that. But is that an accurate thing in the comic books, or is that just a thing
I believe
that?
cat exists in the comics, if I remember correctly.
But did it also like scratch his eye for real in the comics, or they just kind of merged?
I don't know what the origin of Nick Fury's like eye patch is in the comics, so I wouldn't be.
But he's in the comics though, in general.
Yeah, he's in the comics at the moment. Shield is actually not operating. The whole comics is like the stuff going on in the Marvel universe is a fucking mess. Yeah. In a good way. Like not that like Marvel. Havoc. Yeah, like shit has hit the fan over the years. Like Shield isn't operating and stuff like that.
He loses his other eye to a fan. He's like, I can't see you, but I trust you.
Like you remember when we read Deadpool and in our A.M.C. section, when we read Deadpool and how Shield is very established. They had the helicarrier over Manhattan, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
None of that is like the case anymore in the comics. Like Shield is kind of just another government. People don't really care about Shield as much anymore in the comics. It's really interesting.
That's dope, man. That's dope, and it kind of just reminds me that shit is still being written all the time. Like it doesn't stop. You know, when you stop reading them, it always continues, and it gives you just another reason to keep up. Well, at least me, who is just always learning more and more and more. And our AMC section, which is our album, movies, and comic section. Actually, this has a lot to go into like the comic book section of today, which we'll be talking about much later.
You know, we've kind of almost hinted at the comic section today. Did we? Because we said All-Star.
Oh, shit, yo, bro. Yeah. Bro, this is a crazy day, man. 2001, All-Star, Tentacles, Jordan. Yo, it's crazy, bro. Yeah, man. I'm trying to think of what they all have in common. Let's see, Jordan, Tentacle, Jesus. Vermouth. All right, but my three topics are this. My three topics are I had to write the Saskatchewan stabbings in Canada.
Okay,
I'm sure we all heard about this. A man who murders his ex in L.A. That's my second topic. Kind of mysterious topics today. And what Britain did Queen Elizabeth represent?
Interesting. Okay.
You heard about Queen Elizabeth?
Nah, not
Me
at
neither,
all.
Right? Well, people keep mentioning this lady.
Yeah, I don't know. I just one day I just kind of felt like putting up a video of the Sex Pistols playing their song "God Save the Queen."
How does that go? How does that song go?
God save the Queen.
What does that sound like?
Fascist regime. Because that's what they sound like from the Sex Pistols. Fucking dirty and British.
There's a show about the Sex Pistols now, right? On FX?
Yeah, I've seen some controversy about the show because like the Sex Pistols is just generally controversial band because of like what they like did.
They're no Smash Mouth, by the way.
No,
not at all. Nowhere close.
Don't ever get. Don't even compare the two.
Can't say many parents were happy with their kids listening to Sex Pistols.
No, like the Sex Pistols has always been controversial.
Is Smash Mouth is any better? When you think about it. Hey yo! Hey kids, why don't you go put on your Smash Mouth? Well, I Smash Mouth.
Dad, what's wrong, Jimmy? Do you think I can Smash Mouth?
Son, when you're older. When you're older.
When you meet the right person.
When you meet the right then you can Smash Mouth together.
Oh, I didn't really expect to have the Smash Mouth conversation so early. But I mean, I guess I got it.
You can Smash Mouth to Sex Pistols. What? Go listen to Michael Jackson, son. I was gonna say, the list goes Smash Mouth, Led Zeppelin, Michael Jackson, Billy Joel.
What list is this? What list is this?
To be fair, with the 9 billion people in the world, someone's list.
But you just said it's got to go like this. But what is this list? Like top, worst? Like what is this?
The order you'll never know.
Influential artists.
And it has to be Smash Mouth, bro. I'm telling you, man, it has to be Smash Mouth.
Once
Black Sabbath.
Once I forgot to mention. Once when I was a wee lad, and I was.
It'd be funny. Wee lad just meant like 20 years old. Like that's how you define wee lad.
when I was just a wee.
Huh?
He had a growth spurt afterwards.
True.
True.
Oh, wait, by the way, why did Michael Jackson like 22-year-olds?
Why?
because there was 20 of them.
He got it quick too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he gets everything, bro. I'm not mysterious at all, bro. Shout out to Louis C.K.'s movie 4th of July. That's where I got the joke from. Shit was dumb funny. Anyways,
but I'll just say real quick. As a wee lad, I as a what do you call it?
A wee lad.
No.
A lad who's
a Make-A-Wish kid. As a Make-A-Wish kid.
Okay. How many wishes you made?
2.
Damn, bro, that's less than 3.
I'll never tell you.
Damn, but you could have made 3 though.
I don't believe in that. The rule of 3.
Aladdin does. Is it Aladdin?
And that's why it doesn't work out in the end, okay? It might seem all fine and dandy, but guess what? They had 2 more movies. Wasn't that great if they had to have 2 more movies of bullshit?
His wish was to meet Smash Mouth. I see it now.
But I once had some lady play All-Star on the guitar for me.
Acoustically?
Acoustic.
No way.
Actually.
How did I never hear about that?
What the fuck, bro?
Literally my entire life.
You get one song and one song only for the last time in your whole life. What's the song? And I was like, can you play some Smash Mouth? And she's like, what the fuck?
I didn't even request the song. She was just like,
crazy.
I got a song for you and this and that. And I was like, okay. And she played it and I was like, dope.
Nah, she doesn't deserve to play the guitar, man. Someone take her guitar away from her. What the fuck, man? What the hell, bro? There's so much. Play Mary Had a Little Lamb instead of Smash.
The fact that I was like Make-A-Wish, that was song.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, she went home today. She's like, you'll never
that
believe.
Kid's not gonna make it. But goddamn, does he feel great?
I just fucking played this kid's last song. Guess what I played? The guy's like, what? Smash Mouth. He's like,
it'll be the last thing you ever hear.
You fade out. Go play. Give me some fucking knuckles, bro. And for those that are listening, me and Jordan just fucking beep at the same time, bro. That's God's work right there, bro.
God did.
God did. By the way, DJ Khaled is the best. Okay, my bad. Smash Mouth, DJ Khaled, Billy Joel, Black Sabbath, Michael Jackson, Keisha Cole, and Aisha.
You're not even gonna throw Whitney Houston in there?
Whitney Houston is in the negatives. She's negatives. Whoa. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's in negatives, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Attacking, and... But yeah, man, that's the intro. That is the intro to our show. Yeah.
As we do. I didn't think it was going to go on that long, but it did.
I hope we get Smash Mouth on the podcast. I bet you they're a hard find. I bet you can't just like ask them to come.
Oh, I bet you could.
Okay,
I
then
bet,
do it. Then.
I bet all you got to do is promise them you don't have to play All-Star. And they'll be like, okay, totally.
They just fucking express delivery themselves to you. Yeah, for sure. And I bet you, yo, man, they are cursed. They're cursed because even on Cameo, I mean, even bro, at a funeral, they probably have to play Smash Mouth. You know, you know what I'm trying to say.
Smash Mouth to the
What's up?
Show to your guys' podcast.
Oh, that'd be cool as fuck. That'd be cool as fuck.
Damn, Rick. Even in the email, just like,
like the Smash Mouth, like, yo, this guy's for real. Imagine how they start their emails is, hey now.
God, that'd be so cringy. Goddamn.
That'd be fucking awesome, bro. Like, hey, Smash Mouth, I hope you're doing well. Can you come on the podcast?
I like to apologize to everyone for these two getting the song stuck in the next month.
I feel like people know that song, people know who he is, but not everybody knows. Like the older people, like the younger people get. I mean, like, they won't know who they are or what the song is. That's a sad thing to think about.
You think so? I mean, I feel like Shrek is so popular that like
true.
that they won't that song is always going to go on as the Shrek song.
But have like these seen Shrek movies though?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know who Shrek is in terms of like memes and like GIFs and just stuff like that. But like, you don't know. Like, you have to watch the film to understand, and multiple times, and you have to watch it at a core time of your life where you're like, yeah, man, hey now.
Yeah, we grew up with Shrek. Shrek was a formative part of our lives.
Yeah, man. And how many other movies is that movie in? Google. Google. Okay, let's see.
What was the question?
How many movies contains the song "Hey Now You're a Rock Star"? All Star, right?
All Star.
Okay.
I doubt any other movie has that song but Shrek.
No way.
I bet every other movie saw Shrek and they were like, damn, we can't use that song.
Smash Mouth, the Beatles. Let's see. But the song by the band Smash Mouth have been all over radio and television. Oh, it's only been in 2 movies. Wait, what? It's been in Mystery Men, Inspector Gadget. Yo, you remember the movie Rat Race?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
it's in Rat Race.
I remember that.
First of all,
movie.
let's cap it up. Let's cap it up for fucking Rat Race.
Let's go Rat Race.
Let's go fucking Rat Race. Yo, that's a.
Mr. Bean is in that movie.
Yeah, I got chills just now, man. Oh, I'm still getting chills. Oh my god.
I remember seeing that movie on TBS for the first time with my mom. My mom was like, "Yo, this shit is a banger." I was like, "Oh yeah."
Wow.
Yeah, the movie was good.
The movie was so good. Our uncle had 2 copies of it.
Oh.
I don't remember that.
Yo, you know how fucking good this movie is? And he puts up the thingy. He puts up the DVDs and he's like, how good is it? It just separates them. This is how fucking good this movie is.
You ever heard of 2 thumbs up?
Oh, fucking 2 DVDs, bitch. Pops it in. And he holds the other copy.
He just caresses the other copy in his arms while he watches the other one.
Yo, Rat Race is one of the best movies. I forgot. I think so. I'm honestly, Rat Race, Smash Mouth.
Flushed Away. That was a good ass movie. I played the video game to that too.
What's Flushed Away?
Oh, you remember Flushed Away?
No,
it's a
DreamWorks Ratatouille.
It's a DreamWorks movie of Hugh Jackman as a rat.
It's coming back to
Was
me.
it Hugh Jackman?
It was Hugh Jackman.
Yes, yeah, I do remember
It
this
was
movie.
Hugh Jackman.
Ooh, okay. I remember this movie. Like perfectly. I just don't remember.
And
like
it's in like the claymation of the old Wallace and Gromit films and stuff.
No,
like,
Wallace and Gromit was the shit. That's the same thing with the sheep and everything, right?
Shaun the Sheep.
Mm-hmm. That was. Damn, man, this is some throwback movies. Yo, fuck this episode. Let's just go back in time, man. What the fuck? Yo, Rush Hour, bro. Rush Hour. That movie, bro. Rush Hour was the shit, bro. Yo,
this kid used to have a crush on the girl in the first movie.
Did I? I don't even remember that.
I know. I guess remember we used to just bust your balls over that entire time. We'd be like in DR watching. We would have like a few DVDs with us back in DR at Uncle's house. Yeah. And Rush Hour was the one movie we had. So we were just watching that on repeat. And for some reason, we used to bust this kid's balls for having a crush on the girl who
that was his first wish. And like, yo, chill the fuck out, kid. Go back to Smash Mouth or some shit. We can't get you whatever the fuck your name is because I don't want to make a fake name. Yo, there's a stunt that I'll show you guys later. I'll show you right now, actually, but he's on the side. But there's a stunt that imagine this to the people that are listening in Javi and Jordan. Go show them in a bit. Jackie Chan goes on a roof, right? This is in a different country, and the roof is basically a big slope, right? Go back to math. It's a slope. And the scene is him jumping off the top and sliding down to avoid confronting the bad guys. And he slides down the whole way. And when he gets to the bottom, he only has his feet to stop him. But when he gets to the bottom, his feet stop him. And he kind of does that hand thing to the side in circles so he doesn't fall. And then he like holds the wall next to him and he survives. He did, and that's a long, steep slope, right? He did that whole thing with no safety harness.
God damn.
No, and he did it twice. Took 2 weeks to prepare for it and only broke an ankle. That's fucking crazy, man. I went on this whole fucking...
Jackie Chan is a crazy motherfucker.
Man.
He did all his own stunts.
Yeah, man. Everything, man. Everything. And
still does.
You think so? You know why he can't make movies no more?
Why?
Apparently, he evaded a lot of taxes. So he's not allowed to do movies in the U.S. Oh, you can watch it too. You could watch it at the same time. all you hear the fuck is
now that's a steep ass fucking slope.
So right now Javi and Jordan are watching Jackie Chan go down the steep ass slope. I'm talking about like
I thought it was gonna be more a 45-degree angle.
Nah, it's looking like whatever angle is steep.
Damn, like, he fell forward.
Yeah, man. And that's all he did was break an ankle. We'll put it up on the YouTube video if you don't get copyrighted somehow. But it's pretty fucking amazing. And I remember Brian showed me Drunken Master. I don't know if you've ever seen Drunken Master, Jackie Chan movie. So it's a good movie, but he's always reminding me that Jackie Chan is really one of the best filmmakers in terms of stuntmen ever. And he also, what's it called? He also learned English by listening to country music because it was much slower than like, hey, nah.
That's funny.
Always gotta bring it back. Yeah. So it's pretty amazing. Shout out to Jackie Chan.
Imagine he had like a country accent, like a southern accent.
A Southern Asian American accent.
Exactly. Damn. Talk like that. Like,
yeah.
In Louisiana, there's like a huge like Vietnamese like community.
Oh yeah.
There's like a huge like I remember like watching like a bunch of like cooking videos on this shit.
In Louisiana?
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder how they sound like.
What? How they sound like? Yeah. Dude, I don't even want to try. I don't even want to try like that accent.
Fucking do it, man. Because I'm not.
I don't want that shit getting clipped and that shit being in some archive.
You're about to reach your highest point of life, and then all you hear is, yeah, you thought I was gonna do the accent? Yeah, I thought I was really gonna do the accent. You think I'm trying to get my highest achievement excluded from the world?
Exactly. Nah,
Sounds like no, stop.
I'm doing damage control 30 years from now.
Jordan's always thinking ahead.
Yo, honestly, he really is, bro. He beat me to the fucking everything. I feel like he knows everything I'm gonna say for the rest of the podcast, bro.
Nah, seriously, Jordan, this guy, he has literally an approximate knowledge of everything.
Ooh.
Great Adventure Time episode.
Ooh. See, I don't even know what the fuck. I mean, I watched Adventure Time, but I haven't caught up to that. So again, beating me to it. Just one step of the fucking. I wanted to bring this up. This is a title of article right here by The Ringer. And it's so funny looking, man. Like, if you can see. And the title of it's called The Never Ending Life of Smash Mouth All-Star. And I'm going to read this article, man. Look at this.
Those poor guys.
Poor guys, man. And I feel like they didn't even age them in the photo they just drew of them. They just kept them young.
And they used that typical, like millennial, like startup, like art style.
Yeah, man.
Minimalistic.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, I'm going to look up one last question, then we're going to start the episode. How much money did Smash Mouth make from All-Star? Let's see.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Okay. How much money? Okay, how much you think? No way. Hold on.
Don't tell me they don't make money.
I'm going to read it, okay?
I wouldn't be surprised. Some people get fucked on contracts.
How much money would you say it is? Ooh, Jordan's doing his thinking pose.
15 million.
15 million? How about you?
I'm going to say 23 million.
All right, I'm just going to read the Google answer because it's not technically the exact money, but it says, look, Steve has built quite devoted following throughout his time under the spotlight as a result of his music and beliefs. Approximately $2 is his net worth as reported by Celebrity Net Worth. $1 billion? What the fuck? I read that.
This is all over the place.
Yeah, you read it, Javi. I swear to God, I'm not bullshitting you. I feel like I sounded weird reading that, but it's the truth.
What the fuck?
Read it exactly how it's read.
Steve has built quite a developed following throughout his time under the spotlight as a result of his music and beliefs. Approximately $2 is his net worth as reported by Celebrity Net Worth. $1 billion.
What the fuck?
How does that make any sense?
What does this even mean?
That was anticlimactic as shit, bro.
That was definitely some like AI generated.
Yes. We're not supposed to know how much money Smash Mouth made from All-Star.
It's a government secret.
Damn, man. Okay,
what the fuck?
Okay, from Shrek they made about $500,000.
Wow, that's a steal.
Yeah, man.
God damn, they kind of got fucked on that.
Yeah, and that was an article done in 2022, March 11th. Wow.
Oh wow.
And then Smash Mouth looks like he had a lot of smash burgers. But I digress. That's what I'm saying today.
We basically had another beehole segment.
Yeah. A gaping beehole.
That shit's
But now I got some news. And
okay.
Let's start off with the news. Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, yo. So we all heard about, well, not everybody, but we all heard about this stabbing happened in Canada. Shit went crazy, and it was one of the more major news that I got. I won't say it's the craziest thing that I got for you, though.
You know,
what's up?
The first thing that came to mind when I saw about this stabbing was that comedian joke that you sent me.
Which one?
Of that one dude where he was like, you don't ever see like a mass choking. And he's just kind of like, get over here, bitch. And he's like, oh, where do you think you're going, motherfucker?
The news is like, a man has just choked 57 people. God help you. Please learn how to defend yourself. Somebody comes and chokes me. Facts, bro. You know, somebody comes and chokes me. You know what I'm doing?
What?
I don't even know, man. I've never been in a situation.
You got to try and break their arms inwards, because when your arms are this way, if you push them inwards, then you can just break them. So you got to just channel all your strength and just push your arms inwards to break their arms.
So you know what I would do? I would so both their hands are on my necks, right? So my hands are free, right? Which is crazy. You can't get away from somebody choking you if your hands are free. But I digress. I would put my right hand on their right cheek, and I would caress their cheek. And as they're choking me, I'd say, "Hey, man, stop choking me, please." And if that doesn't work, I don't deserve to live.
I thought you were gonna go the other route. I thought you were gonna say I would caress his cheek and say, "Harder, daddy."
I was thinking you go there too. I was thinking like,
"You also didn't fucking." I didn't get got.
Harder, I'm almost there.
It's like weird out the guy, so he wants to stop choking you out, because then he'll just be like, "Ew, what the fuck? Are you getting off from this?"
Nah, he's gonna look at me caressing his cheek and be like, "You know what? I could still choke you, you know, but you ask politely." And I feel like that's what people don't get when they're choking people. They don't get politeness back.
That's what everyone wants.
Huh?
That's what everyone wants.
That's what I'm saying. They just want to be treated like everybody else, man. I feel like, man, you don't just go up to somebody and just, you know, anyway.
Don't you think Ted Bundy just wanted someone to...
That's what I'm saying.
How's it going? How you really feeling?
Facts, man. And Ted Bundy probably would have dropped every weapon he had and just been like, "No, I'm still gonna kill some people." Fuck out of here. I'm a crazy motherfucker. Nah, man. Fucking so like I'll start off the back because I feel like this was the most interesting story of the week. There's a lot of crazy stories that was out there, but I feel like this was the more like eye-attention, like just the one that dragged on. And it's crazy because it was a stabbing spree. So you're right, like it was one of those things where like, damn, man, either these guys were very lethal or Canadians are just very like not able to defend themselves. You know what I mean? No racial. And so shout out to Timothy Delgado. He made the joke, no ratio, and we just continue the legacy. So there's two attackers, brothers Damien, who's 31, and Miles Sanderson, 32. They stabbed a shitload of people in Saskatchewan, Canada, right? The only reason I know about Saskatchewan is because this animated show that took place in Saskatchewan.
What's the show?
It's a show. It's like kind of a mixture between Family Guy and American Dad. You know, I told myself the whole time to look up the fucking show while I was doing my research, and I was like, nah, I don't feel like it. Let's see.
Now look at you,
scrambling
around like a fool.
It's called Forget About It, and it's about it's about a mafia family who he basically gets caught and he gets moved to Canada. And so they're Italians and within a bunch of amongst Canadians. And it's like an array show. It's super raw and gruesome in terms of like wording, violence, and like sexuality. It's an impressive show to exist now, but I feel like it went too far and they focused on going too far rather than making the story good. But I still think it's a very good show called Forget About It. It's spelled exactly how it is. So this is where it took place, which is kind of funny. Right? Whatever. Apparently, both of them traveled 180 miles south to Regina to bring out attacks. That's what it's called, Regina.
Fair enough.
That's what the show makes. That's what I think it might actually be called Regina, and the show makes fun of that a lot. Like Regina. It's pretty funny, man. Fucking 11 people are dead. One including Damien Sanderson, one of the stabbers, who was found dead in a grassy area, and 18 other civilians were injured. The indigenous community of James Smith Cree Nation is where most of the victims were found. Many residents of both towns were on high alert, looking through windows and creating barriers against the attacker on the run, which is Miles at this point because his brother is dead. Now, police don't know whether or not Miles is responsible for his brother's death, but the wounds that he had, Damien, seem to be non-self-afflicted. So they don't really know what the fuck happened to him.
Like he just died in the spree at some point.
He would just run away like, but he had wounds on him, so who knows what happened to him. Maybe it was some people that took it upon themselves to do it. Maybe it was Batman. I don't know. Possibly Batman.
I mean, we're in Canada, so it's got to be either Wolverine or Deadpool.
Probably a little bit of both. I can't believe they're Canadian. So he's being... While they were looking for Miles Sanderson, he was being charged for first-degree murder despite not being in custody. because Canadians, they don't believe in American rules.
They don't.
He's innocent until proven guilty.
Get a load of this country. The nerve of this country, and they're driving eyeballs.
You know what I mean? Yeah. What the fuck is what was it? I don't even know. I was gonna say I'm making a boot joke. Like how South Park does a boot with the they separate. Boot? Yeah, but I was gonna make it a boot joke. I couldn't. I just failed.
You're talking to boot nonsense, Frankie.
Damn. I feel like a failure. I'm a boot to hurt my. No, I'm kidding. I did it. So some of the deaths in terms of like who they attacked, the civilians, are being looked at as targeted attacks, while others seem to be random. And the motive is still very much what the officers are trying to figure out.
Now, is this a small town? Like,
it kind of ranges because it happened in Saskatchewan, which is a major city. I would say it's major just because I think it's a more popular area, especially because of the name and shit. But then it veers out towards smaller towns. And if not that, it affects people that come from smaller towns. Like one of the victims comes from a town that only has 200 people. Okay. So it kind of like, in terms of the 10 people that died, aside from Damian Sanders, his 11th, like it sucks ass for the people that died. You feel me? But still, what are we going to do about it? We're not Canadian. This is America. This is the crazy part. So for me, when I was doing the research, I was like, all right, pretty basic story. Even though it's not, it just kind of gets to the point. But then you look at the person still on the run, Miles Sanderson, right? Before this, he had 59 prior convictions.
God damn.
59 prior convictions and a history of violence since he was 18 years old. Right, mind you, he's like 30 years old. Wow. His crimes included assault, threats, and robbery. I wrote here, why didn't Miles just cut it out? I got it right. Ha 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 ha. He did also experience domestic violence and personal substance abuse. And Miles did take steps towards bettering himself. And he participated in cultural ceremonies, he stood sober, and he got a job. And in February of this year, he was serving a 4-year sentence during which he was released. The craziest part is that regarding his release, the parole board said Miles does, quote, not present an undue risk, end quote. And they also said that his release would, quote, contribute to the protection of society, end quote. And then I wrote here, silly Canadians. That's
so crazy. His release will contribute to the protection of the community.
Yeah, basically, like they let him go because of those are the quotes of the board that released him from his 4-year sentence.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then he quote does not present an undue risk, end quote.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So after they released him, Miles stopped meeting with his assigned caseworker. And then because he stopped meeting with the caseworker, he was classified as, another quote, unlawfully at large. Now, this parole board is the parole board of Canada. And as of now, they're going to review the decision to release him from a sentence. So, because they fucked up crazy. Mm-hmm. And it's like they fucked up, but like really bad, man. And they've been searching for him since May. God. So he's been on like technically the run, but not for major crimes, just for now, upholding his, his agreement. Yeah. And or whatever they call it in Canada.
Agreement A.
Agreement A. And during the search for Miles, Canadians received a warning on their phone that read, quote, seek immediate shelter in place, and because they saw a person with a knife driving around in the area. The manhunt after the stabbing for Miles lasted 4 days, and he was finally found driving a stolen truck. He was then forced into a ditch on the road by the cops. And after pulling it over, Miles went into medical distress and was pronounced dead at a hospital in Saskatchewan. His cause of death wasn't immediately clear. Prior to that, on Wednesday, a homeowner in the Wakaw area, Blackmore, saw Miles standing outside the home, and he had a knife on him. And then the homeowner's Chevy Avalanche was stolen by Miles. So he saw this before it happened, before he got caught and everything. Mm-hmm. And his car got caught. And I guess Miles drove some miles.
He drove quite a few miles.
And when he was found, he was found with with a knife, but no drugs on him. And again, they're trying to figure out the motive, but they conducted 120 interviews. Pretty much all the information they got was just vague, limited, nothing really specific. And to this day, they don't, because when they found him and they locked him up from the car drive, he was transferred to the hospital where he died on his way. So Miles and his brother are dead. They killed 10 people. They injured 18. And they themselves will never be questioned, punished, anything. And so it really is kind of a short, not simple and sweet, kind of like simple and just sad. But it's kind of a crazy story, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't look super intensely into this because I kind of figured we would talk about it.
And it's Canada.
That too.
Yeah, fuck that. Rest in peace to the
no
people.
no racial.
No racial.
But no, but no, this was definitely, it was kind of random. I feel like, oh shit, like a stabbing spree in Canada. This kind of came out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck?
I agree.
But what I did look into, I was just kind of like, man, that's just, it's so, like, I guess like you could say that about any sort of mass killing spree or anything like that.
Or just any news. I feel like news can get overshadowed very fast. And I felt, you know, in a way, I was like, why do I see myself just overlooking the story so much? You know, because I remember when I was texting you and I was like drinking and stuff at like some bar, I was like reading the story, and like me being a kind of a inebriator, it was kind of like helping me get in more into the story. But then I was watching Iron Man as well. So then I just kind of finished Iron Man. But like all jokes aside, I feel that, think about it, man. We have this Trump, you know, document stuff going on. The Queen just died of Britain and stuff like that. And then, you know, there's always a bunch of different news happening and everything. And I feel that, I think the journalism is interesting, and I'll get more into it in the next story. But it really is a timing thing, you know? And they really have to just capture the moment at the right time, at the right place. And I mean, I have a lot of questions, and I can't wait to have Anthony on. You know, Anthony's a friend of ours who's a journalist. Just came out with the article he helped write on Forbes. It's fucking awesome.
Next, not the top 50, but the next top 50 executives that they think might make some big moves in the CEO world. And
I just wonder, man, like what the fuck is? I'll get more into this for the next topic because I think it really applies. But just you know, I think it being in Canada is also a major thing. Like, we do care, but do we really care as much as if it were to happen on American ground?
I mean, I guess what I'll say is just that, you know, I was kind of surprised to see this make a lot of major headlines, and it kind of just brought me back to last week where I was kind of like, it's been like, it was where I kind of assumed it or perceived it to be as sort of a slow news week. I feel like in general, it was just kind of like a slow news week again. And then everyone saw this happen in Canada and they were like, oh shit, nice. Finally something we can report on. I feel like it started off as slow news week and then it picked up crazy because this last couple of days, I just kept getting fucking notifications and I was like, bro, there's like, I kind of had that, like, you know, when you have on Netflix and there's like so many options to watch and you're like, I'm kind of overloaded with options right now because there's so many good options. I feel like I got a lot of stories, but like towards the end of the week and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? And even now, like, I'm trying my hardest to really like say like this is a crazy story, but it kind of just seems like a come and go, you know, like this and that, like I don't know, and it really sucks. But I think one thing that also attributes to that is that this kind of ended pretty fast, you know, like this kind of, you know, 4 days is something, but I mean, think about it though, like that Boston bombing was crazy. You remember the Boston bombing of the marathon? Like, that was intense. And I remember when they were like searching for them, they had helicopters over the roof where they finally found the guy in the backyard hiding under a tarp of somebody's shit. And that was crazy, man. And there was some comedian that I saw talking on a podcast, and he was just saying that, like, I think they knew somebody who was there, or like their cousin was there or some shit. And they were in the video of where he placed the bomb in. And like that kid lost like both his legs or some shit like that. Oh, man.
But we get more like patriotic about that stuff, you know, and you know, obviously if it happens on our ground, it's closer to home and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just kind of speaks to like the word that we've recently introduced to the show, ethnocentric. Yeah. It's just like, it definitely speaks to sort of that ethnocentric sense in any person, like in any country, where it's just kind of like, this happened in Canada, so it doesn't necessarily
matter. No, I'm kidding.
Like,
I'm kidding.
In the worst way of saying it, but in the best way of saying it doesn't affect us.
I mean, the Queen, that I don't give a fuck about her, you know. I mean, I care more about these people than the Queen, but I feel like it's just the media making me overconsume the Queen, that I feel like I have to care about the Queen more, because I mean, but fuck her, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, these people actually are like people who didn't deserve that, and I'm gonna go down the list of people that, you know, that it happened to. But what I was gonna say is that, like, without getting into the gun talk of things, I did look up some of the gun laws of Canada and stuff. They're much more stricter. You can only get an 18-year-old plus. You could get a minor like gun license and stuff, but pretty much they require you to pass a test every 5 years and everything. And
every 5 years.
Yeah. So it's strict. It's more strict, which America should follow and everything. But it's just interesting because it's just knives, and I feel like that we're kind of just so used to guns fucking everything up for us that it's like, oh yeah, they got knives fucking you up. Like try going to school in America. Like try going to fucking AP English as a middle schooler. Like it's crazy. So I mean, it can happen with anything, guns, knives, whatever. And so bombs, but bombs is the craziest one.
Without a doubt.
That's like one of those things where we kind of PTSD'd out that shit. Not to like bring it up, but 9/11 is tomorrow, So like that, because of that, I always hear like we're so young in terms of that happening, in terms of it affecting us as adults. But I always hear from adults, even my parents, saying one of the craziest things my mom ever told me. She was like, "You don't understand. When 9/11 happened, it changed everything." And we can kind of search back into history of that, but to exist, like imagine we experienced that, catching us being at this age in stride. It's a pretty like crazy thing, and hopefully that never happens again.
It just even sort of to even touch on like the sort of 9/11 thing, like something that I kind of learned about is that Cloverfield, a movie that I like a good amount, but that apparently that movie has a lot of sort of like 9/11 sort of esque like themes throughout it, because I forget the year it came out, but it didn't come out like super long after 9/11.
Oh yeah.
And there's a very specific scene in the movie where
the Statue of Liberty is kind of going downwards.
No,
Cloverfield, like the monster movie?
Yeah.
No, that came out like a few years like after 9/11.
No, I'm not saying it came out like right after. I'm saying like, there's definitely some time in
2008.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in 2008. But because like that movie, especially when you have sort of 9/11 in your head, is sort of, I guess you would say, an idea of that, of like imagine it's literally Manhattan getting destroyed. It's like that's literally what happened with 9/11.
Yeah.
And there's a very specific scene where a bunch of like dust pours in or something like that. So everyone goes into a store to like escape all the dust and stuff. And something like that happened in 9/11. There's footage of it happening.
Oh yeah, the dust comes in kind of like, it kind of seems like a monster caving in on you. Like the dust comes in between the alleyways of Manhattan due to the tall buildings creating this gap.
Yeah.
And you don't really realize how much enclosed space you're in.
It just funnels through
every square inch of open space, and it just encapsulates all the people running away from it. And it's like a Godzilla movie, and it's really scary. And what's even crazier, that when I was watching Fight Club, that scene in the airplane, no spoil, it's not really a spoiler, but the scene in the airplane where it crashes because he's thinking about it, and he's just kind of saying, well, I would just reap the benefits of plane crash, and it's today's kind of crazy because a lot of things that are associated with one another are being brought up. Like I know we're talking about the Jordan stuff and everything, but I was listening to either a podcast or a movie, and they were saying that when rich people die on airplanes, they don't die. They just wake up in their house the next day. And it was just like a little joke. But when I saw the scene in Fight Club where the plane crashes and the guy in the seat next to him just kind of is like, and he just flies out the plane, still strapped to his seat. It just fucks with you on a different level, because everybody that goes in the plane is always scared, I think so. Or like kind of just, maybe not scared, but also just involves the possibility of the crash, just because it makes sense.
I think everyone has that morbid sense of like
manifesting that, like,
like
everyone, like not everyone, but a lot of people can like be like,
you can't resist it.
Yeah. Or like they can relate to that situation of like, being in the plane and just thinking about like, oh, what if something happened to the plane?
It's like if you had to pick a color of red, blue, and green, you're like, you know what, I'm probably gonna get this or that. So when you get on a plane, you're like, I'm more likely gonna get there safe, but because plane crashes in the past or 9/11, you feel me? It's just like it's fucking crazy. So even that fucked with me, and I was like a wee lad when 9/11 happened, So it's pretty interesting to just you're right. It's very ethnocentric of us to think about it that way, but I also just think everything is crazy happening around the world, and
without a doubt,
one good I guess analogy that I heard very recently was that the U.S. is kind of like when you kind of are not frying, I don't know, cooking or frying a big block of cheese, and the crust around it is just kind of melted and whatever, and the middle is still very just rigid and holds together. And I feel like the U.S. is very much like that. Like, the world is wild around us, you know? And I feel like the U.S. is wild within, but we just have this bubble, I think so, of freedom and, you know, like medical, scientific, technological advancement, where we're kind of overshadowing the realisticness of the world because we're just having so much fun here. I always think that America is just a big bubble to have fun. You know,
I mean, that's definitely a lot of what I was trying to sort of speak to when I brought up ethnocentric a few episodes ago and stuff. It's just like, it's sort of comedic and just kind of like a trope that most Americans feel that same sentiment. And it's just, you know, reading a story like this definitely speaks to that. It's like, this happens in Canada. It doesn't affect us. It sucks, but we're not heartbroken about it. Why is that?
But does it not affect us? Because this doesn't affect us, but knives affect us. Weapons affect us.
It definitely does. And to speak to your point about like the bubble and stuff like that, where like, I feel like in all like kind of like Western civilization or like you like very like developed civilization, we all live in this bubble, and it's like we are not aware of how fragile like the threads of like society are. And I feel like that's like what happened in Canada is a very good example of that. Because, like, yeah, they have like these super strict gun laws and everything. And they're like, oh, yeah, shit that happens in America can never happen here. So, like, and then, like, but, like, you're always, and through every walk of, like, life, you're relying on everyone around you and stuff like that.
And the free healthcare, right?
Yeah. That especially. That helps definitely afterwards. Now, but, like, think about it. Like, you're just, like, you're driving, for example, along the freeway, and then, like, you're trusting, like, the person next to you is not going to just, like...
Every day.
Yeah. Is not going to just be distracted or just have like a mental break and just veer off into you and just like hit you and then bam, you're out and stuff. So like, definitely like, because like we're definitely privileged in like the civilization and society that we live in, but like, yeah, now like life is fragile and we put so much trust into like everyone, and it's like so like implicit into like how like society like works, and it's just so like glass shattering or something like that in Canada happens because it's like shit like everyone like because like and I feel like it kind of goes with the culture with like Canada versus like the US and stuff like that, like people are more trusting one another and stuff, and then like you never really expect like, oh yeah, this person is gonna like stab me
yeah,
and shit and just like, end my life.
If I may say though, look, I agree with you completely, and one thing that I think of is this, that you're right. Like we, you know, back to what you're saying and even what I'm saying, that, you know, life is very fragile. Society is very fragile, and human beings altogether, aside from, you know, fake borders that don't exist and country names that are just made up, you know, realistically, if everywhere was fine, right, in this utopia, if they say there's a utopia globally, right, what would everybody achieve to do? Work for the better of society or work for the better of their personal subjective happiness?
I feel like it'd be a mixture of both.
Be a mixture of both.
Utopia.
And in a sense, if you would want to contribute to society to perfect it, or more so have it nearer to perfection, you would work towards that, right? But if you wanted to provide outwards ways, say you wanted to create art, or you wanted to just, you know, be a happy person that lives within society with their family, you can make that choice, right, in a utopia. So I feel that with America, even though it is like a big playland, you know, just the world, it's also something to relate to other countries that suffer much more because their governments are much more corrupted and fractured. Not to say that ours aren't, but it's also to say that we do also have a way to express ourselves and venture towards that, even though we're nowhere near utopia. You get me? Like you know, I want to do creative shit. We do this podcast. We could do creative shit. You know where we can do this podcast?
China,
North Korea, right? And you know, so it's because we're able to just sit here and do this. Yeah, we fucking slave at jobs. Yeah, we get taxed out the ass. Yeah, our politicians are dickheads, you know, but we're just kind of like, I heard this other good point, and this I heard on Joe Rogan podcast. It was like, you know, when people say like, oh, first world problems, right? Yeah, we definitely do not live in a third world country, you know, and like we should be grateful for that. You know, that's not the shit on third world countries, but we are in the first world. You get me? Like, first world problems are very usual in our life. Where's the lighter? You get me? Oh, I'm hungry. You get me? Like, these are first world. All these are first world problems. You know, I can't find parking. You know, I'm thirsty. Yeah. Like these are very
first delivery is taking a minute.
Yeah, man. So exactly. So it's just, you know, relatively, yeah, we can always imagine all these things happening, you know, and say, oh, I feel this and that because it happens over this and that. But it's just, it just creates a good conversation, really. And I feel,
I mean, this is the conversation I wanted to have when I first brought up ethnocentric.
Well, I was probably a little too drunk or a little too whatever. But that's all. But no, I mean, what are your thoughts? Because Jordan shared, I shared. What's up?
No, I mean, you know, it's just, I feel like with this situation, you know, it sucks. It's a very shitty situation. No one should have to
cue the music now.
No one should have to lose their life. To some crazy reason, just because some guy had a bad day or something like that. Nothing like that should ever have to happen. Yeah, you heard me right, cops.
Shut the fuck up, cops.
Yeah, you heard me right, cops.
First world problems, huh?
Fucking hell, I can't even have a proper conversation around here. Oh my god.
They're on their way to help somebody who just been stabbed by another.
No, but you know, all I gotta say is just, even for myself, we need to try and think a little more outside of ourselves. Yeah. Because I saw this story and I wasn't super, like, it didn't catch my eye or anything. And I think that just speaks to the sort of ethnocentric personality of most Americans and whatever the case is. And I think this situation is a friendly reminder of, like, remember, shit like this happens everywhere, all over around the world.
All the time.
And so I think it's a good reminder of, like, we are not alone in dealing with situations like this. Yeah. Other countries deal with it as well. We can learn from other countries just the same way other countries can learn from us. And I think it's just a good reminder overall. It's a shitty situation, but ideally, betterment will come out of this in the end.
I feel like we're a little desensitized too, though. Like we suffer so much from like just fucking everybody getting shot every here, you know what I'm trying to say? And not in a bad way, not in like, hey, we got our own problems, but it's also like, no, we got our own problems. You know what I mean? Like we got kids dying in our schools. Like we got the Uvalde shooter killing a bunch of kids. Like it's like, not that we don't care, but we don't got time to care, man. Like every day, I mean, school just started for kids in New York City. Yeah. You get me? And nowadays, you dead ass have to worry about your kid not coming back home. You get me? And I remember I saw the video of the cop being held back from trying to save his wife in the classroom because she just texted him that either she got shot or like her classroom's getting shot, and fellow cops held him back and also waited like an hour to get inside this, you know? Like what happened to fucking risk your life to save, like, not just people, like kids, like the purest form of life to us ever. Aside, like, no, I'm kidding.
Tamagotchis.
Tamagotchis, man. Because Tamagotchi, like, if there's somebody shooting up a room full of Tamagotchis, I'm in there. I'm in there. I'm fucking. What's Keanu Reeves? John Wick. I'm John Wick in that shit, man. I'm killing everybody in the room except the Tamagotchis. And I'm going home and then I'm breastfeeding Tamagotchis. Because, you know, Tamagotchis, kids, Asians.
That's Smash Mouth.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's... Well, let's just read the victims' names, because I have the victims, because I didn't want to end the note on just talking about the two suspects of the brothers that died. Fuck those motherfuckers, because they are not American, first of all. No, I'm kidding. Because they stab people for no reason. They go fuck themselves. So they don't provide all the names. Some people wanted to really keep this together, but I mean, it might be. I didn't really count, to be honest. The 10 victims are from James Smith Cree Nation, which I mentioned earlier, which is an indigenous community with nearly 3,500 members. The 10th person is Wesley Peterson, who was 78 years old. He was from a small town with a population of 200, as the guy I mentioned earlier. Gloria Burns, who was 61, she was a first responder who was described by her brother as, quote, devoting her life to helping people. She was actually killed after she was responding for initial calls to aid those who have been attacked.
Oh,
yeah. Sucks. So she's a warrior. Gregory Burns, who was 28, his mother, Bonnie Good Voice Burns, who was 48, who actually went out the house to help the son, Gregory, and she died in the process of helping him because they both got stabbed. Her other son, what's his name? Her other son, Drayson, was 13 years old, and he was also stabbed but survived.
Okay.
So, good shit, Drayson. Thomas Burns, 23. Carol Burns, 46. Lana Head, a mother of 2. I do not know her age. Christian Head, 54. Earl Burns Sr., who was 66. He was a former member of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. And Robert Sanderson, 49. And rest in peace to all those people. If I missed one, it's because the article didn't provide the information. But these are people too. Just like those kids in Uvalde and just like in 9/11, these are all people who died unnecessarily and should be living their lives today. And yeah, man, I mean, the best thing that could prevail from this is just learning from it, hopefully protecting people. Because like one part of me was just like, should we talk about like gun laws in Canada? It's like, fuck that. Like, that shit ain't irrelevant. Like when it comes to the point of just, we don't have to compare those things together. I just looked it up because it just makes sense. Because, even then, like we can always talk about, guns, this and that. But just really to bring attention to this is just very, very unfortunate that this happened because I will say dying by stabbing must suck ass compared to a gunshot,
Probably.
Yeah, man. And it's just reckless by these 2 motherfuckers. You feel me? So shout out to Canada,
Nah, you don't think I get into specifics about the politics and everything about this. It's just like you were saying, like these are all like people and stuff like that, like they lost their lives, people of like different backgrounds and stuff. And then kind of like what Javi was saying like before and stuff, like the ethnocentric stuff, like everyone like through all walks of life goes through like tragedies. So like the best we can do is to try to like learn from each other and also at the same time realize that no one thing works for like every one person, every one group of people, but to sort of like open those borders of conversation and thought so you can try to like, mend like the damage between both communities.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of even what you were saying. What was it you said? You said something like that's what works for us here doesn't work over there, or something like that.
Kind of.
And it's like what sucks is that there's no universal law. There's
no universal solution.
Yeah, and that's just kind of what sucks. It's like as much as you would like it to, no one can ever be all on the same page.
Yeah.
And that's just an unfortunate thing.
Yeah.
I think we were kind of talking about it last episode.
Remind me.
I forget what it was exactly, but I was kind of mentioning something about that of like you needed to get everyone on board. It was about like talking about sort of making new social norms and things like that, and how like
wait, remind me more.
Like
social norms,
like making new social norms in terms of like how to refer to people with their pronouns and things like that, and whatever the case might be. And it's just like it's impossible to get everyone on board with things like that
because it's always ever changing, like
and that's what it is.
Change, yeah.
It's just like it's an impossible situation that seems like it can never be fixed with one solution.
Yeah, and
so it's just all you can really do is learn from everyone and do the best that you can.
For some reason, I just got the immediate thought of just like Backpack, like Red Dead Redemption. You know how they would have those things where you would come across a town where doing a public hanging. And I remember me and Slime. Bleep out Jonathan's name. We only referred to him as Slime. All right.
CFO Slime.
We were talking about how these shooters and how can we stop them, and one of his ideas were to be like, how about we execute them? Ding ding. How about we execute them like live on television so other people can see them?
That was his idea. You didn't want to bring it up before.
Oh no, I mean, I guess because political views get kind of messy and stuff like that. But I also think that like, I kind of agree with him, but not just because I think it's gonna fix everything. I just very much think that like what the fuck else we gonna do, man? But it's not just kids. I just feel that because there's adult shooters too. Like I think of the Las Vegas shooter. I just think that like a younger generation is being influenced by something right now. And what is it? Like there's
Andrew
a lot
Tate.
of Andrew Tate.
You said young audience. I was like, what's the one thing?
Now you know who Andrew Tate influenced?
What?
He influenced that guy in Louisiana who fucking saved those people. Oh my god! I'm getting
just
an
got
offer.
a fucking what is this? An onion roll? Not an onion roll. Garlic.
Take that shit away.
I forget.
This is for you guys. That is special.
Man.
$6 knocks, get another 6 free.
We're gonna cheers right now.
Cheers.
Shout out to all the Italians. Whether or not you eat garlic knots in Italy, that's your damn fault. Cheers.
ASMR.
That shit. Thank you, Jerome.
It's a good garlic knot, my guy.
Facts, man. This shit has garlic on it.
Imagine it.
It just has a bunch of gar in it.
Yo, pass me the gar.
Only if you lick it. Yeah, man. Doing a podcast while eating is hard.
Oh, yeah.
Man, like you could clearly tell we just diverged from our conversation and just said, let's go have a couple bites.
Let's just have a garlic knot.
Yeah, man. I wonder, hold on. Who do you think invented the garlic knot?
Garlic Nico Espinoza.
And Garlic Nico was born. Who invented the garlic knot? Let's see. I guess garlic bread was invented first, and then somebody knotted it, right? So I got it right here, right? Some say a Queens pizzeria invented the garlic knot in 1973. You know why they did it? Shout out to Queens. I'm from Brooklyn, though. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, bro. We invented the garlic. No, I'm kidding. Apparently, it was invented to avoid food waste. However, Anthony Sett, the owner of Anthony's Place in Sheepheads Bay, Brooklyn, says garlic rolls, a precursor to garlic knots, were served by his restaurant's former occupants in 1947. I think we got a borough war. Here. Holy shit.
Shout out to all my Ukrainians.
Shout out to all the Ukrainians in Sheephead. Fuck out of here. Well, I didn't expect that. That's crazy, man. Either way, wherever it was invented, at the end of the day,
Slapping.
Yeah, we don't care where it's from. Brooklyn, Queens, not the Bronx. Staten Island.
Yo, man, who was I talking to?
Take another garden.
Someone was talking to me of like a customer back at Starbucks.
Okay.
They were like, yeah, you know.
You mean the former employers?
Former employers.
We don't work there no more. Just kidding. We worked at Dunkin' Donuts.
We never worked at Starbucks. What are you talking about? I just kind of wanted to tag in. That seemed like a lot of fun to do.
No, it's a trendy restaurant. I mean, cafe.
You know, whatever, man.
No, fuck stuff.
Anyways.
What are you saying?
There's some dude who commutes from Staten Island every day. And I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't imagine commuting.
Stay away, bro. We do not want you.
I was like, yo, man, I couldn't imagine fucking getting on a boat every goddamn fucking day of my life just to get into the city. Like,
we just lost all our sailor listeners.
Yo, man, keep sailing. I don't know what to tell you. Yo, man.
They're on the boat. Literally, we have no choice. I already bought the boat.
Keep sailing to the fucking Bermuda. See if I care.
Facts.
I was so surprised when he said Staten Island. I was like, no wonder you're weird. This is where it all starts to make sense. Okay.
Ooh, I got a thought.
Okay.
Say more things, though, so I can chew.
Now, instantly, I was like, this guy's a weirdo because he's from Staten Island, because all Staten Islanders are weirdos. It's without a doubt.
Yeah,
it's unquestionable.
They were normal before they got on the ferry. That ferry fucks with you.
The ferry is what makes you go rye. They have like some crazy chemical that just.
I see you with the bread reference, rye. Oh, hey. give me some knuckles. Everybody get knuckles today.
Saltwater air, because look over to the Statue of Liberty.
Ooh.
Oh. Staten Island turned bronze.
Damn, bro, you got some knowledge in you, Jordan. What the fuck, bro?
Imagine what it's doing to their brains.
Ooh, probably just making them weirder. Like they were already weird in the saltwater air. They're like just. I'm weirder now.
They're gonna start walking into the water and they're like, no, I live here now. They're gonna become fish people.
So you know what I was gonna say?
What?
I just say nothing. No. Do you believe in like horoscopes and signs?
Nah. I think they're fun.
How about you, Joy?
Same here. I
right?
feel like punch like weed about it. But.
Were boroughs the original horoscopes?
Like what? If you're from Queens,
like, you from the Queens? You from except Staten Islanders? Don't think we're talking about you. You are excluded from this conversation. At least the Bronx is dead ass like part of us.
But did horoscopes exist before the 13 colonies?
Either way, right? The 13 colony, maybe, I don't know. I could Google it. But before I Google it, Like we got a lot of like, oh, you from Brooklyn, which is the best. You from Queens, you from the Bronx,
which is the best.
You from what's it? Long Island? Is Long Island, bro? No, right? No, it's just there. Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan. There we go. Manhattan is just too rich for us to even consider it because they got so much money, right? Except the ones that don't got money. But you see what I'm trying to say? Is that the same thing as like, oh, you're a Virgo? Oh, you're a Sagittarius?
No, I get what you're getting at. It's just like, what came first? The
chicken or the egg?
Or the boroughs?
I guess technically the horoscopes because the stars.
So then it's like, did the boroughs just copy horoscopes, or is just boroughs just another form of that sort of labelizing?
I guess where you come from will always be like will always tell who you are truly, you know, but like more so true than a horoscope.
You know what I think would be interesting is that when we finally do our Earth Mind Matter a promo and sit in Union Square and try and meet people is try and
just throw racial slurs at them and see how many people like react well to
that. But we should also see like if how many people can guess where we're from of the boroughs.
Ooh, they probably say you're Chinese.
I said of the boroughs. What the fuck? What the fuck? I was so confused.
Flushing Queens. Honestly speaking, I should have let you finish talking. I just want to throw like, hell, you're Chinese. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
What you trying to say about me, my guy?
I say that you got.
What are you trying to say about me, my guy?
Great food in your culture. Chinese food is absolutely good.
Okay.
Dim sum.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say?
I'm getting is that you guys are Burrowist.
Oh, probably. Oh shit, we're about to get canceled, Javi.
I'm not Burrowist, man.
Fuck Queens.
Yo, man.
Fuck
if you think you're from Brooklyn, you're from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
If you live in Queens,
honestly, you identify with whatever borough you want to, man. No, I work in a very gentrified area of Williamsburg. You know, I'm also from there. You know. But yeah, I heard somebody come up to me, like where I was working. They were like, "Yeah, we're from Brooklyn," and I was like,
"We're from Brooklyn. Please tell me."
And when, motherfucker? But you know, honestly, I'm pretty open minded. Like I really don't care, even though like there's a big difference about like you know you could really tell, and people don't think it's true, but you could really tell who's from New York, who isn't, and stuff like that, because they have just certain attributes and who's really really from New York. But I just think come all. You know, in terms of New York City, like we're the city that's gonna hate you and love you no matter what. You just gotta be confident with yourself, stick up for yourself. You know, you might just get hurt anyway, but that's what New York City is. And I just feel that there's a certain like just like cheese, there's a certain ageness you gain by being here so long. You feel me? And I feel like what most New Yorkers have is just like unfazed, like not excited, unfazed. You know, unless you're with your friends somewhere, you know, you're just like forget about it.
Two homeless people fighting on the street. Forget about it.
Hey, I'm walking here.
I'm walking here.
I couldn't think of a third one. But yeah. That's pretty much, man. So, I mean, fuck it. New York City, born or not, just enjoy it here, man. Enjoy it everywhere you go. Dead ass. Dead ass. One of the best places on earth. If not the best place on earth. Except,
And
blessed.
Yeah. Except for, what's
Staten Island.
Staten Island. That's the best place to go. If you're going to travel to New York City, go to Staten Island.
Go to Staten Island.
And get the fuck out of our way, bro. But now we're up to story number 2.
All right.
I won't lie. This is one of the shortest stories I've had. Okay. But I could not resist. And Jordan, I want you to take a listen to this because this is a crazy story. Not really.
So remind me what the story is again?
No, I'm going to go on. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
It's a man murders his ex in Los Angeles.
Okay.
And if you predict this, Jordan, I'll give you link. I'll give you Javi's dog link. So you can have it. You can do whatever you want with him, all right?
Where that link?
No, I'll give you I'll straight send you $1. I'll give you $1 if you predict what happens here, right? So he already murders his ex. You gotta tell me how.
Okay,
right?
okay.
This crime occurred on Bay Area Street in California, right? This is about 24 miles south of San Francisco. The woman who was killed was named Katrina Castro, who was 27 years old, and her murder occurred just steps away from her home, where her 2 daughters, aged 1 and 7, were inside.
Dang.
This happened just before noon, right? Now, her boyfriend killed her, and his name is Jose Solano Landaeta.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Jose, whatever the fuck your last name is. So, what do you think was the cause of death?
Probably some dumb shit. Like, I don't know.
Get one guess.
Like, he thought she was hoeing.
He thought she was. No, like, what? How do you think? Yeah, how?
How? I thought you said why. Didn't he say why?
No, that's cause of.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's on me. I thought you said why.
Cause of death, she was hoeing. The cops are like, we completely understand.
Doing the autopsy, she's for the streets.
We consider this crime justified. That's fucking crazy. No, how do you think she died?
I think she died by asphyxiation. I think he choked her out.
All right. How about you, Jordan? You get one guess.
He really wants his dollar. Yeah. He poisoned her.
Ooh.
Well, let me read it again. Oh, shit, I think I disconnected the earphones.
Oh.
Hold on. You hear this?
Yeah, I hear it.
You hear me?
Yeah,
I think I put the volume down then. Hold up. Wait a minute. Where the fuck is this volume? I got you. Hold on one sec. I hear myself now. I'm going to read it again. Her boyfriend by the name of Jose, which is the last name, I'll say his name, Solano Landeata, beheaded Katrina on the street with a sword.
God, with a sword? What in the fuck?
Yeah. Okay, so going back to the conversation I had earlier about the news and stuff like that. Right now, I'm I had a tequila shot, a little Voodoo Ranger and stuff in me, so a little, whoopee, whatever. So that made me laugh.
That's what we've been saying.
Please, Voodoo Ranger. So when you said with a sword, that's crazy, With the sword is crazy.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's like murdering somebody with a ball that has like spikes on it.
Yeah, that.
Boom, 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 boom. This motherfucker beheaded her with a sword.
Like a katana sword, or what kind of sword are we talking about?
I don't think they wanted to describe it that much because I didn't get that, but it was a sword nonetheless. That's crazy, right?
In the streets?
Yeah, so when I was
what the fuck?
Literally in the streets, but it was also steps away from her house where her kids were. And one of his kids was in there because she had a kid with him. So this is crazy, right?
God damn.
Yeah, man.
Did the kids see it?
I'll tell you soon. Ooh, keep you on your fucking toes, man. Toes. I pull out a sword right now. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, man. So this is... I'll continue the story in 1 second, but when I was reading this was the first time I read this, and I was like, holy shit. Like, we cover the news all the time, and shit gets crazy, but this is one of the first time it got to me, and I was like, this is super tragic. Like, it just sounds funny because when you say anything like with the sword, like, yo, I just shaved with a sword. It's a little funnier. And hearing
I just
now,
had sex
with a
sword.
I just did my taxes with a sword. It just adds on to the, celebration of whatever you're doing, but not this situation. But it fucked me, and I was like, journalists have to do this all the time with the sword. No, I'm kidding. They got to do it all the time and seek out this type of, stressful situation. And I think a step above that is cops who have to like rush to it. Like, what's the quote? I think
first responder? Not
first responder, but it's just like we run away from danger, cops run towards it. I don't know if that's from a movie. I think that's just a saying. I don't know. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. If I said it first, then if anything. But he beheaded her with the sword. Katrina, rest in peace. He left the scene after doing so. Her head ended up being underneath the car as she was laying in the back of the car. A neighbor described the scene like this until she was eventually covered up. Another neighbor saw the suspect with friends shortly after the decapitation. So the suspect who killed her with the sword, that phrase is so funny. He left the scene, and he was seen with two friends just casually walking around. Right? 10 minutes later, he came back to the crime scene.
Like nothing happened,
right?
Goddamn.
And then he was arrested, and he was charged with homicide. And even the cops described his weapon as, quote, still outstanding. Now, when the suspect was younger, he was the father. He was the father of the 1-year-old, but he's also a diagnosed schizophrenic. Oof, right? Oof. Like, what the fuck, man? So the kids did not witness the crime. Okay. Thankfully. That's something that, like, if they did, I would reconsider telling the story, but I'll probably tell it anyway because it's juicy. But Child Protective Services came by shortly and took away the 2 kids immediately, alongside the dog and 2 cats. So those pets definitely heard the crime. Now, Katrina, the victim, apparently had a restraining order against the suspect in April, but it is unknown as of now. Cops siren right now. It's crazy. If you could hear in the podcast, there's some sirens in the back. It's kind of crazy, actually, the second time. Or maybe there's some major crime happening tonight. It is Saturday. Whoop, whoop.
The worst whoop, whoop.
Top 3, and it's not 2 or 3 whoop, whoops of 2020. It just...
God damn, that shit got loud. Yeah, holy shit.
And they're going to come to the door.
It's like the top 3 like worst anime betrayals, but it's like top 3 worst.
They come to the door, you know what they come with?
Whoop, whoop.
A sword. So she had a restraining order against him, but they don't know if it was still upheld as of now. And I have one question. Well, first of all, I'll say this before the question. Everybody affected by the events will be offered peer services, basically like counseling, this and that, for what they experienced, including the officers and the children and any neighbor that like experienced that, because that's crazy. Mm-hmm. And my last question, because again, that's the whole story, but I feel even then that contains like just what the fuck all over it, man.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and it is very unfortunate, very sad. One of the comments that I saw along the story, because there was comments on the news article, was like, was he part of the cartel? You know, like this and that. But my question is, because he's a diagnosed schizophrenic, will he get the insanity plea?
I think that would partly depend on the level of schizophrenia that he probably has. Okay. Because I know that there are levels to it. For sure. So it's like...
the severity and shit like that.
Yeah, so it's like... I don't know. I would imagine he'll probably get the insanity plea. Yeah. Because that's kind of what it seems like.
Even if she was hoeing.
Even if she was hoeing.
Yeah. Nobody deserves that.
Because no one deserves to get beheaded on the streets with a goddamn sword. That's wild.
Yeah, man.
Just like I don't know if it's just like just me, but just like the thought.
No, it's not just you. I promise you. Like me and Javi are like, what the fuck? Get a load of this guy.
Get a load of this guy.
Yeah, unless you're the Mountain from Game of Thrones, it probably takes you more than one like attempt to like behead somebody. And to like even like after like the first like attempt, hack or whatever, to just like see like the aftermath and continue. Like, bro.
That's
like,
something I also considered. Is like, did he do it?
Oh, did you consider cutting a head off, Javi? No, I'm kidding.
I considered, did he do it in one swipe? Or did he keep going at it?
First of all,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy, by the way. Like, you know, I mean, if it is, he has the sharpest blade ever. But I just think, I've seen a video of some guy getting decapitated, and I wish I didn't. I was so young, and it was on the internet, and I saw it, and it is fucking crazy, bro. Like, it is ridiculous how much you are alive until your head is fully cut off. And boy, fuck that, man. So she definitely suffered, in my opinion. Hopefully she died immediately. Like, I said she died in general, but I hope she didn't have to experience pain. But the after effects to her children, her dog, her cats, her family, her mom, her neighbors, the cops. I mean, this guy's a monster.
It's pretty fucking crazy, man.
What do you think, Jordan? You think he'll get the insanity plea real quick?
Dude, I don't even know. Cause oh man, it's crazy. Cause there's so much like crazy shit happening like nowadays, and just like weird shit like that happening. Cause like, what is it like? Just to like, kind of like connect with like all like the other stuff you guys were talking about like earlier in the podcast. Like, who was it? That one was like the Parkland like shooter or something. Yeah, he's like trying to like claim like insanity and stuff like that too and stuff.
Bullshit, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't really like seem like it's like it's like really like taking and stuff like that. And I feel like just like with the sheer volume with just like that kind of stuff happening, it's just, man, like how do you even go about it? Like how do you
determine a punishment for something like that?
Exactly. And just there's just so much we don't know about like the human psyche and shit like that, and going to like what you were saying like earlier about the guys the guy from Saskatchewan, like all of his like prior arrests and like them saying he was like, oh yeah, he's like not like a threat to society and stuff. But dude, that's like so hard to determine. Because like when you're saying that, I was like thinking, he's like, yeah, like maybe he like when he was in prison, he showed that he was like fine and stuff like that. But like once you like throw them back into society, you never know what happens. You never know what shock they might like experience from being like thrown back into it and shit. First of all,
look at Link being cute as fucking. He was upside down in a second. My bad. But no. I actually watched Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooters interrogation video, and there's about like it's wild. And it's about 3 hours that are worthless because he's just sitting there by himself, like napping, because they show every second. But I watched a lot of it, man, and clearly he was trying to fake what he was doing. Like it was so obvious, and it's not even trying to like be like, oh, I know psychology, this and that. Like no, it was just like you can tell he was a young person who knew exactly what he was doing. And the more evidence comes out, because I followed that trial, and they're gonna determine either life in prison or death penalty, which I think he should get the death penalty, honestly speaking. Yeah, because he's a piece of shit for that. But he's also very young, and it's like deciding the ascendant plea for a schizophrenic, despite the level, is like deciding death for someone who killed about 10 plus kids, including a teacher. And even if they're young, like he wasn't that young, you know, he was like 19 years old, and like there's predetermined is predetermined, you know, and especially with the age of the internet, like you know what you're exposed to, so it gets very complicated, and just I would not want to be one of those jurors at all, man.
Oof. Yeah. That'd be so difficult to go through.
So, I mean, now this story, I'm not like happy that we can share all like this fucking just like vile feeling, even hearing this story. But it is definitely one that when I read it, I was just like, fuck. And then when I was reading it today and like getting the notes down, I was like, no, fuck, man. Like I genuinely like, you know, I like to make jokes about anything, everything, and I still will, and I always will. And this was one of the ones where I was like, I do not. I mean, I made up maybe one or two, but I do not want to like
1 or 2
or 7. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, no, I'm kidding. It's just a very, very like it gets into your heart. This one gets into your heart, man.
You want to talk about it, you want to get off your chest.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing, because I think anybody hearing it would just be like, damn, like, you know. And I mean, it's also one of those things where just like be careful who you're with, like relationships wise and stuff like that, just because. Fuck, man, and where the fuck did he get that sword from, man?
Yo, man, like, what the fuck? That's a pretty good question.
Yeah,
it's like, you know, because like I remember even just sort of talking about gun control laws, even referring to like the sort of first.
What about
topic.
Sword laws?
It's like honestly, like who can just take a sword out? Like, what are the laws on swords?
You know
like,
what's crazy, man? I was in Bayside a long time ago, Bayside, Queens, and stuff like that. Right? Kind of like off Flushing. I gotta sneeze. Oh shit!
Pineapple. Damn, it didn't work.
He didn't look at the light.
God, no. I was in.
God did.
God did. True. I was in Queens. I think it's in Bayside. I was at my friend's house a long time ago. And I stepped outside with my boy just to like go smoke a J or something like that. And I look across the street and I like kind of blink, like what? And there's an old Asian lady pacing down the street doing lunges. With a sword, bro. Like she had a sword, and I'm sure you hear the sirens. You hear the sirens.
Keep that shit to yourself, Frankie. Keep that shit to yourself.
And you're right. She was like, "I dare. I wish a motherfucker would." Excuse me, miss. Which way is ching? And my head slides off diagonally from my face, my neck. Sorry, man. Yeah, bro. Unjokingly, she had a sword, and I was like, "Whoa,
that's pretty wild."
Yeah, man.
I am very curious of like what are the laws on swords in the country.
I think they're looser than guns, just because they're so exotic, and like kind of you can kind of say you went to Comic-Con with a real sword. Who's checking? Do they check for reality?
They do actually. They do.
Yeah,
they do.
I figured they would. Now that makes more sense. They would, but even then, like you can have a fake sword with like a cover on a real sword, no? Or do they check for that too?
I think they check if it's like all real or fake or not. I do remember seeing.
Specifically, I feel like.
Yeah, that's like very specific to Comic-Con. Yeah. But like I do remember.
I go to the Republican convention with the sword. Nothing to see here.
But I do remember seeing a story of like. Of this one actor or actress getting killed by a prop sword that wasn't a prop sword or a knife. Was
it John Travolta? No. Was it John Travolta?
No.
I like, whoops. But you know what the fuck I was saying. John Travolta's like, hey, man, what the fuck?
The mental image of John Travolta, with his current self being bald, talking in his grease voice.
Hey, I'm walking here. I guess we got into a greasy situation. They didn't even say that in the movie. Stories are fucking awesome, though. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you know, there's one freak in the neighborhood that was like, sweet.
You know, my cousin Brandon has a sword.
I'm staying the fuck away from Brandon at least for 2 to 5 weeks. After this story, man, he's never like, you want to go to LA? Nope. Nope. I'll stay right here, man. I'm not going.
Go back to that one Power Ranger. For Power Ranger, wow, I remember this specifically. For anyone who's listening to this, I am a Power Rangers fanatic.
How much of a fanatic are you?
Well, not like currently, but as a kid.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
I stopped watching Power Rangers until the age of 15. Because let that be the baseline for all y'all.
Power Rangers is the shit, though.
It is.
Alright,
cool. But the Red Ranger from Wild Force killed his roommate in self-defense with the self-defense. I'm doing air quotes. Self-defense.
What?
With the katana, for real. He did 7 years for it.
No way!
Holy shit!
Which one? Which Ranger?
Red.
Free Red Ranger. I know he's out already, right?
Yeah, he's out.
Damn. Why is this not on our radar? Damn, we gotta do some investigative digging.
What the fuck?
Why did he defend himself from him?
He was like saying like the guy was like freaking out on him and stuff.
He was like, "Yo, Blue Ranger better, bitch," and he was like, "What did you say? Go Power Ranger!"
Oh my god! Nah. This guy apparently the guy was like freaking out on him and stuff like that, and then like I might be mixing up the story, but he was like with his like girlfriend or some shit, and the guy was just like acting crazy. And then, like, he was, like, threatening them, and he was just like, yo, before this guy gets me, I'm gonna get him.
Damn.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Imagine the story went, like, imagine right now I take out my katana, you guys are freaking out, and, like, I guess I gotta defend myself.
Why is everyone freaking out right now? Are you guys gonna attack me?
I feel You did it to yourselves. Cue the sirens.
It was self-defense.
The officer puts away his katana. I believe you.
He throws the katana next to the body and he's like, you see? It was they did it themselves.
You get the fucking key to the city. That's crazy. That's even crazier than this story, to be honest with you. Red Ranger, bro. Yo, 7 years. He's probably gonna kill more people with katanas for that. You know, he's like, fuck it, I already earned my badge.
He has a Megazord.
And he's a Power Ranger, bro.
He gets Zord on
man. You know somebody in jail was like, motherfucker, I know you're the Red Ranger. Sign my sword. And he's like, we don't have weapons.
Sing.
But yeah, man, that's the beheading in California. What a fucking story.
What's her name again?
Katrina. Her last name was Katrina Castro. She was 27 years old. So rest in peace to her.
Rest in peace, Katrina Castro.
To her family, condolences and all that stuff. Fuck that motherfucker.
Jose.
I want to say his name. Fuck that motherfucker with a sword, man. And that's sad. So I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
No, that's pretty wild, man. Holy shit. I didn't expect that one.
Shit, man.
I really thought it was going to be something pretty simple. Like, you know, he choked her. Simple as that. Something like that. Nothing crazy.
It was more simple.
You got me.
It was more simple than that. It was some medieval shit, bro.
he just because not to circle back to Javi's confusion of cause of death. Why the fuck did
she was from the streets, Jordan? That was the main point of the story. She was hoeing and she deserved it.
That's so. No, but did this guy just? Yeah, I don't know if you guys are moving on from the topic, but did he just freak out, or was there a reason?
Honestly,
there's a reason to ever do that, but
that's a good question.
What was his motive?
Yeah, that's a good question because they don't even mention the motive, and I just think the only hint that they show at it is that they were exes and that she had a restraining order against him. So but they also had a kid together. So maybe he was a real charming man before the kid. Maybe.
So
maybe he was really sharp.
Maybe.
Dude, oh my god.
Maybe he was just trying to take over the family. Maybe he was like, I want the kid for myself.
Oh my God,
by going to jail.
Like maybe he really thought he could get away of killing her
by coming back to the crimes. He came back
man.
what happened with the sword in his head?
He's schizophrenic. Who knows, man? Who knows what's going on in his head?
That's one thing I considered, that he came back and he genuinely was like, what just happened?
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that. Like he like wasn't like lucid during that.
Yeah.
He was lucid then.
Mm-hmm. And all the neighbors were like, cut it out. My last one.
Like no, but honestly though, it's like he really had no idea. Like it's possible. It's possible that he had no idea what was happening when he did this.
Yeah, so it's super fucking wild. And yeah, I had all these questions when I was reading it, and I wish that it got more in depth to it. But I just feel like this is one of those articles that kind of like, usually these articles kind of are short. But it leaves, I think you're right. It is for the best because there's so many open-ended questions, and you're just like, do I even want to know? Because at the end of the day, it's not even going to be like satisfying.
That's a can of worms you never want to open.
Facts. Yeah. I really agree, because the fact that she was covered, that resonated when I saw the body in Flushing that got ran over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I seen the guts come out of her, but thankfully, like when I saw the actual body, like it was covered by cardboard. And props to the person that like, and if you want to hear about it, it's our early episode, like first 3
episode 2.
Episode 2, I told a little story about the lady run over. But like, prompts to, and mind you, there was hundreds of people in that street. But if that body didn't get covered by cardboard by that great, individual in the crowd, so many people could have been scarred by seeing that. So I think, like, props to the cops if they arriving quick, but just for covering the body. But those neighbors, I mean, you can't delete that image from your head. Yeah, so I think you make a good point, Jordan. Like fuck it. Like sometimes you just don't need to know as much. But if you find out, I'll bring it up more if it's requested or this and that. But also look it up on your own, because this is this story and this episode story, and
we're just the messengers.
Yeah, we're just the messenger, bro.
Don't shoot us.
Yeah. So
don't cut us.
So my next story is about my sword collection.
Oh shit! Should I put away my ninja story?
maybe today's not the best day, Jordan. No, so.
Wait.
Nope.
Oh.
Whoop. Oh shit. Man. Took a bathroom break. Wasn't me this time, but I had to pee anyway though.
I was surprised.
Yeah, I always gotta pee, man. But yeah, man, crazy topic. Wow. Fucking
pretty intense. Yeah, I didn't expect it.
Yeah, man. I didn't expect it to hit like that, but I just feel like when I was reading it, it hit like that. So I'm just not like glad it translated, but I think that for real, man, this story was a like, not for better, just a special one, because it's very unique and just sad.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. But now we're gonna talk about the queen, or who was the queen, Elizabeth.
Who was the queen of England?
She had a bottle of water.
She had a bottle of water and didn't know how to cross the street.
And she went to Subways. Nah, shout out to that guy who made the video. And ever seen the video of the guy?
Tomato.
And he was like, hey, sir, I don't talk like that. He's like, yeah. And he's like, you want a bottle? He's like, a what? A bottle of water. That guy's funny as fuck, man. But, so I was like, what am I going to talk about on my third subject? And I felt like, obviously Queen Elizabeth was major, and I saw a lot of mixed reactions to her death. I mean, for me, genuinely, not to be like, this funny or overreactive, it was just like, whatever, like, finally, in some sense, because she was alive for a damn long time. 96 is an old time to die.
Betty White beat her, though.
Good for Betty White. It should have been Queen.
It should have been Queen Betty White. Queen.
Yo, facts. But, so I was like, what am I going to talk about? Then I was to see a lot of, like, talk on Queen Elizabeth's dark past. And I was like, what are they referring to? So that's my focus on this. What I want to talk about is, it was hard to say the dark past of Queen Elizabeth without kind of not being true to what my story is going to be about. Because the truth of it is that I think the title I chose really worked out well. Like, what Britain did Queen Elizabeth represent, right? So I begin. Cue the music now. On September 8th, 2022, or this Thursday, Queen Elizabeth II died at the age of 96 years old. Rest in peace. Or hold that thought. She reigned for 70 years, and she was old as fuck. President Biden, I wrote that in my notes. President Biden, Michelle, and Barack Obama, and more leaders of the world expressed sympathy and showed remembrance to her. But another viewpoint is how she is linked to the, quote, whitewashing of Britain's brutal colonial past. Right? So now I'm going to go down the trace of history of Britain, and this is more so about Britain, but also about what Queen Elizabeth was a part of. And I just want anybody listening to just make up their mind about, accountability, this and that, and I just want you to also think of this phrase when we talk about this. We talk about America being terrible for its past, and it is. We have a terrible, disgusting past, not just slavery, but colonialism, lies, Native Americans, even up to this day, Black Lives Matter, Mexicans, Asians, just all groups that aren't white people. It's just a hard world to live in, and, quote, the greatest country on earth, right? So I just want that to be in the heads of anybody listening, because I think it's interesting. So we go back in history, right? So in 1952, King George VI died, and that's when Princess Elizabeth took the throne. She took the throne on February 6, 1952. Right?
Long time ago.
Yeah. This is... So I was talking with Beatrice.
How old was she again?
I don't know for that right now, but I'll look it up in a second. But Beatrice said that Queen Elizabeth fought in World War II, got shot at 6 times, and lived.
Damn.
So I decided to fact check that live. So let's see. Did Queen Elizabeth get shot 6 times? Because that's close to 50 Cent.
Is it though?
Yeah, he got shot 9 times. You ever heard about it?
I thought he got shot more times than that.
Maybe more, but I'm pretty sure it was 9 times he lived. 50 Cent's the GOAT. Let's see. Fight in World War II. Oh shit, it's coming up. So, okay. She enlisted in the Auxiliary Territorial Service, known as the ATS, in February 1945. Age 18. Kate Clements. The ATS was... What the hell? Wait. Let's see. Google's been so unreliable. Okay, no. She worked in the military as a mechanic. So I don't see nothing about her getting shot, but let me look at this. Did she fight in the war? Let's see. She did not fight in the war.
Damn. So Beatrice lying to you?
How dare you, Beatrice? I trusted you. I don't know how old she was, but we can look at that later, post-elementary. Okay. So... Before that, in the late 19th century, the British Empire began to colonize East Africa, right? The idea was to seize Kenya's best areas and reserve them for European settlers. Those areas were called, quote, White Highlands. And African people had no tenancy rights, so they couldn't claim land, be respected as the owners of the land they were born on,
Okay.
And obviously, Africans rejected this idea, which involves land alienation, taxation, and compulsory labor. In 1920, Kenya became a crown colony. And what a crown colony is a British colony whose legislature and administration is controlled by the crown, represented by a governor, in this situation, the Britain, So... Anti-colonists pushed against this type of rule by the British government to gain land ownership and political rights. They just wanted to be able to be a part of what they were born on.
They just wanted some stake.
Yeah, at the very least. And so anti-colonists basically are doing what the name says, opposing colonization, by the British. So even after World War II, Britain refused to let up their control. And when Elizabeth became queen, Kenya had already endured 3 decades of crown rule. So she kind of stepped into what was already a messy situation and an unfair one. It was one of the 70 colonies ruled by Britain. So including England, there were 70 colonies ruled by Britain.
Okay.
That is around the same time the Mau Mau movement for land and freedom occurred. And the Mau Mau movement was people from Kenya, Africa, just trying to be like, yo, stop doing this shit to us, right? Mm-hmm. Their goal was to rid their land of white settlers and to annihilate the colonial system, right? In October 1952, the Mau Mau murdered an African chief who served British interests. That scumbag. So they were like, yeah, you are from where we are from. You rule for us, but you are trying to serve the enemy, the colonizers, right? Because that happened, a state of emergency was called to get rid of the Mau Mau. And what ensued for the next 8 years was this. Because of the murder of the African higher up. what occurred was the mass detention without trial of 150,000 people. They were sent to labor camps.
Holy shit.
They were treated with torture and violence to, quote, interrogate and rehabilitate, unquote, the Mau Mau suspects, right? British officials at the time were completely aware, like the higher-ups of the ones that were, extinguishing the Mau Mau. They were aware that they were getting the Kenyans castrated, raped, electrocuted, starved, sleep-deprived, and sexually assaulted.
Damn.
So that has to involve Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Right now it just says British officials. Oh, actually, no. This was a little... No, after she gained rule. Well, I may be a little fucked up with the Queen Elizabeth, but that's what the British officials they knew but never acknowledged, right? Mm-hmm. And eventually, with the help of the Mau Mau movement, Kenya declared independence from Britain in 1963. So that's a quick, brief wrap-up of that whole little mischievous act of Britain towards Kenyans, but it's still very effective to the people today. You get me?
Yeah.
So British officials purposely destroyed and hid evidence of the violence the British brought upon the Kenyan people. So they saw and understood what they did, and they tried to hide this for their, future, their legacy, right? Sounds like the Nazis, and a lot of people describe and relate this to the Germany and, Jewish people's movement, the Holocaust.
I mean, just sounds like any country in power throughout history, just trying to cover up their tracks.
Yeah. And what happened later was found in a place called, it was called Henslow Park, right? And I'm going to read the quote. It says, quote, among the 15 miles of floor-to-ceiling shelving were 60 meters of records that documented the human rights violations committed in Kenya from 1952 to 1960. When 1952 is when Queen Elizabeth took the throne. Years after the UN adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. So even though the UN, declared this Human Rights Declaration in 1948, 4 years later and 8 years afterwards, they were abusing these Kenyans on their own land because they wanted to colonize it, right? All during the Queen Elizabeth's rule. In 2009, the Mau Mau rebellion survivors filed a class action lawsuit against the British government. Because of the discoveries at Henslow Park, the government said that they would compensate living survivors. Apparently, Britain covered their tracks by hiding or destroying evidence all throughout Britain's 20th century empire. And even there was even a code name for doing that. And it was...
Really?
Yeah, it was... not obviously, but it was called, quote, Operation Legacy.
Huh.
The idea... this occurred throughout Kenya, Malaya, Malta, Aden, Nigeria, Uganda, Singapore, and other places. Colonial officials removed and destroyed files with, quote, embarrassing, end quote, material, with the goal of curating a history Britain could be proud of that helped the millions that were colonized instead of holding them captive. You get me? And that's fucking crazy already, and that kind of sums up this whole article and this and that. But the last two paragraphs I thought were very well written. I'm going to read them word for word.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, nice.
Fucking do it, my guy.
I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking...
Yo, Frankie, do that shit, my guy. Do that shit.
I don't want to do it no more.
Oh, come on, man.
All right. If you...
Come on, please.
All right, if you're just going to ask.
Please.
All right.
Frankie, look at me.
I'm looking.
Please.
All right.
Okay.
Do the music now. It says this. While some claim the Queen was merely a ceremonial head of state, others refuse to accept a fairy tale rendering of the past that exonerates her of complicity in colonial torture. Was the Queen merely a figurehead, or does she represent the way the empire wants to be remembered? Sincere, dutiful, service-oriented? Next paragraph reads this, and I thought it was very well written. The 21st century depictions of white innocence and composure that define the Queen's portrayal on film and television are not incidental, harmless nostalgia. They are central to the erasure of colonial racism and violence. The persistent refusal to face the violent history of empire and reckon with its enduring legacies are sustained by this image of a harmless and diminutive queen whose reign was marred only by private family scandals. Lest we forget, the biggest scandal of all, the only one of global historical significance, was the scandal of empire. And I really like this article because it reads short, and truly it is short. It's almost as short as the other one. but it extends towards this huge scheme of just lying and torture and suffrage and just sadness. And I see a lot of people that live in America, and I'm not saying I see all the people that live in America, but the people that I know that obviously live in America with me and you, that they're like, damn, America sucks. Like, we're the worst. Like, and we definitely have our flaws and it's ass. You get me? But it's just that this stuff happens everywhere. And more often than not, like, we celebrate this queen who was a part of a terrible thing. Like, we would never do that in America, like today at the very least. You get me? And we have a lot of politicians that are just been through modern day things, and this is not even that long ago. There's also a video of some lady who I'll go down right now. Her name is because I saw this was kind of like what also triggered it. So there's a lady by the name of Mathoni Mathench, and she was put on a video challenging Queen Elizabeth, and she's basically on the video saying that I want Queen Elizabeth herself to come to my door and give me back what's mine, compensation. And what happened was with this lady in particular, who you can see in the video, she wants to be compensated for being tortured by the British troops. You see her, right?
Okay.
I'm going to read it what it says. It says, during Kenya's fight for independence, let's see what else it says. I'm not going to read it word for word, but she was part of the Mau Mau Rebellion, which began in 1952, which is also when Queen Elizabeth took the throne, right? And I'll sum up the rest of the story because it's a 9-minute video. We'll put it up and we'll share it just because I think it's important. Basically, her husband was a rebel fighting the British colonizers. So he was like, yo, fuck colonization, I'm going to fight against. And troops came to her door. And they were like, are you going to give us the location of your husband? And she was like, hell no, motherfuckers, I'm not doing that shit. So they tortured her. And even in the video, she shows 2 axe marks, the scars that are on her leg from the torture she endured. She refused to give up his location. And eventually her neighbors helped her find him in the forest. But even after that, they were just arrested eventually because, the colonization was so strong and just, harsh against where they were living, right? Where she was living. And this is the scars on her leg, actually. So I'm showing Javi, but she shows the scars that she endured. And that's an axe to her legs.
That's a big oof.
Yeah, man. So she was eventually caught by the British troops. And all in all, her and her husband got arrested. She never saw her husband again. And she would spend her days detained in inhumane conditions. She would have to bury fellow, Kenyans, and thousands more were killed. A lot of her days were filled with just filling up graveyards with dead people that she knew or she was a part of in the same area. And she would they would want 6 people in one grave, and you wouldn't be able to go home until you finish your job. And there were thousands of people dead. And so, the British government, like I mentioned earlier, paid compensation to more than 5,000 rebels in 2013 because they were just doing what was right. And because she didn't have a lawyer, she was unable to claim money. So it's just one of those things where, like, okay, here's a handout because we did you so dirty, and now you can't even collect because you don't have a lawyer.
Yeah, that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
That just seems like sort of good luck with that shit.
Yeah, basically.
It's just like, oh, that's tough.
Oh, yeah, you were tortured? Oh. Oh.
You want reparations? Oh.
It seems like we can't do that for you right now, but the most we can do is celebrate a queen. That's the worst impression.
It was pretty good, mate.
Yeah. I'll get you a cup of tea. And you know what? I'll read you some Charles Dickens. A lot of the people that are celebrating the Queen now, mind you, like Jordan was saying earlier, they stopped soccer games. I know Clarissa Shields, who was supposed to fight somebody from Britain, also her fight got canceled. I think he mentioned that rugby, sports, and other things didn't. But a big memorization of this lady was held up. And, from what I will say, the reason she's iconic to me, Queen Elizabeth, is because of memes, honestly. Because I know she didn't have no real power towards the end. Like, this kind of a useless thing. I know his, like, King Charles or whatever. But whenever, I'm going to be straight up, like, whenever I see everybody talking about, like, Prince Andrew or this bitch or whatever, like, I don't care. Like, I don't know why people care about princesses and queens. Like, what is this? Like, go watch Game of Thrones or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I can't believe people actually care about that shit, And because it's all linked to just trash, like... I don't know, man. I just think that it's very interesting, and I just I'm happy that article, like, I was able to see it, and I'm gonna give prompts to this lady who wrote the article. I think she did a great fucking job of writing it. Her name is Elizabeth Koski, and it was on the Washington Post, and the title reads, "The Dark Side of Queen Elizabeth's Legacy Matters. Here's why."
Okay.
And actually,
to her.
Yeah, man. And I also want to shout out, I'll shout out the other articles. The Beheading with the Sword was written by Johanna Chisholm. She wrote for the Independent. And give me an and the Saskatchewan articles I got from the BBC, Matt Murphy and Nadine Youssef. And
why did I know that was from the BBC?
But I also got it from NBC News.
Okay.
But BBC, I very much enjoy BBC, but they only had the least updated version of things. But NBC News was written by David K. Lee and Tim Stello. I want to give all these writers props because they really do provide, we are just kind of messengers for what they say, just a little more entertaining, if I do say so myself. But they also gave us the facts.
You're speaking for yourself. I think they do it more entertaining than us.
What are your thoughts on the idea, though, of people that say, like, yo, fuck living here because we're trash. I'd rather live somewhere else. But when you look at, like, this is not just Britain. This is a whole lot of other places. Because given that, like, who knows Kenya's history of, like, this and that, and genocide happens everywhere, and just,
I mean, I think it kind of, this, again, also speaks to our sort of ethnocentric conversation of just, like...
Yeah, today was pretty worldwide.
Yeah, it's like, you need to just constantly remind yourself that we are not the only country out there.
Well, there's shit happening everywhere.
Like, there's shit happening everywhere around the world, and it sucks.
Yeah.
And you just kind of have to deal with it. Yeah. And there's no other way around it.
I did not recognize Lucas. He changed his hair. I was like, who the fuck is this? Lucas just walked in, Javi's brother. I was like, who the fuck is this walking in right now? Sorry. But yeah, you're right. The ethnocentricness of us is kind of just spewing because it's true. Especially when we speak about different parts of the world. Like Canada and Britain and stuff like that, Yeah. Again, it kind of makes no sense to compare and contrast when really we're all dirtbags, but not us. Just like all of our history. And it's up to us to just be better.
True.
But humans make mistakes. Not to say that this was a mistake. Obviously, this is intended and shit like that. But, what the fuck is up, Lucas?
What the fuck?
Nah, my boy used to give me that handshake. I just gave a very intense handshake to Lucas. My hand hurts. But yeah, no, we're not the center of the universe. But it's also just we're also human, and everybody else is human. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Like sometimes mistakes are justified, but not like justice wise, just by the human aspect of people.
Shit happens.
Yeah, man.
It's just, there's going to be bad shit wherever you go.
And didn't they come up with Viagra by trying to come up with a cure to something else?
Yes.
Yeah. So I feel like, I know that's a very random thing to throw out there, but sometimes the best cure to things happen because of just randomness and mistakes. It's so weird, man. But nah, fuck Britain for doing that bullshit to Kenya, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck colonization.
Yeah. Fuck Colin Kaepernick.
Get your city bikes out of here.
Not because he's the protest, because he's a shitty quarterback. Colin Kaepernick, the protester in the NFL, he's just a shitty quarterback. You protest all you want.
Okay.
I just want to throw it out there because people are like, oh, Frankie say fuck Colin Kaepernick. What did you say? Fuck who?
City bikes.
Fuck city bikes.
Fuck city bikes.
And what else? Fuck vegan hot dogs.
Fuck vegan hot dogs.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck? Call yourself a dog.
Yeah, just eat a hot dog, bro. That shit is made up. I mean, I get why you wouldn't, but if you're creating vegan hot dogs and you're making the taste of a hot dog vegan, why don't you enhance the taste of a hot dog and stop calling it that? Like vegan something else, bro. But why would you want to mimic the taste of a hot dog? They're not even that good. Unpopular opinion. Ooh.
I'm not crazy about hot dogs.
Me neither,
but whatever.
Yeah,
they're fine.
I like hot dogs. They're good, but I wouldn't I can't eat hot dogs for breakfast.
I mean, I don't think who could eat hot dogs for breakfast. Or like
eggs and hot dogs for breakfast. I can't do that.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing, man. People love hot dogs. And I'm not hating. You do your thing. For me, I don't like the flavor of like hot dog for breakfast.
That sounds weird. I wouldn't want a hot dog for breakfast either.
But cut up into little pieces into your egg. That makes sense. Like you eat a sausage or bacon.
Nah, fuck a hot dog. Fuck a hot dog for breakfast.
Fuck a hot dog. I mean, a hot dog for breakfast, yeah. But like a cut up
bacon dog, bro.
Bacon dog.
Just some bacon, bro.
But that's like eating your least favorite food.
But that's not a hot dog.
I have like strips of bacon in a hot dog bun, but the hot dog bun is made out of English muffin.
Ooh.
That's not a hot dog. you completely switched out the ingredients.
It's like Thanksgiving dinner, but we're all eating cereal.
Like, you completely switched out the ingredients.
Honestly, you did. It's not a hot dog.
Yo, listen, I don't like the hate, bro.
Nah, man, do your thing.
Instead of a hot dog, bacon. Instead of a hot dog bun, English muffin. Get a load of this guy.
This motherfucker, man. But yeah, man, that's Britain shit. Lucas, I wish you would have heard Britain's bullshit past, but you can also hear it on the podcast. You know what I'm trying to say? True. But it's pretty grimy, pretty disgusting, and I was genuinely shocked. I'm not gonna lie, I read that article full through the first time, and I was like, this is boring. So then I slowed down, I read it, and the first article I wanted to read was like, India wants their ring back from Elizabeth, and that probably is something. But then it was like India took it for somebody else, so that was like a bullshit story.
You know, I was curious if you were going to bring up anything about her death or anything on this episode.
Nah. Oh, okay. I think it meant just like forward. Nah, fuck her in general, just because I don't care about her. Like, she doesn't matter to me at all. She never did. There are more important people to talk about. I think so.
Like Link,
especially Link, for sure.
Do you have anything to say, bud?
Link, let me know.
Speak.
He said,
"Speak,
huh?
Speak."
You want to do it tomorrow?
So what are you doing tomorrow?
Working. And that's it. What's up? Till like 7.
What time you start?
9 or 8. Damn. What's up?
I was gonna say y'all should come to my restaurant, bro. We have brunch.
Well, I'm about to call out. Beers, I'm about to fucking go. No, you should come to the fucking Bear Burger, man. They got $1 beers, bro. That shit is. Yo, go to Bear Burger at LIC. $1 beers, 1 to 7, bro. I'll go to your restaurant. 3 to 7. Thank God. No, every weekday. That's fucking crazy. But $5 beers is good too. I'll pull up one day. We got some burgers on it.
I know I do. Okay, I do.
I'll give you this aluminum foil.
I'm waiting until we pause.
We're not gonna pause. We're gonna do Superman with this. Oh
no! God damn it! Now I gotta fucking censor that shit.
No, now we're on the A.M.C section. Ah! All right, so by the way, the whole time we've been shooting this podcast, we've been watching Rooster Teeth, right?
Rooster Teeth, Achievement Hunter,
their Infinite Uno game. And this shit has been going on for how long now? Like 2 days?
Since yesterday, since like 3 p.m. yesterday.
So like plus 48 hours? Oh no, like more than 30 hours.
More than 24 hours at this point.
At the very least.
Nearing the 30 hours for sure.
And the first 4 people that I saw have like I think 3 of them or 2 of them have been switched out by now. And they doing first subscribers. Every like what is it? Every subscriber they
every
get,
10 subscribers, everyone has to draw a card,
and they're up to 14,669 subscribers. So props to these motherfuckers. That's awesome, man. This is the future, and I love it, man. I love it.
You know, I don't think I told you, but the inspiration behind this is that
the paintball shit.
Well, no. Like years ago, they tried to play Uno on Xbox Live once, and the game lasted them like 2 hours.
And it crashed?
And no, they finished it, but it lasted like 2 hours. So they called the Let's Play Uno the movie. And it made headlines of like this 2-hour Let's Play is on IMDb as like one of the highest rated movies and whatever the case is and shit like that.
Yeah.
And so they decided to do Uno Infinite to kind of like one up themselves of like, we've done Uno the movie. Yeah. Now it's time to do Uno Infinite.
Okay.
And that's why they're doing this.
That's fucking awesome.
But yeah, no, I love these guys. So it's like, as soon as I heard this, I was like, yo, man, I got to check this shit out. I've been in and out of this shit since yesterday. It's pretty good.
I mean, I think it's a fun idea. And the more, I think the thing is that the more I watch it, the more I'm captivated with it. Because it's like, you can do whatever the fuck you want in this world and life. And I know that sounds like cheesy. Everybody always says that stuff. But for real, man, like you can just do whatever the fuck you do. And that's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
You do what you do until it's done. And then when it's done, you did it. And when you done did it, you can just do it again in a different form or fashion.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. With the sword.
With the sword. Sing. Sing.
We need some fucking swords on this podcast, man. That would be the most awkward thing. Look every day. Like, just, I don't like the reason those are there. There could have been a much happier reason for swords. Just got them from California. God damn, man. But nah. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put the Instagram live because I feel, but I don't know where to put it. So I think I'm gonna just put it like Right. Where should I put it?
I mean, you can like put it over
right
there,
right?
I don't know how well the audio will catch, but
you're right. Fuck it though. But I'll put it there. But as I'm going over there, explain to them what we're gonna talk about. And I know it's the AMC section, and today's the episode I'm choosing. But I think this is a very special AMC section right here. So I'm gonna go put it, and you tell the people.
So today, as AMC section, as we do, we go through AMC every week, albums, movies, and comics. Last week we went through a movie. What movie did we look at last week?
Green Room.
Yeah, we looked at Green Room last week, and then before that we looked at, what album did we look at? I can't even remember. Fucking
Blink-182.
Was that the last album we covered? I thought we
Mac Miller, I Love Life.
There we go. That's yeah. So, we've covered Blink-182, Dude Ranch. You covered Mac Miller, I Love Life, Thank You. We've covered Green Room by Jeremy Saulnier, the director. And so this week we're looking at a comic. As we do, we go around the cycle. And this week we're looking at All-Star Superman. It's a very special comic. It is considered one of the best comics to ever be written, hands down. I didn't know that. Yeah. It is a very special comic. I'm gonna put it up to the camera just a little bit. Put it up to the camera.
We could lean in on the Caso Amigos. But you know what I will say, man. I think this is a very special comic book. Shout out to, we got David here. We got my friend Patrick Naito. What the fuck is up? Say what's up to Patrick.
Sup, Patrick?
What the fuck is up, Patrick? Motherfucker, I see you. I miss you. Love you, bro. And today, yeah, man. Like Javi said, we are talking about Superman, and I think it is a special comic. And for me, it's one of those comics where I'm like, I don't understand how special it was, and it took me reading it. And there is a movie. Mm-hmm. I checked out the movie beforehand because I felt like you checked it out, right? I was gonna tell you to, but I felt like I had an inkling. I was like, you're probably gonna watch it anyway. I feel like it's important. And this was an interesting read, very interesting read. Recommended to me by Santos in Action City Comics in Greenpoint. Shout out to Santos. Hopefully we can have one on the podcast soon or just in that. Mm-hmm. Man. So usually with, all our AMC section, I always have notes. Oh shit. I always have notes for our AMC section. And today I decided something, man, because I didn't just read this comic, I took it. And I didn't take notes because I felt I really, really enjoyed this. And it's not that I didn't take notes because I was lazy and this and that, but I felt like that we could genuinely just talk about this comic book. Because the story is so vivid, true, well written. And I just wanted to shout out a couple of things, if you don't mind handing me your copy real quick.
Of course.
Nice. So I just wanted to hand out just a couple of things that you definitely already know. But everything I needed was here. It was written by Grant Morrison, penciled by Frank Quitely, digitally inked and colored by Jamie Grant, and lettered by Phil Balsman and Travis Lanham. What do you know about these people?
So Grant Morrison, I know, has been a big name throughout DC and throughout Marvel as well, but I would say more so DC. He's written a lot for DC. I think they actually kind of say his little bio in the back here.
The back is awesome. But read the back because that's the one thing I didn't read because I figured you know.
I'm going to read it for you. Right. But Grant Morrison has been working at DC Comics for 30 years after kicking off his American Comics career with acclaimed runs on Animal Man and Doom Patrol. Doom Patrol is something I want to read. I want to read Doom Patrol so badly.
You haven't read it yet?
Not by him.
Next idea to do a fucking...
Since then, he has written such best-selling series as JLA, which is Justice League of America, Batman, and New X-Men, as well as such creator-owned titles as The Invincibles, Seaguy, The Filth, and WE3. Mm-hmm. In recent years, Morrison has been hard at work expanding the DC universe in titles ranging from the Eisner Award-winning titles Seven Soldiers and All-Star Superman to the Weekly 52 to the reality-shattering, multiverse-spanning epic that is Final Crisis. In his secret identity, Morrison is a counterculture spokesperson, a musician, an award-winning playwright, and chaos magician. He lives and works between Los Angeles and his home in Scotland. So that's a writer for you, Grant Morrison. So I don't know. I can't pinpoint any writings of his that have impacted me directly up until this comic.
But he definitely has a past.
Yes, he's a very much well-known name in the comics industry, and I just have never gotten my hands on any of his comics up until now. However, Frank Quitely,
I feel like I've heard his name so many times from you before, and not like so many times, like it's been thousands. I just know I've heard his name before. So I know.
I don't think I've ever told you about Frank Quietly.
Oh shit! Then I feel like it's one of those names that just sounds iconic as fuck. Then because I feel like it's. I thought I had.
I mean, what I know Frank Quietly from, which they don't credit him in this, is Jupiter's Legacy. Jupiter's Legacy is a comic written by Mark Miller, who's written such things as Kick-Ass and Superman Red Sun and other stories like that. But Frank Quietly, and something that I learned about this comic is that it started in 2006, but didn't finish until 2008.
Yes.
It's only 12 issues.
Yeah.
So there was definitely a time in between issues as they came out, it seems like. And I feel like that's only because of Frank Quietly.
Okay.
Because as I was reading Jupiter Legacy 2, as that was coming out, issues would get delayed. And I would have to...
do you know why they got delayed?
They would get delayed because of Frank Quietly.
Oh, okay.
He needed more time to work on these issues. And I think when you look at his artwork, it definitely speaks to the fact that he's a man that needs the time to like very intricately work on his craft. I
heard a lot about its detail to, you know, just the drawing of everything, you know what I mean? Like it's very crucial, very important, very fucking specific. Like even the wrinkles on the face of the characters are just so specific to what they needed. So I mean, it's not just, I feel like this is one of the moments when comic books where like I got to really emphasize the story, but also the artwork. And I feel like the artwork was happening behind the scenes for me, because to me the story was something I was really trying to capture, but the artwork is very crucial. Even the cover, which we did a little like joking thing on it with everything, but it's important, man, and it's very unique.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just read his bio real quick. But Frank Quietly was born in Glasgow in 1968. Since 1988, he's drawn The Greens, which is self-published, Blackheart, Missionary Man, Shimura, Inaba, 10 shorts for Paradox Press, 6 shorts for Vertigo, Flex Mentalo, 2020 Visions, Batman The Scottish Connection, The Kingdom Offspring, JLA Earth 2, The Invisibles, Transmetropolitan, The Authority, Captain America, New X-Men, The Sandman, Endless Nights, WE3, All-Star Superman, and Batman and Robin.
Oh, shit.
He has also created covers for Negative Burn, Judge Dredd Magazine, Classic 2000 AD, Jonah Hex, Books of Magic, Life During Wartime, Bike Club, American Virgin, and All-Star Batman.
Was that Bike Club like, what is it, like bite?
Like, yeah, like a bite, like,
yeah.
And he lives in Glasgow with his wife and 3 children. He used to design his own hats and clothing, and is currently his favorite hobby is cooking.
Oh shit! About to cook us a meal, bro. For talking about the comic book, trying to get this fucking cover here.
But that's Grant Morrison and Frank Quietly. Jamie Grant is the guy who did all the digital inks and colors to the whole series to Frank Quietly's art. I'll just read his bio real quick just to give him some real creds. Jamie Grant first appeared in 1968 in Dunfermline, Scotland. As he grew to reading size, he began to read a lot of comics. Later, when bigger, he penned Blank Expression, which was self-published, and painted Missionary Man for the Judge Dredd magazine while performing many other demeaning commercial art services in exchange for money, which he spent on comics.
Say that one more time. What did he do?
While performing many other demeaning commercial art services in exchange for money, which he spent on comics. Since 1999, he's lived and gotten thoroughly wasted in Glasgow while publishing many issues of Northern Lights, an underground anthology comic. He also founded Hope Street Studios, a true comics den, where he crafted the digital inking and coloring techniques applied to Vertigo's WE3 before tackling All-Star Superman. His favorite music to color comic book Super Spandex 2 is Devo, The Mothers of Invention, and Frank Black. Jamie's personal coat of arms: it doesn't take me long to work half an hour, no job too dangerous.
Yeah, man.
And those are the bios of the main creators of this story.
And I like that they include them all the way in the back because it's kind of like selfless. Because you could put that shit in the beginning when you want. Not to take away from it, like, you know, even, what's his name, who wrote Tom King, who wrote Mr. Miracle and stuff like that, right? Like his stuff was in the beginning, but I think it brought a lot of life to the story. And I feel like with this, the center, like, especially when you call something like All-Star Superman, like there's an emphasis on, of course, Superman, you go. And I just think that like the ending, like for me, at the very least, when I read and I finished it, I was like, no, man, like, this is kind of like a Superman 101 story, but there's definitely a lot of stuff that I didn't know that applies to this.
Yeah, I mean, something that I like that I don't think you might be aware of, but the All-Star title behind like DC Comics, All-Star is what was a line created by DC where creators could tell sort of a definitive version of these characters in a non-canon, non-continuity kind of way.
And there's Batman has one, right?
Yes, he has his own All-Star series.
Was there one other character that didn't get to get one, but they were working on it? Because I thought I read that. But Batman definitely has one, and who else?
Batman definitely has one. I forget the other characters that also have their own All-Star series. But All-Star has been a series that was dedicated to trying to make creators definitive versions of what these characters are to them.
Yeah.
And it had been a while since they had done an All-Star title when they did All-Star Superman. So it had been a while, and so it was kind of like a play on words of like, yeah, we're kind of bringing it back, but not really. But this is sort of like our version of Superman, our definitive, non-canon, non-continuity version of Superman.
Yeah. And
if you don't know what that means, it's just like, in terms of the overarching story of DC and everything, this story does not take place within like main storyline stuff. So everything that happens in this comic does not actually reflect upon the rest of the DC universe in the comics. This is just kind of like a one-off. This is like what most
on its own and everything.
Yes, what DC would refer to as an Elseworld story, and DC refers to that as a lot. Elseworld, which is just a story in a different universe, a different version of this character, and whatever the case is. But yeah, that's All-Star Superman. The premise of it, real quick, is just very simple. Superman gets poisoned by solar radiation, which is very ironic considering how he got his powers. But he gets poisoned by solar radiation, and the entire comic, the entire 12 issues, is just him dealing with that, of how he is now dying and has to sort of come to terms with his death, and how that affects not only him, but the world and the people closest to him.
And even though it affects the world, it also has a lot to do with Superman's, like, what is he going to do when he dies? Because Superman is never supposed to die. Superman is somebody who's always supposed to exist. And you kind of see this different light. Again, like, because it has nothing to do with all the DC, other acts and everything and stories, it's just a very unique take on a man that's, again, probably one of the strongest superheroes ever created, if not the strongest, right? Would you say he's the strongest?
In the DC universe, I think Darkseid has beaten him up plenty of times.
Who's Darkseid?
Before. He's basically like the DC version of Thanos.
Got you.
Yeah.
So, but even then, and it's so quick to bring up the point that Superman is dying too. And the beginning is just, doing regular Superman stuff, saving the science project that is to collect matter of the sun and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the project or the mission was for like this.
It was just to collect some of the sun. And they were finally coming back, and then a monster was sent by Lex Luthor, to just kind of sabotage the project, and he kind of did that knowing that Superman would go and save them. So I thought that was very interesting. But the death part is the whole story.
I think since we've both seen the film, I think what's interesting is how much the film kind of leaves out, which is pretty interesting.
Yes. I wanted to get that in later on because I think that's kind of like my quarrel with the film, and I'm happy that we didn't cover the film because for me, this comic book was everything that I needed for this story. Because there was even some parts where I'm like, this is hard to read when we get to like Bizarro and everything like that. Like, this is like what? But you understood it anyway. But there was some parts that like even what's his name, the guy who dresses weirdly, Jimmy Olsen. Even that was like, what is happening? I kind of didn't get it, but I just had to reread pages and be like, hey, let me just see how I can manage this story. But I understood it all, and the movie kind of just filled in the gaps for some things. But I wish they included everything.
I think the movie is for people. I think the movie kind of spoon feeds the audience comparatively to the comic.
Yes.
Like there are things that are just not said in the comic that they just do in the movie, and they very explicitly say it.
Because they're very line for line in the movie off the beginning. Like super every line is phrased exactly how it's written. There are some change ups, but for the most part, it really is just everything resembles the comic book. Even I was surprised because I was like, oh shit, like this is fucking awesome to see a comic book come to life in terms of a movie. And then you saw it go on later and you're like, damn, why did they not include this? And why didn't they put this and everything? And I was just like, I get it. It's a movie. And that's why I think one of the major factors. Yo, Link licking the garlic fell on my lap. So Link licking. One of the major factors of this comic compared to the movie, which kind of became a movie comic book section in a way, is that it very much made me appreciate. Like, this is the first time I was like, the book was bad, bro, because it was, man. Yeah, it genuinely is, because you live a whole different world with the fucking books.
I mean, there are just things that the movie doesn't even. Look at all. It just completely goes over.
And in some ways, it kind of expects you to have already known the comic book, you know? But in other ways, you can also see that it's, again, spoon-feeding the watcher, because some people don't read comic books, especially nowadays more. And the movie came out, I think, 2011.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so...
2008, 2011, something like that.
So it makes total sense because, again... I know during COVID, and this is one of the first things talked about on Mask NYC. YouTube, look up MSK NYC. But comic books sales rose to the highest it's been in a while, right? During COVID, when everybody was staying at home and shit. It's just, but you can't predict that. And I assume that movie sales and viewership of like Marvel movies and this and that just are much more popular the more technology grows. And reading, I don't think is as popular, although will never die out. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, because like I feel like this is a pretty thick story to get into in terms of like really going through it issue by issue.
Yeah,
but I mean, I'll just say this is a story that I've always wanted to read. Like, for someone who's into comics as much as I am, this is a story that has kind of missed me up until now. Like, this is something I've always wanted to read. So when you said we're reading this, I said, fuck yeah.
Yeah, man.
And I was really happy to read it because I think it's one of the favorite one of my favorite comics I've read, hands down. Period.
And you've read this before?
No, I've never read this before.
Oh, awesome! That's fucking cool. And to me, again, I get lucky. I got lucky with this one because again, it was thanks to Action City Comic Santos for recommending it, and I almost really chose the other Spider-Man one that he recommended. You know, I know you're reading this other comic book. Something on the
Nice House on the Lake.
Yeah, so I almost went to that. But like I've also told you from the beginning that I've always wanted to get into a Superman comic book and shit like that because I always feel that it's so classic. And which one would be the perfect one to start off with? And I feel like this is one that really takes the cake. I know I can't really compare on my own experience of things, but it's like when I read Mr. Miracle, I was like sad. I was like kind of introspective, right? I was kind of just philosophical. And with the Superman, I was kind of just on board. You know, and
yeah, I mean, the only Superman comics I read before this were Peter J. Tomasi's Superman as well as Brian Michael Bendis' Superman.
Okay.
And Peter J. Tomasi writes a great Superman. His run on Superman was phenomenal.
What did he write?
He wrote like, I want to say at least 30 issues, 50 issues, something like that, of Superman, where it's all about Superman basically raising a family with him. What's her face?
Lois Lane?
Lois. I want to say Lana. But that's the other girl, Lana Lang.
Gustavo.
But it's him, Lois, and the two of them living on a farm raising their son, John Kent. And that's Peter Tomasi's run of just like them basically being a family. And I really love his run. I think it's so good.
Was Superman like the father in that?
Yeah, he's the father. Like John Kent is his son and stuff like that. Superman, Clark Kent, and Lois Lane are the parents.
Okay.
And their son is John Kent, basically Superboy.
And it's interesting. Oh, John Kent is a kid?
Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. Oh, okay, say.
Yeah, John Kent is Superboy. And so it's like their run is basically just the three of them being a family and Superboy learning to be Superboy and how one day he needs to be Superman and just kind of that legacy.
Was it Super Dog there?
Yeah, they have Crypto and everything.
Yeah, there we go. My bad. I thought it was Super Dog.
But yeah, it's a great fucking read. Like Peter Tomasi's Superman run is phenomenal, so good from beginning to end. And so that's like the most I have in terms of Superman. So reading this, I was like, this was like comfort food to me.
Yeah, man.
This was like mashed potatoes and gravy. Yeah. I read this and I was like, yo, man, I feel so at home. Like this is like the hero that we need. This is the hero that needs to be fighting for us. Yeah. Like even when it comes to
like cliche superpower shit, Superman shit, but it's also just like I felt like from the beginning, like from my beginning impression was like this story is moving super fast. Like this is a very fast moving story, but then it was like, stories I'm so used to with comic books is like the hero comes, the hero faces a conflict, the hero does this, the hero does that, this more conflict, whatever personality traits match the superhero, end. And what this one is like, we already know Superman's great. We already know this and that, and we always expect it because, of course, Superman, right? But with the offset of the unique challenge that Superman is dying, imagine we always get asked this question like, "What would you do if you knew you were dying next week?" You know. And the funny thing is that a lot of because I just finished watching the Avengers movies. I mean the first phase, right? And a lot of it related, and the first thing that I'll relate to this because the first thing mentioned is Superman's death is basically just. They asked Iron Man in Iron Man 2, they were like, what would you do if you knew you were dying? And Scarlett Johansson says, I will do whatever I want. And so Iron Man does whatever he wants. But instead of doing this, Superman, he's like, I'm gonna fucking, you know, like get the stuff done that I need to. Such a responsible way of dying. You know?
I mean, like Superman is such a Boy Scout. Yeah. And man. Like something that I was looking into for sure. It's something that I've known in general.
And Iron Man party, by the way, he partied his ass off. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention the contrast. You know, my bad.
But like Superman is a very difficult character to write because I guess like the best example I could give you something that you might be familiar with. I don't know if you are One Punch Man.
Yes, the conqueror of everything. What problems did he have? You know?
So that's like the biggest difficulty when it comes to writing a character like Superman. How do you write a character that's basically indestructible?
Yeah. How do you make him interesting?
And that's something Grant Morrison really just said, oh yeah, well, what if he started to die? Yeah. And because we have the other Superman tale that we haven't read, which I haven't read, The Death of Superman, which came out during the 90s.
And there's a movie that I seen that was there that I didn't obviously watch it because I don't want to come across that yet. But there's a movie called Death of Superman. I was like, what? Like that's a thing. But I'm pretty sure Brian told me about that in the past, so I don't know how sure of it I am. But
it's based off of the comic. It's based off of the comic, so.
Which I'll read first before I do fucking that, you know.
So it's like
we got Brian on the line, by the way.
Oh shit!
Say what's up to Brian.
Get a load of this guy.
Oh, he signed up. No, but the Death of Superman is
But yeah,
it's interesting. It's based on the comic.
Yeah, it's just because by the time that this was written, we've had Death of Superman already. So we've seen Superman die. And so this was just another take of how Superman dies. And how did Grant Morrison make that interesting? Yeah. He didn't make it a big battle. No. Instead, he made it, what is Superman going to do in his last days knowing he's going to die?
And even a lot of his challenges that he faces, he didn't fight them off physically. He kind of did it mentally. That's one thing that I saw. Because I really try to watch a whole bunch of stuff that kind of explained this to me. But I also, like I watched one almost explained video, but it was really just what to think about before you read the comic book. And then I watched the movie. And overall, my thoughts were this, just let me not have this explained to me. Let me just take it as I will. And the movie kind of summed up, it kind of brought certain scenes to life that I didn't understand. And the explanation also just brought up aspects that I thought were important to consider while reading it, you know? And
I'm sorry, hold on. Wait.
Don't worry about
what
it.
Do you want?
Another one?
Yeah. Go ahead. Continue.
So basically I'm saying like the explanation or the like kind of like the video that I watched was kind of giving me ideas of what to expect and think about when you're reading this, but it avoided major spoilers. It kind of just went through like certain sections of it. Obviously, if you've never watched it, don't watch the video of anything, just read the book. And the movie kind of brought certain scenes to life that I was confused about, and it kind of made me like understand what I was seeing and what I was reading. You get me? And so usually we do go by like page by page and stuff like that. And with this one, again, I feel that every volume, every issue of the volume has this certain traits that you prefer to talk about and this and that. So we could just go through like what were the major highlights per each issue.
Yeah, I mean, with the first issue, it's just pretty classic. It's Superman getting on his story and shit. Yeah, well, I think
we got this fucking beautiful imagery, and it's not so many pages like this, but this is a beautiful one right here.
There's not a lot of splashes or spreads. There's maybe one throughout every issue, but not a lot.
Not really.
But I mean, the very beginning of the comic. Very simple. 4 panels, and it's Superman's origin in 4 panels. Doomed planet, showing Krypton. Desperate scientist, showing Jor-El and his wife. Last hope, showing Superman's ship escaping Krypton as it's being destroyed. And Martha and Martha and John Kent looking down and holding the cape. Kindly couple.
Yeah.
And then it just opens up to Superman flying by the sun. Yeah. This beautiful spread.
Yeah. Beautiful, gorgeous.
And I think that's a theme throughout the comic of like Superman being almost like a god.
Yeah. Because he is one.
Like a god of the sun and just this physically bright person who, to the point that by the end of the comic, he is literally bursting at the seams of brightness.
He is energy.
He is energy. And I think that sort of like symbolism really speaks throughout the comic, where this is Superman at his most like deity like. And the first issue is just like, yo man, they fucking, this shit is going down with the mission on the sun.
And the sabotage plan made him smarter, more creative, much better.
Yeah.
Be able to resist kryptonite.
He fucking saves the people on the sun, gets them out of there, and it gives him extraordinary powers.
Yeah.
Better powers than before, but with the caveat.
Better powers, better pizza.
Better pizza, Papa John's. With the caveat that he is now dying.
Yes.
And I think very early on, we get a pretty great idea of the difference between Superman and Clark Kent.
One thing that I saw at the end, I'm sure you read this too, they really wanted to show, because usually the difference they show between Clark Kent and Superman was what?
Like the glasses.
Yeah. And what they showed here is that they really, like when you really see Superman drawn here and then Clark Kent, there's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Clark Kent is much bulgier, way more clumsier, which is not really a physical aspect, more so an acting aspect. But they also mentioned that they wanted to really bring to life how Superman will be able to loosen his belly and like outspread his shoulders and make him so pigeon-toed because he has that ability. He has that muscle control. You get me? And how all of his accidents, all of his clumsiness really lead to saving other people's lives.
Even when he's not Superman, he's still on the clock.
And he just makes it so nonchalant that it comes off across as just an accident. But really it's, just saving a life. And I thought that was really cool. And that comes at the end, just them talking about Superman and Lois Lane, how they depicted them. But I think just off the impression of the whole comic book, I think that's important to realize because it's impressive artwork and idea thinking,
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I was aware of even before reading this, that I knew that Frank quietly drew Clark Kent and Superman as different people. And I think it speaks to sort of even Lois Lane questioning who's Clark Kent. And you do a great impersonation of Clark Kent.
Her paranoia and shit like that.
Her whole paranoia. And I think that speaks a lot to it of like, she tells Superman, so if you're telling me the truth now, then that means you've been lying all these years.
Because he unveils himself, because now that he knows he's dying, he unveils himself as Superman to her. But she can't differentiate who's who because she's like, there's no way Clark Kent is Superman. But again, like you said, like if you are Superman, then you've been lying to me, and that's almost as bad. And you know what? I never thought about that. I've never thought about how he is lying to her the whole time and how unfair that is to her. Because if he loves her like he says he does, why are you lying to her the whole time? Damn.
Yeah, and it's just it's a real thing. And it's just like that's the curse that superheroes have to deal with, keeping their secret identity to themselves.
Because you don't want to risk the people that you love to put them in danger and shit like that. So then he brings her to the Fortress of Solitude.
And the entire time she's just super skeptical.
Yeah. And it looks crazy. And then there's so many weird figures in this. Well, the movie captured it perfectly. But even one of them that's obviously the most standing out one is the big penny by the Joker, and it reads, "The bad penny, good for one crime, Joker." And it's like, why does Superman have that? Of course he has that to just, keep it away from his enemies, because the whole point of why he has all these things. But it kind of also is telling of, why are you keeping that shit? You know,
I mean, this is like basically his back cave.
Yeah,
like the Fortress of Solitude is where he can put whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that he has a Sun Eater in the Fortress of Solitude is just like he can have whatever the fuck he want in his fortress, and it's just that's
he
him.
has the key right under the mat, and she's like, "Why do you keep the key there?" And he's like, "Try to pick it up." and he's like, "Oh shit." Yeah. First of all, Lois Lane is drawn beautifully here. Like, there's a lot of like, you know, the other lady that I think was the most gorgeous drawn in comic books is the Sandman's sister.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Sister? Yeah, she is gorgeous, but Lois Lane's bad as fuck, right? Bro, like, I will say that for sure. I understand a little bit of the cosplayers, you know. No, but she's drawn absolutely beautiful. It's kind of crazy. I just turned to the page that we're on, and I'm putting the movie right here on. Okay. That's kind of weird. That's literally the same page. Like this scene right here, her showering, which I'm not trying to be weird about, is her showering right here. That's so weird. The viewers see it. Whoa. Yeah. So I mean, the movie's gonna surpass us, of course. But yeah, I mean, the whole part goes to the Fortress of Solitude, him showing her around. He shows her the Sun Eater and stuff like that. And
she's all super paranoid because what we learn of later that she gets like kind of infected by like synthesized chemicals and whatever.
Because she peeked in a room that she wasn't supposed to peek in, and she saw it as him creating this weird, morbid area of people, like creating people or like mind controlling people, but it really was sewing a super suit for her to wear because he gives her the powers of Superman for 24 hours. Mm-hmm. And I mean, she zaps him with kryptonite before that.
Yeah, I mean, before that, they see like the future, like Superman and whatever. Like you see this one dude and the bandages and stuff like that comes up. Yeah. She says he says the horrible answer is before you. Now, my question, future must know. Great conundrum. Answer first, reception poor. Here, listen carefully. And Miss Lane is like, what the fuck are you going on about? And that's a thread that the movie definitely does not play on. No.
And I wish it did, because that was my favorite fucking thing with the Jonathan Kent, you know, graveyard thing and everything with the bandaged face. And we get that more in a bit, but that's my favorite part of the whole book, man. Like, I was like, why did you skip this fucking issue? You know what I'm trying to say?
But yeah, like Lois, she grabs a kryptonite gun. Yeah, she tries to fire at Clark, and
because she doesn't want to be she doesn't want to be a part of his like human.
She thinks that he's gonna like use her to like birth like super powered babies and whatever. Yeah,
which is not the case at all.
And she's just bugging pretty much.
She's hoeing.
She's hoeing on the streets.
Get the sword!
Get the sword! But she zaps Superman with the kryptonite gun. Yeah. And he's like, ow. And he's like, interesting way to discover I become immune to green kryptonite radiation. Because
when he gets, it tickles. But yeah, she gets the powers. They easily fuck up they don't fuck up the lizard they come across, because he wanted to basically paint the town red with Lois Lane. And he's like, I'm sorry to interrupt, but some motherfuckers fucking up New York City. We gotta go. Metropolis. Whoops. Metropolis is a lizard. But before they get there, there's two guys by the name of Samson and who else?
I forgot the other guy's name.
Me too. What's his name? Let's see. Let's figure it out. What the fuck is his name? What the fuck? I mean, blonde guy. Oh, Romeo. I just said Romeo because you're Dominican. So, I don't want to, you know. Fuck it. But yeah, they run into him, and you know they're just kind of like jaw dropped at Lois Lane. They're like, "Yo, Lois Lane's fucking gorgeous," and Superman.
They're like, "Damn,
Lois Lane, what the fuck is up with you? Fuck Superman, bro. Fuck There ain't nothing super about Superman, bro. You know, come to Samson and shit." And so they basically compete over her, and Superman's like, "Hey, I have a date with Lois Lane in Atlantis." And they're like, "No, you don't, bro." Like,
they're like, "That's cool, but like, you know, I might gotta steal off your hands."
And I think one of the important aspects of this whole thing is that, you know, it also shows that Superman gets jealous, and these are very human-like qualities for a man that's a god. You know, so they're kind of just fighting over Superman and shit.
I mean, I think it also, in retrospect, also speaks to his humanity. Yeah. Because he is the most, you could say that he is the most human alien out there. Yeah. And so I think his jealousy very much so speaks to his humanity of like, even he is very much capable of these certain petty feelings and whatever the case might be.
And how universal are emotions and love and like evil and this and that, because evil is just everywhere. And I think one of the craziest things about Captain Marvel is when Nick Fury's in the car with Captain Marvel and they're heading to the secret base, and he looks at her and he's like, this is you have a personal quarrel with this, war. Like, all war is universal, and I see that you have something personal going on here. And I feel like that even speaks to this, because Captain Marvel is a crazy motherfucker. Like, she has the powers of... Would she be stronger than Superman, do you think? Or she's... that's a weird question. It's a what-if question, right?
I think she might be about as strong, or maybe a little less slightly strong.
Because she's a woman? Because she's a fucking woman, Javi?
She used to be a man, all right?
Oh, shit.
So there you go, bud.
What the fuck? Blew my mind, bitch. What the fuck? I did not expect that. Anyways, that's awesome. We'll talk about that later. We're in Superman right now. What? But even then, I'm not surprised, because either way, they could have been both strong. I'm 2022. 2022. But basically,
I love how you do a little fun. You're like, hey, man.
It just it accentuates my point, if that's a word. Ultimately, Samson tries to impress Lois Lane, so he gives her this necklace from a different place that they don't even know, but it's made of uranium or this and that.
Something like that.
And then it turns out they were just using it to bait this like pyramid guy.
And Atlas is the other guy's name.
Atlas? I thought it was Romeo.
No,
she was probably being sarcastic,
yeah,
like Romeo.
I think she was just being sarcastic. Atlas is the other guy's name. Yeah. But also throughout this time, like, Lois is kind of being like a little flirty with them too. And I was like, damn, Lois.
Stop holding before I whip out the sword.
I was like, damn, Lois. Like, and I get it, it's your birthday, but chill.
And Superman's even like, what happened? We have a date. And she's like, you know what? At least they're trying, or some shit. Like, she's some hoeing shit.
She's like, chill out. We're just having fun. And I'm like, damn, Lois.
And Superman's like, yo, motherfucker, if you don't get over here right now, bro, I'm gonna call Queen Elizabeth, the swordsman, and Damien and Miles Sanderson right now to fuck you up. And eventually, the guy comes back to reclaim his necklace, and the tyrant's son, and he basically kills and keeps her alive at the same time, unless Superman answers a question. And basically, it's basically this: return what was. Oh no, he says, what was the question?
The question is,
what happens?
What happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object?
And Superman, again, he can't use his power. He can't use his, what is it, like ice breath.
He can't use anything. His powers.
He just has to use his brain.
His brain.
And what he says is, you surrender. And in the movie,
he even laughs about it. He says, how about this?
In the movie, they show that the answer was written on the back of the newspaper that Samson had. Is that shown here too?
It is not.
So I feel
that's
like
something that I felt like was a hand in terms of like spoon feeding the audience.
Because I felt like, I mean, Superman is also like, I'm not saying he's super smart. I mean, it could be that he is. He knows everything.
Well, he's become smarter from the solar radiation.
And more creative.
So,
So I feel that when I saw that, I was like, come on, bro. That's a handout right there. Because obviously he sees everything in front of his face. But in the comic book, fuck the movie, he said he answers correctly and he reaches Lois Lane back. And, he saves her life. Even though she's super, which is kind of crazy. And even then, these horny motherfuckers, Samson and what else is his name?
They're like, oh, that wasn't good enough. Fucking like, wrestle me,
we
guy.
Still here, bro. I don't know, bro. GTO, bro. Gym Tan Laundry. So basically, he arm wrestles them, and he breaks their arm.
And just fucking completely destroys them. Lois has a fucking boulder fall on her head, and she's like, "Oh!"
And he says fuck off. He takes her on a date to Metropolis, and they have
Atlantis.
To Atlantis, my fuck. But then this is my favorite scene of them, and when I'm showing her right now is Lois Lane and Superman kissing on the moon. I'm assuming, or what seems to be the moon with the Earth behind them. And who drew this again? Frank Quitely.
Frank Quitely.
This for me right here gives me why Frank Quitely can take however long he wants to take. Take fucking 10 years if you want, Frank Quitely. This is such a beautiful fucking image of two like super gods just existing on their own. And just I feel that to represent a love like that, like it's like a picture perfect match. And it's so beautiful, man. And I very, very, very much enjoy the photo. Even though it's pretty cliche, kind of like, lovey-dovey, romantic, just the beginning of the story.
Got the leg up.
Yeah, like, but it's classic. And what is Superman except classic? You feel me? Oh, we got Lauren watching, bro. Say what's up to Lauren, bro.
What's up, Lauren?
Lauren, we just talking about this gorgeous ass photo of Superman kissing Lois Lane. We're talking about All-Star Superman. If you can hear us, I hope you can hear us. But then the story continues, and Superman and Lois Lane finish tonight. And the last thing he wants to say, which they didn't include in the movie, he was like, will you wanting to propose, right? He wants to propose here?
Yeah, he kind of like tries to sort of like hint at it a little bit, and it never gets really.
And then she
across.
falls asleep, and he's like,
and she falls
get the
asleep.
sword. No, she falls asleep. She falls asleep, and then we get to issue 4. I'm sorry,
issue 4.
And this is one of the ones that kind of confused, but it's Jimmy Olsen War. And now explain to me this: why does Jimmy Olsen have a watch that calls Superman?
Because he's Superman's buddy.
Ah, okay. At first, I thought he was his enemy.
Nah, he's Superman's buddy. Like, there are definitely a few things in this comic that I would say you would have to have general Superman knowledge of to know of before reading this. Like, knowing that Jimmy Olsen is like Superman's like best friend, pretty much.
For me, it was hard to like see this and with the video afterwards, and obviously the later like issues towards the end of the book. It was like, okay, no, definitely he is. And ultimately what this issue shows is just Jimmy Olsen saving Superman. In some sense. Yeah, and it's like, again, like the most powerful man on earth needs somebody else's help. And that's fucking crazy.
There's been a lot of comics about Jimmy Olsen and stuff throughout the past and stuff. And Jimmy Olsen is a great character. Yeah, man. I saw that Grant Morrison, he said that he really wanted to make Jimmy Olsen a character that wasn't like how he was in the tropes.
A buffoon and shit.
Yeah,
like a fucking
buffoon or anything like that.
He wanted to make him a key aspect to everything Superman is a part of, and he's a part of with him.
He really wanted to make it realistic that this could be Superman's best friend.
Yeah, man.
So, and I think that shows because Jimmy Olsen is very much so his own character throughout this entire series.
And he does anything he can to help him, to protect him, to do what he can and stop him from just... And I remember at the end of the issue, he drops himself on Superman after taking some, like... So he has like a needle gun or something like that. And Superman thinks it's for him. And it's like, that's for me. And he becomes this powerful being and he drops on Superman. He's like, make sure nobody sees this. Because he understands that somebody as powerful as Superman can't be seen. Huh? Who, Jimmy Olsen? Oh, because he what happens to Superman that he becomes so evil in this, or that he has to be stopped?
And which issue was that?
The one with Jimmy Olsen. Why does he fight against him in it?
It's
because something happens to him,
black
right?
kryptonite that they
turns
find.
him evil, right?
Turns him evil.
Of course, it's black kryptonite.
Damn.
It's kryptonite of color, actually. So I'm gonna need you to watch him out. Huh? There's probably all shades of kryptonite. But then when the two people witness Superman going bad, he's like, don't show nobody this. And I feel like it's important to show, because even in Iron Man, the movie, when he went rogue, everybody kind of lost faith in Iron Man. And I feel like it's important to see, man. It's like seeing a cop do people dirty. It's like, can we trust this cop if we don't trust them with any basic responsibility for all human beings? So it's like, that was a cool issue, and it showed the importance of Jimmy Olsen.
And they team up like Luthor and Superman.
Oh yeah, I mean, in a way, the next issue is the interview with Lex Luthor and Clark Kent.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's cool about the series in general is that a lot of these issues sort of take turns looking at the different characters in Superman's lives.
There's a focus on them.
Yeah, like we have the issue with Lois Lane, the 2 issues of Lois Lane, and then we cut to Jimmy Olsen.
True.
And then from after Jimmy Olsen, we cut to Lex Luthor pretty much, where after Jimmy Olsen sort of takes the the Doomsday Serum.
And real quick, not even just, how can I say, like his relationship with them, but they also even personify the character, like Lois Lane, like her paranoia, and Jimmy Olsen, like his dressing and shit like that, like little characteristics that kind of bring them more to life, which kind of attributes to the writing of it and the story. You know what I mean? Alongside the visual art to it, I think it's a match made in heaven when it comes to Frank Whiteley and who wrote this?
Grant Morrison.
Yeah, both of them did exactly what they had to do, and it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think episode, or I love how each of the issues are referred to as episodes too. But I think issue 5, The Gospel According to Lex Luthor, starts with such a strong opening that the movie does not have. Yeah. Where it says Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, Al Capone, Adolf Hitler, Lex Luthor. You freely admit that these vile and appalling criminals are the men you revere above all as heroes and role models. Your insane schemes have placed in jeopardy the lives of every man, woman, and child on this planet. Have you anything more to say before I deliver the verdict to this court? And it's just
Lex Luthor don't give a fuck. He's just like, yo, bro, get this over with, man. Send me to jail. And you know what that reminds me of, man? Of Loki and Avengers in the first one, where he just like put me in the chamber. Because he knows what he wants to do already. I know like there's a lot of callbacks to like that because I just finished watching the phase 1 and stuff like that. But it's like there's so much resemblance, but their own takes on it. And so when Luthor went to jail, he was like, I know what the fuck I'm doing. And so for me, I was like, why the fuck you want to go to jail so bad, Lex Luthor? You know, what's your plan? And I mean, we knew his plan from the beginning, you know, but just to see it play out.
That's something that like was kind of spoiled in the movie, where like it's a reveal later in the comic of like Lex Luthor was behind this all along. Like, well, not a reveal, but it gets revealed to Superman is more so.
But we always know what's happened.
Yeah, like from the beginning of the comic, we knew that that Lex Luthor was behind it, but Superman didn't. Yeah. It wasn't until this issue that Superman figures out that, or Clark Kent figures out that Lex Luthor is the one that's killing, that causes this.
And I feel like it's important because, again, it takes away the attention of, you know, again, will he prevail? It's like, no, he's not going to. He's dying. You get me? So like the fact that he's dying is that we already know that. So how is he going to cope with death? You know, and even coping with death is something that we said this before, but humans only cope with death from the beginning of life towards it. You know, even now we're coping with death in some sense.
And Lois even refers to it later when she's like, that's why Clark like took like a week off or something after he did that interview, because that was for her clicking in the facts of like, oh man, like that must have been some crazy shit that he found out that he was poisoning him in that moment.
And one thing that filled the gaps a lot for me, this is just a little back to the how can I say, just when he was showing her around the Fortress of Solitude, when she was like, wait, how are you Clark Kent and Superman when you gave Superman the key to the city? And he was like, oh, Batman was filling it for me. And she was like, how about when you were there when Superman was there? Like, that was a robot. And it's just like Superman has all the answers. And again, the man with all the answers in this, you know, volume, no answers, no responses, it's just reactions. And all humans, all we're doing is reacting to the moment. And that's something Superman, you know, he's done always, but he's never had to do that in terms of morbidity. Yeah. You know? So it's very interesting.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
so he's interviewing.
I thought this was a great issue where he's interviewing Lex, and Lex, it just shows.
There's a lot of great lines in there.
It just shows Clark's like buffoonity of just like falling around and stuff like that.
And even Lex Luthor's ignorance, you know, like for the man who planned it all, he can't see right in front of his face that Clark Kent is controlling everything. Really, like even when he thinks he's at the most control, which he is, because he's literally killing Superman. He's in the prison where he has all control, but there's one clumsy reporter in front of him. It's kind of like hiding in plain sight. And to do so is kind of just, you know, what is it? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, you know? And so that's exactly what's happening here. He's on his Sun Tzu type shit, you know what I mean? Like the art of war, motherfucker. Nah, but it's very incredible. And I like how they go about everything because they do it very cleverly. Again, they always maintain Lex Luthor's prowess. Like he's always the one on top, but Clark Kent is keeping him on top because that's where he's the safest.
And there's even the moment where like he starts to question Clark Kent, like, "Oh, I know you like Lois, but she'll never like you because Superman exists."
Yeah. And when the parasite is like seeking the biggest power he's ever witnessed, and Clark Kent kept saying like, "Oh, it's the bullets you're shooting at him. Like it's only the, you know, this and that, but it's really the parasite that seeks power, seeking Superman, who has the most power ever." Like at one point, the parasite says, "The power of the sun." I'm quoting, not the movie, but also in the comic book. Because Superman is the greatest power I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I think that's something that the movie portrayed pretty well, where it shows Superman literally glowing. And so it's like, he is the sun.
And I wonder if in one sense, because it's not really shown in the comic or the movie, if Lex Luthor ever thought that he was the power. You know? I know he isn't because he knows scientifically he isn't, but like in some sense, you feel me? Like just a little throw in, you know, because he like the last person he'd suspect with the most power is Clark Kent.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the way that this sort of riot breaks out is pretty different from the movie to the comic.
Yeah.
Like, in the comic, like, he's pretty provoked by Lex walking past him. In the comic, this creature, parasite, just kind of is walked into the same room as Lex, and he's like, oh, you fucking hurt me, I'll fucking kill you, and this and that. And then he spazzes out.
In the movie, he's more so in the cell, and he just breaks out the cell. So they kind of, that's when they skip over. And man, comics really fucking include those little details that make it more just... The movie may bring it in terms of animation, but the comics bring it in terms of just give it some time. Like, let it grow on you. Let those little panels like play out so you can learn. Even the scene where he's showing him the robot, and he says that it reads the Da Vinci. Right now, it's crazy. We're following the movie exactly how the comic book is written. So there's no coincidence. Like, really, we're in the lab where Lex Luthor is in the lab with Superman, showing him his invention.
Okay.
And he's quoting all the old books, and the only quote they quote in the movie is there were good times and there were bad times. You get me?
A Tale of Two Cities.
Yeah, but the machine also quotes a whole bunch of other books and stuff like that.
The Odyssey, I believe it quotes at some point.
And then one of them can recite something in a high pitched thing to like break through sonic wave. I don't forget
Moby Dick.
Yeah, and they do that in the movie, but they skip over a couple. And I just feel like the more it's shown in the comic book shows the power of Lex Luthor also being able to, just invent something. And what was this shorthand? Shorthand.
I'm not familiar with what shorthand is.
I hope. Let's see. I'm gonna see if Anthony, because Anthony was watching. I'm gonna ask him, because I don't know what shorthand was either. I'm assuming it's a tactic to like write your articles.
Yeah, I mean, all I could assume is that it's just a way to just shorten your notes.
And that Lex Luthor wasn't familiar with it.
And he says, shorthand, what kind of ridiculous affectation is that for a man?
And he's like, I could decode that by tonight. Oh, I don't know if it's a movie.
He says that in the movie.
Yeah.
In the comic, he says, why can't you use an electronic recording device like any normal hack?
Forgive me, because the movies, I watched it right after the comic book reading. So that's why like I get that from this and that. But yeah, fuck the movie, man. The comic book is better, but it just, I got the comic back in my hand. But yeah.
I mean, I love this page when they're going down the stairs into like sort of the lunch area,
and it skips out on the top left and top right panels and stuff like that.
Yeah, and how like the sort of like barrier between the panels is also a pillar.
Yeah, and
you see the one guy kind of leaning against a pillar in the center, and it's just like that barrier between the panels is also a pillar.
So it kind of like brings everything together and shit like that.
Yeah, it's like the architecture of it. It's like they're going down the stairs and you're going down with them.
Those pages fucked me up because when I was reading them, I had to reread them because I only read the left page and then the right page. And then I was like, bruh, what the fuck? So I had to reread them all because I didn't realize that they went from left page to right to left page to right to left page to right. So that was cool and shit like that. But I didn't mind at all. But because it made more sense when I read it.
I'll tell you that like in situations like that, whenever you find yourself on a page like this, question yourself and tell yourself,
like, why doesn't this make sense?
Yeah, like before you get any further, just be like, wait, is it supposed to be read this way or left to right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that happens a lot in comics. Like sometimes it's kind of hard to just sort of tell. But yeah, I mean, in this issue, Lex basically finds his way to sort of defeat this parasite monster that's attacking him, and
which is really Clark Kent just causing an earthquake, right? To defeat the parasite and shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, in the comics, that's what he does. In the movies, it's definitely way more apparent of like Clark Kent is doing this.
Yeah, but in the comics, it's very subtle, especially with like the tear gas.
It's way more subtle because like even from like the issue compared to the movie, like you don't see Clark Kent fly all the guards out of space or not out of space, out to the shore.
Yeah.
That's just like one panel where it's like it just happens where the guards are on the shore and they're like, oh shit, we're here. But in the movie, it definitely shows him like saving them and whatever. It really spoon feeds the audience.
Yeah, I think one important aspect of the spoon feeding is that like in some ways, man, like this is a very crucial comic book to me because it really differentiates spoon feeding in terms of comic books. And I'm not saying anyone that we've read in the past have, except like Captain in the Pants, or maybe like That's what Batman, I would say. I'm not shitting on Court of Owls, but I feel like Court of Owls is a little more direct. The second one, City of Owls, to me is still a hard read that I haven't finished yet. Because when I read it on the plane on my way to, I think, to Utah, I was like, what the fuck is happening, right? But that involved a lot more prior Batman stuff. But with this one, it's just like there was so many questions that I had about what was happening in terms of specific detail. Like you said, you should have a little knowledge of Superman before you read this whole comic book. But also, I was just like, nah, man, like, I'm taking what I can from this book right here because, like, I'm getting it. Like, I'm getting the laser beams. I'm getting I'm saying frost breath because I don't really know what it's called. Like, I'm getting all these little things, but they kind of don't matter as much as the overall basis of Superman, like, just going ahead with the little time he has left, you know? And I think that's really what captivates the story in general. You feel me? So I think it's very important, man. Yeah. So as he's breaking out, he pretty much just saves Luthor's life in a way.
Saves Luthor's life, and Luthor just takes all the credit and just starts bashing the monster, and he starts screaming at it. Nobody threatens me. Yeah. Nobody gets in Luthor's way.
Yeah, but in the comic book, he does say there's an earthquake. And he does stomp on the floor, and the parasite does that in the earthquake.
Yeah, I mean, he says in the comic, too, he's going to cause an earthquake, and then, like, sort of shows him sort of stepping his foot from around the corner. Yeah. But... oh,
this is one thing they didn't show in the movie, the baboon. The baboon dress in Superman's clothing.
Oh, yeah, they definitely didn't show that.
I completely forgot about that. That's kind of interesting, right?
I forgot about that.
Wow. But, just to kind of spit in the face of Superman. Yeah. It's kind of like... Lex Luthor, it's like he knows Clark Kent is Superman, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
But it kind of seems the whole time like he knows who he is.
That's why it's so ironic. Yeah, it's just like you're the smartest guy on the planet,
and you can't look
right in front of you.
Yeah. But somebody, like Superman, will always be able to hide himself in front of a human. The smartest human can never outweigh Superman's, intellect. Or at least the super boosted intellect that he gains from the sun. That's killing him. The irony.
But fucking Lex Luthor's like niece or whatever basically gets Clark Kent out of there and whatever. And Lex is like, yeah, like if it wasn't for Superman, I'd be in charge on this planet. And now he's dying. What more could I want?
Yeah, man.
And that's sort of the end of the issue.
And this is where we get to my favorite fucking issue, Jonathan Kent. This is my favorite issue, man, because it broke my heart. It broke my fucking heart. I'm gonna leave this page on this real quick.
This issue, issue 6, is sort of a flashback. Cuts back to Clark back in his days back in Smallville.
Because they even mentioned, what is the thing? It's a funeral in Smallville.
Yeah, that's the name of the issue. Yeah. Funeral in Smallville.
I'm trying to fucking put this right here.
And it's just his father, Jonathan Kent, just basically showing Clark, like, yo, man, this is what you got to do to be the best version of yourself and this and that. And he starts playing with crypto. He takes a big tree trunk and throws it out into space.
That's your light work, motherfucker. Yeah, I can't even put this in the fucking thing, but but then, like, he's deciding whether or not he wants to leave Smallville, right? Clark Kent.
Yeah, and his father says, if everything happens for a reason, why here? Yeah. Why us? He doesn't belong on a farm. Maybe none of us do it. Maybe none of us do anymore. And it just really shows sort of the story of how Superman loses his dad.
Yeah, because he wants to do the harvest, and he tells Superman, like, no, I don't want your help. Obviously, his parents love him, but three men came across his father, and they wanted to help with the harvest, and him and the Crypto get this, like, fishy sense. They're like, what the fuck? Even Crypto's barking at the 3 other people, one covered in bandages, one pretty short, and the other kind of normal looking. And he says, Superman, he's like, I want this done the old-fashioned way. And so, after a while of this and that, they introduce themselves to Superman, and they're like, hey, we're future versions of you, right? This and that, or some shit like that.
Yeah,
pretty much.
They show up, and they're like, yo, man, like,
what the fuck is up, man? We are you.
We are the future Superman.
Tell them we about to start another live in 2 minutes.
We are about to start another Instagram live in 2 minutes.
2 minutes? All right. And now, let me just put this right here. That's something new right now. Continue anyway, fuck it.
But yeah, Superman gets introduced by other Superman of the future. One including a Kilizizix, Kilizintipelix.
And the other one is
that's what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay, because I could not fucking say his name.
Kilizizix,
yeah.
Kilizintipelix, the Superman of the fifth dimension.
Yeah.
And that's a play on a Superman villain called Mixie Pixlick.
Okay.
If I remember his name correctly, I always mess it up. But he's literally just an imp being of the fifth dimension. So he's kind of like the meta villain of the DC universe.
Gotcha.
Like there's a great issue with Superman or Justice League, I mean, where he attacks and there's a page where one of the pages is getting turned into a comic page.
Oh, wow.
Because he's turning the whole world back to where it used to be.
That's so crazy.
And it's like, because he's a fifth dimension, it breaks the fourth wall. And it's like, yeah, this is all a comic.
And this issue to me is like Doctor Strange meets this specific Superman, Multiverse of Madness. I mean, because like, but even just like Rick and Morty, just like, I mean, in general, Futurama, any fucking thing that deals with dimensions and stuff makes you fucking freak out. And it turns out that these guys were just trying to help Superman share his last moments with his father.
Yeah, because what Superman doesn't know is that after this big being starts to attack Metropolis, during that same moment, Jonathan Kent starts to have a heart attack.
Yeah.
And so these future Supermen come in because they want this Superman to enjoy his last moments with his dad.
Which is just Superman in the future, no? Or is it just a different Superman?
Just different Superman.
But he knows that like this one missed out on his father's death.
And they want him to experience that. And he says, no, like, you got to help out. You guys are just behind something else.
Yeah.
And he says, no, we're telling you the truth. And he doesn't want to believe it.
Yeah.
And before he knows it, Jonathan Kent has fucking taken a heart attack.
Yeah.
And I would say in this moment, I really thought something malicious was about to happen.
Me too. But it was so, what's the word?
Out of pure intention.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, we want you to celebrate the last moments of your father's life.
You know what's crazy? I was just about to say this. I was like, man, if this was a comic book, I would have cried. But the reason I said that because I watched the movie and they fucking left it out. I'm tight. But when I read this, like when I got to the ending and it was him standing next to his dad, I was like, damn, man. Like it may not have been fair to the other Superman who missed it entirely. But he did it out of his own, like he would have done it anyway, right? To save the world. I mean, I guess to like confront these three creatures. Or they were saying that if they never came, he would have left like Smallville, right?
Well, they just came to take care of the situation that was attacking Smallville so that he could try and hopefully save his father.
Yeah.
That was the whole intention.
That was all the intention, right?
That he could try and save his father. But that just didn't happen.
Yeah. But there was one, I mean, I know definitely it was a movie, but there was one line that was saying that it was like without maybe was it that without the death of his father would he have ever left Smallville?
Oh,
that's what it was, right? That like if his father never died, he would have never left Smallville. And I'm pretty sure that was the case. Just because I'm again, one of the things that I'm doing with this episode is like I'm not just trying to remember just because I don't want to take notes. Like I took notes and I have notes up until a certain issue, and then I kept reading it and I'm like, no man, like this comic book. It goes fast, and every issue is very explanatory with what it contains. But they're very special in their own unique way, and they kind of like have to stick in my brain. Like I may not remember line by line, but there are some lines I just remember off the bat, just because like it was so impressively written and shown to me that I kind of have it in my head. And this one in particular is just, again, a very human thing is to share a last moment with somebody's, that you never know when it is.
I mean, even on this issue on page 145. Once Jonathan Kent has like experienced a heart attack and it's just Superman flying as fast as he can and flying so fast so that his hair is on fire and he says, I can save everybody. And then it just cuts to his funeral. Fucking brutal, kills me, man.
And and the bandaged guys are there and his mom is dressed as a widow. But then we see something very crucial. We see Golden Superman.
We see Golden Superman give him a flower.
And we're like, what? Like, that didn't resonate with me up until I watched the movie. And then I was like, oh, like, no, duh. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, if we're getting on the same page of things. But we'll get to it towards the end. So then,
but this is something the movie kind of does differently.
Yes.
Since the movie entirely avoids any of these plot threads.
It diverts the ending.
Superman and stuff like that. All that happens because in the comic, this future gold Superman gives Clark a golden Kryptonian flower, which Clark then puts on Jonathan Kent's
because it'll never wither.
In the movie, none of this ever happens.
Nothing.
So Clark just so happens to have a flower from Krypton, and he's like, this is from Krypton. It'll never wither.
Yeah.
So they just leave it at that.
That's very interesting. And I hope one day, or maybe there's like some other cut of this where it's just a full comic of just every single thing said, because I want to see that. Because I would rather this comic come to full life than anything cut out. I'm talking any little detail. Just bring the whole comic book to life, bro, or don't do it at all.
And then this is where we get into the two-parter of the series, issues 7 and 8, where we get the whole Bizarro stuff, which is
confusing.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it confused the shit out of me. I was like, "What the fuck is happening right now?"
I
bro?
knew it was gonna confuse you because it's like Bizarro is such a confusing character. Like the fact that he speaks in opposites and stuff like that. I'm sure you were just kind of like, I don't get it. What are you guys saying?
I was trying to read it, but I'm like, bro, this is so like, it wasn't like I didn't hate it or nothing. I was just like, bro, this is like very oddly written, but I just I went with it, and after a while, I understood that it was like, opposite and this and that. But still, like throughout the whole issue, I was kind of struggling. I was like, what the fuck?
The only thing I struggled with was the monster that he's like playing with on page 154. And like the movie cleared it up of like what that was.
Yeah.
But I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. No, me too. And again, that's what the movie does clear up a couple of things. But at first, I thought that was genuinely attacking him. Like I was like, yo, what the fuck, Superman? Like
I thought something sexual was going on. I was like, hey, yo. I was like, damn, they're getting close.
It was his ex, and he took out the sword.
But yeah, I mean, basically, Superman in these issues gets transported to Bizarro World, and Bizarro is just a version of Superman that's a complete opposite.
Yeah.
He even speaks in opposite. He says, "Me am Bizarro."
Yeah, me am no think you're bad. And then, me think you bad, and it's really like you are good, right? And shit like that. And it's like everything's opposite. And the Flash is like a slow motherfucker. The Green Lantern has a ring, but he can't use it or some shit like that. Batman never existed because his parents never died. And what else? Wonder Woman is like an ugly beast who turns into a statue or some shit like that. And I mean, the biggest thing is that he has to get out of this island because this island is made up of red light that limits Superman's powers and is slowly deteriorating him, right? And that once they get all like to a certain point of time in terms of the sun movement, he's gonna be dead forever. And he comes.
It's crazy reading this because I just read an issue of Supergirl by Tom King of an 8-issue series where. In the issue that I just read, Supergirl and her partner get trapped on a planet that has a red sun, and that planet was set by an enemy, a Superman, that created that planet to try and trap him on and kill him. Yeah, and
pretty much resembles this whole issue and everything.
And resembles this issue. So it was just sort of like it was like. In that Tom King issue, it's a nice callback to a situation like this of like an enemy creating a red sun and whatever the case is.
And the one person he meets that is because what they say, 1 in every 500 million or 1 in every 5,000 Bizarro people are born with intellect and this and that,
something like that.
And the one that he meets, I think the beauty of it is that he's just sad, man. He's like, he tells Superman, he's like, it's only me and you right now that understand each other, and that you don't understand what it's like to be the only person on this planet, to have no one else to like talk to and react to me and explain my feelings and this and that. And Superman is like, as worried as he is, for him and cares about him, Superman is really just trying to get back because he has to finish up his tasks,
Yeah.
And that's when we go through the whole Justice League and this and that, and back then is Jimmy Olsen, right? Trying to figure out shit, like how to get him back and everything.
Yeah, it's just fucking Superman is trapped on Bizarro World, and Zabaro is the guy that he meets. Yeah. He's trying to help him get back to Earth, and they go through a whole thing where Superman basically tries to get the people on Bizarro World to help him create a rocket to get him out of there, as Bizarro World falls deeper into its dimension that it exists in.
And Superman is so preoccupied with trying to manipulate the people by speaking their language. And at one point, Zabaro says this. He's like, why do I feel as if you haven't been listening to me at all? Don't you realize I take any chance to get away from here? I dare any peril. And it's because like Superman is risking everything to like get back to his world, but then they realize soon that the ship that they have only fits one person, and the Zabaro, the only guy with intellect amongst nobody with intellect, has to stay there. And he's like, at the very least, just look at my work.
And like he even kind of says at first, like let me go.
Yeah.
And Superman's like, no, I need to go. Like I'll try and find a way to get you back and whatever, but like I need to go.
And at the end, he just basically says like, I'll tell your tales, and he's like, understand that you are the hope that this world needs to Zabaro, and that like in some sense he kind of like, it's not that he bullshits him, but in my head it's kind of like Superman was just kind of looking for a way out to just get back. In my head, which I know wasn't like exactly what the thing was, but in some sense, like I think in a way this is Superman's kind of most selfish act, because he's not trying to be selfish. That's what he got there. He got there, and he had a plan to get out regardless. And Zabaro just happened to be a very significant and special bump in the road that had feelings that nobody else did, and even that wasn't enough to convince Superman to just be like, hey, like, can I go instead of you? And Superman's like, nah. And what did that show as greed in some sense?
I mean,
because Superman's dying, and Zabaro is alive and well.
I mean, I'll just say before I answer your question what Superman says to him. He says, and I can't let you risk it, but you have my word. If I get home safely, I'll find a way to contact you here in the Underverse, and one day, I promise we'll meet again. I know you think of yourself as a flaw, an imperfection, but you're something more, Zabaro. You're proof that Bizarro Home is getting smarter. Why else did this world, this incredible organism, make eyes like yours to see beauty and meaning where others see chaos? So you could definitely say it's like Superman kind of bullshitting his way, but I think he also kind of believes in this at the same time. He definitely believes in that, like, you know, I need to get home, but I know I'm not leaving a doomed planet because I'm leaving this planet with you. And in your hands, it's good.
True. I that makes sense. But I also see it as just because he's dying with this potential within Zabaro, I just also feel that in some, world or universe, he could also just been like, I'm Superman, I'm not going to exist no more. And I literally know that. So I'm going to let you continue the rest of me, since you are the purest form of life here. But obviously he doesn't do that, and he finds his way out and this and that. It's kind of like open-ended, but realistically he made the best choice going back to Metropolis and helping his people, because that's where he deserves to be and where he was. But realistically he was never from there.
I mean, you could say that it was for the better for him to go back home from what we see in the following issue. Once he finally gets home. Which also I thought was cool is that on Bizarro Home, he sees the Bizarro version of his father, Jor-El.
Oh.
Which was El Jor or something like that. They say his name backwards.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
But yeah, his father, the Bizarro version of him shows up, and Superman's kind of like, that voice. I remember that voice. And he pulls up, and Superman's like, hey, yo, that's my fucking dad.
I know who the fuck that is. That's crazy.
But yeah, that was just a cool little thing. But I think these two issues are really fun because it sort of breaks the pace of you know what, let's just have a little bit of fun.
Let's go quick, but let's tell some really story with depth, but we don't gotta go there within it. Not us, but I'm saying in the comic book. And so it brings in these two characters. And what are their names again?
The two superheroes that take their place. I know the girl's name is Lilo, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but both from Krypton.
But yeah, it cuts to issue 9, and this is something. So the last two issues 7 and 8, never happened in the movie.
Yeah.
What happens in the movie is that they take the situation of Kandor, the city in a bottle, and Superman's like, I gotta go take this city to a new planet where they can inhabit.
And he confesses to Lois Lane that he's dying, which doesn't happen at all in the comic.
Does not happen in the comic.
Bullshit, man. That should not have happened in the movie. I was like, what the fuck, man?
And he flies off and just fucking
skips over 7 and 8, man.
Skips over issue 7 and 8, and then it just cuts to the beginning of issue 9 where he just crash lands at this sort of fair thing that's starting up, and he's like, my bad. And he's like, let me deuces out of here.
But basically he runs into two people from Krypton, major characters that are just as strong as him, even enough to defeat him, And they've
basically taken over.
Yeah, and they're basically trying to make Metropolis and make it into Krypton. But Superman's saying like, no, man, like I have no reason to impose my will upon people because this is not where I'm from. Like it's only right to let the humans live alongside their own morale and like way of doing, and I have no right. And then they're like, nah, fuck that. Like we're gonna do what we do because we know what's best. And you look too much to morality when in reality it comes down to like living like gods that we are.
And I think their sort of whole mentality of like being new gods and whatever is something that they really push in the movie, but in the comic it's way more subtle. Yeah. At first they kind of open it up of like they're actually saving these people from this volcano and stuff like that, and then it cuts to the Fortress of Solitude where it starts to show more of their like selfish dominant side and whatever, where they're kind of like, yeah, we're just kind of doing this for ourselves.
And who could blame them? Because really, like they don't know of Earth. I mean, they probably know of it, but they don't know of it in terms of existing there. And because they're able to influence it so easily, they're just like, why just not make it better? Like in their eyes, it isn't destroying humanity; it's enhancing it. And like kind of like, what's that word?
Colonizing.
Queen Elizabeth. What's that word? Like weaning out the weak or something like that. You know, they're getting rid of the weak and instilling like the powerful and the greatness and again prowess. But yeah, basically colonizing, to be honest with you. Like politics. And at one point, like they fuck up Superman and they see him in a building with his coworkers and they're about to reveal his identity, but then both of them fall down. Like no, the girl.
I'll just say, even before they do that, like when they fuck up Superman, they break the moon, and he says, "You've broken the moon." Like I thought that was wild. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" They just fucking broke the moon. That's something that I feel like the movie just kind of glosses over.
Yeah. Like they show it. They definitely show it. But it's still
but
major.
They're just kind of like, well, the moon's broken, and I'm like, what?
What are you gonna do about it?
So I really like the page where they take all the bridges across the world on page 213 and they start to put these bridges on the moon to basically try and like meld the sides that they broke. And it's like, obviously, I don't think that's going to work, but it's just like, I like that page because it's like, they definitely took action to that.
Yeah, the solutions, right? Like regardless, we're gonna have a solution, and only ones that gods can create. And with the double of them compared to the one Superman, they can do it at twice the pace. Realistically, I know that's like a moot point in a way because they're not really as great as him, but you know they can do it much faster, quicker, and fix most things.
And this is something that I didn't like from the movie. This particular scene on page 214, when before Bar-El and Lilo come in to basically get Clark to come out, and it's this water fountain scene, and this one dude comes up behind Clark and tries to like light his jacket on fire. And in the movie, his jacket lights on fire and he kind of like splashes in water and he uses his heat vision to catch this guy's hairpiece on fire. Yeah. But in the comic,
it was just the actual lighter that catches his hair on fire, right?
That's what it seems like. It seems like it's way more subtle than that, where it seems like the lighter is just kind of what caught his hairpiece on fire. Because I don't see anything of him intentionally lighting his hair on fire.
You're right. Right now, you just see Clark Kent kind of putting down his glasses and kind of, you know, and just kind of. I didn't notice that. Like I knew that his hair lit on fire for a certain reason, but. Like I just figured that that's crazy. Like you pointing that out is very, very important. I'll put a side by side here if I can with the video and stuff like that because it's hard to explain. But again, in the movie, it's because he tried to prank Clark Kent with a lighter and make him jump because of the heat. That we think in the movie that he lights his toupee on fire, but he really uses his heat ray. I know you just said that, but just to kind of like.
Yeah, that's just something that's pretty different from the movie to the comic. Detail. And I think like that's just a small detail where I'm like, I prefer the comic over the movie in terms of that because it's like I can't really imagine Superman being that kind of selfish of like getting back at someone for something like that. Like, yeah, he fucking lit him on fire. What a dickhead.
Yeah. But he's also like, dying. It's like, fuck it, man. What I got to lose?
Yeah. It's like, whatever. But that scene happens. Yeah. But yeah, Bar-El and Lilo, they start to fall out of the sky.
Because they've been exposed to kryptonite.
They've been exposed to kryptonite and they're basically dying. And Superman basically tells him that he can help them. He says, I can help you. You guys can only live, but only in the Phantom Zone. And I can try and find a cure for you one day. But until then, you guys will have to be in the Phantom Zone.
But only if it's up to you guys, right? Does he say that also in the comic book? I think he does say in the comic book.
He does. He does. He says, there's one way to save you, but this has to be your choice.
Yeah. And I think that's, again, that was very dope of him, too, because to keep people in the Phantom Zone, if it's not their choice, it's prison. You know?
And he basically tells them, you guys can be the prisoners, not the prisoners, the prison guards of the Phantom Zone. He tells them, you guys can basically keep control and keep everything good in the Phantom Zone until I can cure you guys. Yeah. And they're kind of happy with that. And they say another,
as long as they're together.
Yeah, he said, beautiful. They say another big adventure, my love, where you and I go, we go together.
Yeah.
But that's the end of issue 8. And it cuts to this amazing, beautiful, like the end of issue 8 is this awesome splash of the two of them in the Phantom Zone. And they're just kind of like, so who's getting fucked up first?
Yeah, man.
They're like, damn.
Chill the fuck out, guys. No, but it's also like, you know, what they wanted is what they're given. And it may not be as gracious as like, you know, fucking Earth, but it's still something. And a purpose is a purpose no matter what.
But issue 10, I think, is my favorite issue. Yeah. It has my favorite cover, too, of this one right here,
him
where he's
holding
the earth and stuff. This is an awesome, amazing cover.
And from my understanding, from what the video also helping, that it's his last, like one of his last days on Earth, and he's like, everything's in one day.
Yeah, he's just like documenting a day in his life.
Yeah.
And he's like helping a bus throughout like Jordan, maybe, throughout Egypt and stuff. Mm-hmm. And he's seeing like kids in a hospital ward, and the nurse is like, oh my God, they're so happy to see you. And he's just like, it's the least I can do. Mm-hmm. And it's just him just writing his last will and testament.
Yeah.
Just fucking going ahead, just doing what he can to write it out. During the same time that Dr. Quintum, the same guy who went on the trip around the sun in the very first issue, is trying to help Kandor, the bottled city planet, find a new solution to themselves.
Bring them back to real size.
And this is something that the movie entirely just does not show
like
at all.
They only do that one scene where like he shows Lois Lane, but other than that, they're like, we'll just kind of skip over it. And it's like, no, bro, that shit is important. Because it still is a big matter. Like he has so many matters in his life, but that's still a major focus of his too. Like that's not just something minimal to him. Like it's huge.
This is literally a city that will have to stay miniaturized if he can't fix it before he dies. Yeah. And so it's a responsibility that falls down onto him. As well, on top of that, in this issue, we see Superman create a world in like a box universe where he doesn't exist, just so he can see how the world would continue without Superman.
Yeah.
And that's something that the movie doesn't do at all.
Yeah.
And I think that's just something so crucial to this story, or it's just like it really deals with his mortality, and he really tries to question this idea of like, what is the world without Superman?
And through no offense to the movie, it's not like I was gonna say irresponsible, but again, I feel like when you create something, especially something as big as a DC character, like you face a lot of hoops, to jump through, and I feel like this has to have been one of them, because I just, it would have been great to see everything come to life. Like I wouldn't mind a 3-hour, 4-hour movie if that was the case, but it's unfortunate, but fuck that. Thankfully, we read the comic book instead of watching the movie, he saves the girl from suicide and stuff like that, which is awesome.
Which is a very influential page.
Yeah.
And like, that's something that gets kind of hinted at in the prior in the issue, which like confused me at first, because I'm trying to find the scene, but there's like a scene where there's like a guy on the train. He's like, no, I'm on my way. Yeah. Don't like hang up the phone.
It was in the beginning, and basically they're crossing the street, Lois Lane and Clark Kent, and then the guy's crossing the opposite way, and Clark Kent basically kind of bumps into him and makes him fall. But if that guy hadn't have fallen, I mean, he gets tight at Clark Kent. He's like, you fucking piece of shit. And then if he had walked any more, he would have got hit by a falling brick of concrete from the ceiling.
Oh, but that's not even what I'm referring to.
Oh, what you talking about?
I just mean that in this issue, like, there is a certain moment.
With the dog?
No, where with like, I guess like the therapist or whatever, that like he gets kind of like blocked. I can't even find the page. I flipped through the pages, but there's like
How dare you?
I know. Oh, I found it right here. Page 231.
Oh, I just got to it.
Where there's some dude. He says, I got on panel 2. He says, I got held up.
Yeah.
No, don't put the phone down, Reagan. Just stay in the apartment. You have to believe me. I'm on my way.
So like almost kind of like before the direct help, he's helping the person that gets to help the other person.
Yeah, and then on page 235, when it's him and Lois, and there's the last panel where he's hearing everything, and he hears Reagan, oh my God, I'm on my way. Don't put the phone down. And he says, I had to go, Lois. Someone needs me. And then it just cuts to this girl just throwing her phone off the edge of a skyscraper.
And that's who she was talking to on the... Wow. That's great. I never connected those two things.
And so that's
amazing.
I thought that was so powerful.
That's amazing.
And this one page just speaks volumes. It's just where he says, your doctor really did get held up again, Reagan.
Sad,
it's never as bad as it seems. You're much stronger than you think you are.
Oof,
Trust me.
That's heart-wrenching.
And he just hugs her and holds her tight off the edge of the building. And this page is influential. I've seen this page get reposted countless times across the internet. And reading this for the first time, I was like, wow, I'm so glad I finally got to experience what this moment was in full context. Because it's really powerful. It was a great moment.
And just you explain it to me now. Because for me, when I was reading this issue, it was so fast paced where I was like, what is happening? Like, I only understood the suicide part where she was about to jump off and stuff like that. But seeing that prior, that's super crazy. And how Superman is really, like, crucial to Metropolis and the world. And how, like, it doesn't matter how small the situation is, not to, like, diminish the person that was about to jump, but that, like, he was able to help who needed to be helped, you know? And that's crazy. And it also kind of just also speaks to anybody within that moment, you know, that like it really may be just the wrong time, you know, for all things, and that it could, you know, like respectfully, it could just be a coincidence, and that everything's gonna be okay.
You talk about the shooter of the Batman.
Yes, I was just thinking about that.
And
actually,
it's like
the Aurora shooter,
and how he called the suicide hotline, but no one answered.
And he had said like if maybe somebody answered, I would have done it. Like shout out the Dark Knight, and that's crazy, man. It matters. Those things matters, man.
They really do.
Every single month. That's pretty fucking heavy for like it's heavy and subtle. Mm-hmm. Wow.
But the rest of the issue is just kind of like Quintum, Professor Quintum, just trying to like help Kandor and whatever the case is, and Superman just basically going through the rest of his day. He there's this confusing panel which gets explained later where he's basically looking at his cells and he's saying GCCTG, and it gets revealed later that he basically copied his genetic code for Dr. Quintum to try and like clone him pretty much essentially.
Yeah.
So even during this moment, he's still prepping for his death and prepping for the future.
Knowing that the world needs Superman.
Mm-hmm. But he goes to Luthor, which is just an incredible moment.
Yeah. And he says, tell me, like, if you weren't so evil, would you do good for the world? And he just kind of spits.
He says, Lex, I know there's good in you. And Lex just walks up and just fucking spits at the glass.
Looking like Joe Rogan.
And they just stare at each other.
Yeah.
And that's the scene. And fucking Superman, the rest of the issue just kind of plays out of Superman hearing this warning from like a orb thing, and he knows that his next challenge is on his way. And
it's his 8th challenge out of 12, right?
Mm-hmm. And the rest of the issue just kind of shows that the people of Kandor couldn't really help Superman in curing his illness, but
this was beautiful.
But those people of Kandor could help
cancer patients. The
cancer patients that Superman saw earlier that issue.
So he goes back to the hospital that he visited prior, and he says, the nurse is like, Superman, we didn't expect to see you back soon. And with the people are very miniature. Like they went to go fight his cells for him, but even his cells were showing that he couldn't get no help. And Superman says, I just dropped by to tell you all I might not be able to make it next week, but don't worry, you'll all be going home. Mind you, he's talking to cancer patients. He says, don't worry, you'll all be going home long before that. And he just puts out his hand and all the people go to the cancer patients. And what a beautiful little thing for him to do, to like help all these people be cured of cancer, you know, or at least, you know, the most help they can get to resist it.
Yeah.
And that's beautiful because there's no aftermath shown, of their like prosperity post, cancer. But it's like just the intention of Superman is just spews good always.
Mm-hmm.
Like to his last breath.
He's never off the clock.
Never, bro.
But
I'm tired as fuck working most days of the week, and this motherfucker's working every single second. Nah, bro, I'm tired. I would never be Superman.
But he leaves a headline for himself, for Clark Kent, and the headline of the century.
To go back, like with Samson, when they were trying to fight for Lois Lane, one thing that Samson says to him, because he knows like time and stuff, and he's like, well, you won't even be around that long. Like, it says here in the newspaper that you'll be dead soon, and that
because they're time travelers.
And stuff. So it's like all's fair in love and war. And he just like basically saying like, you're gonna be dead, so we're gonna clap Lois Lane's cheeks. And Superman's like, damn, bro, I'm trying to clap cheeks before we go. You sure? And he's like, all fair in love and war. He's like, damn. Then he breaks his arm wrestling. And this is the what it says. Superman is dead. That's what Clark Kent is writing because he knows.
Yeah, and we are at issue 11 where it fucking shows Lex Luthor about to fucking get electrocuted. And he says, ask yourself how it feels to murder the genius who might have cured your sister's cancer with a cell phone and a safety pin. Yeah. And the guy pulling the lever says, too late for her, Luthor. Too late for you. And fucking pulls the thing and shocks Lex Luthor. And it just shows him a moment. The priest is like kind of praying to himself. And then it just shows him not dead. And he kind of coughs and he says, oh, you morons, you knuckle-dragging Neanderthals. The last perfect cocktail you allowed me to mix contained a hidden, pre-programmed shape-shifting molecule I designed. I just drank a 24-hour superpower serum. And that'll be Mr. Luthor to you. Bitch. Give my regards to your sister. And just completely, like...
fucks up the guard, man. Like, that's one thing that didn't show in the movie. But, like, he...
Oh, no, they do. They show it in the movie.
No, they show it, but they don't show his skull. Like, they don't show his skeleton. Yeah,
that's true.
Like, when I was watching it, I was like, please show a skeleton. Please show a skeleton. And they didn't. But in the comic book, you see this motherfucker torso upwards. Like, he's flesh downwards from his, like, chest. But upwards, this motherfucker has just been murdered. like straight up annihilated.
Flayed,
yeah, man. This guy is a chicken bake. Yeah, he's dead. He's fucking dead.
And there's a pretty good moment that gets copied in the movie of Lex blocking the bullets, and one even kind of like shines off his teeth and blocks off his palm. And Lex is just like, nah, now it's my turn. And Superman kind of gets a word like, hey, yo, there's some shit going down.
That word for word, that's what it says in the book. It says, hey, yo, there's some shit going down. And Luthor is like, Superman's like, what?
And fucking Lex breaks into his sort of home base where he has his niece again, and they're planning. He built some robots for her and whatever, and she's gonna use the robots to attack Metropolis.
And he lets her know that he has his power, Superman, and he's like kind of doing everything. And the movie they show him going super fast, but he just kind of building these like robots for her to control and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he says that he's basically had friends in higher powers and has someone that's going to help him with his final move, which is Solaris. And Solaris is basically the tyrant sun, scourge of worlds. And it's just this big, like, computer
like thorny sun thing. Yeah. And who eats suns? Well, I'm not going to go over. We'll get there.
But Superman has this pretty sick outfit and stuff. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you read at the end that apparently they wanted to give him a new suit for this outfit, for this series. Mm-hmm. But the greater powers told him no, a.k.a. DC.
Oh, really? So, I must have missed out on that part. That's crazy.
So they had like a different redesign of his costume,
still with the same purpose of deflecting red light and everything.
Yeah, that not even for this moment, but just in general, they wanted to redesign his suit with a simpler S. It shows it in the back. If I could,
the S thing. Yes, I remember. I must have read it regarding his like S in the beginning of the issue, like the regular Superman outfit that he has.
they wanted,
it was regarding this.
Yeah, they wanted to create a sort of like simpler rendition of the Superman suit and stuff. This page, if you remember, yeah, they wanted to like make a simpler version of his suit, and DC basically said nah. Damn. That they want to keep the traditional and whatever, and so they said fine, and they went with it. But this is the closest.
They had to listen to the man.
They gotta listen to the man.
Man.
But this is the closest they get to making their own suit, because he makes a suit that protects him from Red Sun kryptonite.
And one thing I will say, so he's fighting Solaris, which is again the big thorny sun thing that's kind of fighting him, and then the Red Sun Solaris, when he's talking, he gets these kind of red bubbles, like what is it, like wording in it, like the lettering, stuff like that. And for me, the whole time I thought he was fighting Solaris, but that he was hearing Lex Luthor talk to him from afar. And only until I watched the movie did I realize that this Solaris is a mind of its own.
What do you mean?
So like you see how the text for Solaris is red in circles? So I thought that because like Superman has super hearing, that he was hearing Lex Luthor kind of like talk shit while he was fighting a monster. So but because they're not so close, that he was hearing him from afar. Like despite where Lex Luthor was, that he was hearing Lex Luthor. But really it was Solaris talking to him. Yeah. And so when I watched the movie, I was like, oh, Solaris has a mind of its own completely. And that I was like, that made me understand more. So I will credit the movie for that for me.
I actually didn't think that myself personally. I think for myself, like the lettering is kind of what differentiated that for me, where I was like, this lettering is his lettering, Solaris is speaking, whatever.
In hindsight, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. Like perfect, because it makes sense, because again, like Lex Luthor was never written in this bubble. You know, even when they were never speaking to each other from afar, like he could just hear things, so it would have been shown prior. So just, I think with the movie would have helped. I almost didn't watch the movie because I didn't want it tainted. But without that, I would have been right now like, oh, but like now I understand completely.
But yeah, fucking Superman and the rest of his super bots, they go out to fucking fight Solaris, and they give him the works. They fucking rip off one of his like little tentacles and whatever, and then the Sun Eater pulls up.
And it's such a sad moment, man, because like this reminds me of Phil Coulson from Avengers. He's like, you know what this does, and then he gets stabbed. I feel like this is the same thing. The Sun Eater's like, yeah, man, like his favorite pet, and just dies trying to help Superman. Even though what he does is eat suns, which is what Solaris is. It's just kind of like a yeah. Oh, because the Solaris kind of fucks up the Sun Eater immediately, but Superman gets tight.
Yeah, he says, "Killed him! You killed him!" And he just goes to fucking town.
Fucking fucks up Solaris.
Starts wrecking him up. And then it cuts to Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane, and they're in the streets while Lex Luthor's niece basically starts wrecking up the streets.
But then Superman eventually fucks up Solaris.
And they land the streets of Metropolis, and he just lands one final blow on him and just destroys him as Solaris says, "Mercy," and he says, "You'll live." And just gives him one last whack and leaves his suit behind, gets completely naked, butt naked.
Super butt naked.
And then it cuts to fucking Clark running into the Daily Planet. He's like, yo, I got the #1 story. Like, this is it. I got it. I saw it all. He opens up his laptop and says, Superman, dead. And then Clark just right there just collapses. Like throughout this entire moment, he's like his speech bubbles are kind of wavering. Like you can tell he is like becoming weak.
The text is becoming much smaller for him, but everybody else stays normal size. Kind of like, holding down. And then
he just completely collapses. And that's when Lex just bursts in of his powers. Yeah. Clark is the least of your worries. And this is where we
wearing
get to the
a bitch ass
issue.
Green jacket. It's bitch ass
green and purple, baby.
Let's go, Joker. Original, much left there. And then we get to the final issue.
Superman in Excelsis.
And we see a photo here of a very slight glimpse. I mean, this is just the cover of it. I mean, not even cover of it. Just like a very slight glimpse of Superman fighting Lex Luthor, a bloody mouth Superman, and this very gold Superman. And we later find out what that is.
But yeah, the issue just kind of opens up with like Superman basically post-life. He's kind of having like a afterlife moment where he's with his father.
Would you say this is kind of like when Lois Lane was alive and dead at the same time?
Kind of, yeah.
Pretty much, kind of, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
But yeah, he's fucking kind of like on his last breaths, and Jor-El is just kind of here, sort of spreading a message to him. where he says, matter, energy, these things cannot be created or destroyed, nor can consciousness Kal-El of El after bodily death. As neocon lab studies confirm, individual awareness persists for a time and builds for itself thought palaces or complex hells to inhabit. Here, the choice is simple: to remain at play within the field of living fluid consciousness, or to turn and face down evil one last time. And it's that moment where Superman basically has to decide, is he going to die peacefully or is he going to go down swinging?
Yeah.
And he says, no, I'm going to go down swinging.
Go down swinging, bitch. I'm never off the clock, motherfucker. Jor-El. I don't give a fuck for my father. I'm doing what I have to do. I'm Superman. The issue just started, bro.
I got a whole issue to get through, my guy. Chill out.
You ask me later, bro. I'm not going to fuck up. And obviously the readers know there's like 20 more pages left.
But Lex, he just kind of blows away like the other people in the Daily Planet. And finally, Clark wakes up after this moment where they're kind of like flying closer and closer to the sun.
And one thing real quick is that he says, me, Lex Luthor is talking to the workers of the Daily Planet. He says, me, the future savior of Earth. And the Daily Planet thought I'd be better off dead. So why don't we let the planet decide who lives, who dies in these next harrowing few minutes? Because he thinks the Daily Planet like sent him to his death for putting out the news of him. And then the main guy, I don't know who he is. The
Perry White.
Perry White, he says, the truth sent you to the chair, Luthor. And it's pretty much that banter back and forth. But kind of Lex Luthor viewing himself as blameless and the savior of what's to come from Metropolis because he defeated Superman. He's better than Superman and is capable of doing what Superman does. And just his brains will be brawn is the main point of what he always says. Mm-hmm. And eventually what fucks him up.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Lex... He makes a move on Lois, and not like a sexual move, but he like,
hey, yo,
he like literally blows her away. Literally blows her away with his super breath. Yo. And Clark is like, Lois.
Hey, yo.
And Lex says, anyone else feel like acting out in front of the most powerful man on Earth? Because he's Canadian. And Clark says,
and then Frank comes out and he's like, me, bitch. And then I walk away.
Reflex man.
Reflex man. But then I take my sword elsewhere because I see Clark Kent is good. But Clark Kent gets up.
He says, like, there's me, Lex. I think maybe you should stop threatening my friends and everyone else for that matter. Don't you think you're maybe just a little too unstable for the kind of power you're packing? And Lex is just like, oh, yeah, boy? And he's like, yeah. And this is a gravity gun, and fucking blasts with a gravity gun. And then it's just in that moment where the rest of the Daily Planet's like, I always knew you've been Superman, motherfucker. Yeah.
Like, duh, no glasses, bitch. You thought we were going to talk about glasses? And then Jimmy Olsen brings him his suit. And in a way, I thought they were saying that, like, oh, you're disguising yourself as Clark Kent to save the world. But they knew who he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's never there when trouble's happening. Like, he's always like making excuses to leave exactly when the havoc causes itself. So, Lex Luthor's like, damn, bro, that shit hurt.
But fucking Superman is using the gravity gun against Lex. He uses it one more time, makes some moves on him. They have a big fight. The fight is definitely a lot bigger in the movie than it is in the comics because it's not like the focus of the comic. More than anything, but with the movie, they were like, we gotta have a big action sequence for sure.
It's the ending. We have to do it, even though we skipped most of the story, you know?
So they have the big action sequence, whatever. They fight in the train. Yeah. Lex kind of beats up Superman, and he finally starts dragging him out of the train station. And he's like, stand aside, don't be alarmed. This is the only phase transition to a new way of life without Superman.
And SWAT's like, no, what the hell? It says, lay down your weapons, surrender, and everything will be fine. Everything's going to be fine for now that Luthor has the mandate. And yes, I expect the president to be waiting with the keys to the White House when I arrive in... Oh. And then everybody's like... Oh, no, his niece is like, you heard him, bitch?
And this is when Lex finally starts to get it, the power that Superman has, because he starts to say, not as... Because his niece says, no, you look weird. And he says, not as weird as you, sweetheart. Seen across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. And Einstein failed to unify the gravitational force with the other three, but he had no experience of this. It's so obvious. I can actually see and hear and feel and taste it, and the fundamental forces are all yoked by thought alone. His niece says, Lexi, how did I get this hat to work? And he continues, it's thought controlled. Sorry, these new senses. I can actually see the machinery and wire connecting and separating everything since it all began. This is how he sees it all the time, every day. Like, it's just us in here together, and we're all we've got. And he's crying as he says this. And his niece says, Uncle Lex, you're literally embarrassing me beyond all therapy with this behavior. And he calls out her name. And Superman says, no, he's just trying to articulate how gravity warps time and how I force his metabolism to accelerate to compensate. He's trying to tell you his 24-hour powers just ran out. You are right, Lex. Brain beats brawn every time and just gets one last whack on him.
And you see Superman glowing a little now in the crevices of his face.
He's starting to break at the seams pretty much.
And one thing I will say, man, is just that two things. One is, I said one thing, but two things I'll say. One, I thought that whether in the comic book or the movie, Lex Luthor's final saying this was pretty epic either way. Because in the movie, you got to hear the tearing of his voice, to be like, wait, and but then my next point is that he's seeing something so impeccable to him that he starts to tear, and he's kind of shocked at how much realisticness he's seeing, and whether that's the lessening of the power that he had, or maybe is it the contrast from human to super reality, and which is better? Because at one point he says, I don't know if he says in here, he says we're all connected and there is nothing else except what is here, and that's really crazy because I think that's very human, and I feel that what Lex Luthor just got to experience, just like Lois Lane, is the difference between human and super reality. And has Clark Kent ever felt that? He's only come close to deterioration, but never human. To start off as human, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just such a powerful moment because after I read it, I just kind of wanted to see what other people had to say about this comic online, and so I looked at a couple of YouTube videos and whatever. Nice. And one of the top YouTube videos is the ending to All-Star Superman, where it focuses on Lex Luthor's quote and stuff of how he says all that, and it really breaks down this idea of only Superman with his morality, only Superman of a person of that morality can balance being able to have all this power. Yeah. And I think
it takes a special someone to fucking do that shit.
And I think that's the important message there of
not everybody can handle what Superman.
Not everyone can handle it.
And that's what makes Superman, without sounding cheesy, super. You get what I mean? That's really oh man. And one thing that I got from one of the videos I watched, it was just saying that this isn't a sad comic book. This is something that constant veers towards just the prevail, Superman prevailing, but also just him always not to sound cheesy, but winning. You get me? Because what he wants is for the betterment of others. That's always what he wanted, and that's kind of how he ends this off. I think in a sense this is kind of just completely random, but the lady who went to go aid the people in the stabbings, that's what she did for a living. She was a first responder. So no, she didn't. She probably wasn't happy when she died. She was probably screaming for her life, But she died doing what was her purpose, what she felt was her purpose. And I feel again, what's purpose to a god? You get me? What's purpose to a Superman? And I think it's what you self-implement on yourself, but also kind of this nature versus nurture, right? What his parents taught him on Earth, what he went on being after seeing the simple life of farmers and this and that to Metropolis, and now I don't know, it's crazy. Fucking makes you think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nobody deserves that much power unless they can literally handle it, which is nobody.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty intense ending where it's just he finally gets the last wax on him, and Lex tries to say, oh, you think I'd be stupid enough not to make more of this for myself, the superpower serum?
And Superman's bitch, bro, just shut the fuck up.
He already has it. He's this.
Shut up.
And Lex tells him, I saw how to save the world. I could have made everyone see. I could have saved the world if it wasn't for you. And Superman whacks him one more time. And he says, you could have saved the world years ago if it mattered to you, Luthor. And I think that's such a powerful line because I think that speaks to Lex Luthor's character, where it's just he is so obsessed with Superman that his obsession with Superman is what stunts him.
Blinding him.
Is what blinds him from ever becoming greater than what he's supposed to be. And there's just that moment where fucking Clark and Lois have their little moment together. He's like, yo, I gotta go fucking save the sun, because Solaris double crosses Lex Luthor and poisons the sun. And so Superman has to go fix it. And Lois is very upset. And he leaves her his cape and he flies away.
That I thought was badass, because you see Superman flying without a cape. And even though it's just small detail, it's pretty crazy. Because you never see Superman fly without a cape. I mean, I'm sure you have maybe in some other things, but I've never seen that. For me, I was like, that's dope, man. That's pretty, like, cool. And it reminds me of Thor when he left the Earth, and he told, what's the girl's name?
Jane Foster.
He was like, I'll come back for you, I promise. But then he breaks the bridge, and even though that meant he couldn't see Jane again, obviously he does again. But it's like, you sacrifice your own for the greater good of the world. But even like Lois Lane and Jane Foster know that they're doing it for the greater good of the world. And that may just mean, not getting what you want back. So it's pretty sad. I mean, again, all this Avengers shit, which I know they kind of correlate in storylines because they all kind of have to in terms of like super stories resemble Superman and woman. You get me? But it's just cool to see it in Superman all in one, I guess, to really relate back to All-Star Superman, But it's really dope because it wasn't cheesy and definitely unique,
Yeah, I mean, the final shots of this comic is just he goes into the sun, smashes into it. Then it cuts to Lois Lane at a memorial statue of him. And Jimmy Olsen comes in a fucking jetpack, which is just so random.
Badass. Hey, Lois. That's how I'm going to come into the podcast next time. Just do the roof. Just sit down with debris everywhere. Hey, what's happening? What's in the earth? And you're just like...
My fucking asthma can never handle that shit.
But if I'm not mistaken, Superman becomes the sun.
So that, yeah, like fucking Lois, like Jimmy Olsen tells her like, oh, you're not going to go say your words at his like memorial service. And she's like, nah, he's not dead. He's still fixing the sun. And then it cuts to this splash of Superman basically in the sun, it seems like.
Kind of stuck.
Just kind of stuck in time. And then the final shots of this comic is just this dude, the professor again, whose name I just forgot, Quimbus or something like that, back at his project base. And he's like, this is all great and all, but I know exactly what to do for the next thing. And it just ends with project number 2, but in the Superman logo. And he says, I'm sure we'll notice this was a
2. What the fuck? I thought it was an S, bro.
Damn.
Oh my God. And that's basically to bring back Superman, to use the genetic code that he sent to him, right? To create another Superman. Wow.
But this is something that the movie doesn't do.
Yeah, it says
the movie gives Lex Luthor a time or a space to shine, where Lex Luthor's like, I've been keeping his genetic code.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck?
Motherfucker, what?
What? Like, and like, well, we do need a woman to like, and she's like, well, he's always wanted a baby, and I'm like, wait, because that's why when I didn't see the 2, but even then I was just like, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Yeah, no, the way that the movie handles that, I was now Lex Luthor is a bad guy. He shouldn't like get any like goodwill or
nothing
else,
because that's the whole point of it. Like, the whole point of it is for him to just understand that like this is why he can never ever, and like even that little sliver of goodness kind of just deteriorates the whole point of the fucking comic book. To just say that Lex Luthor like needs to learn from his lessons, and Superman gave him a chance. Superman went to him and gave him a chance, and he decided to spit at him
in his face.
So at that point,
and the movie shows that too. So it's just kind of like,
why would you? Like, yeah.
I don't get it.
I think again, like I think the perfect word you used was spoon feeding, and I think that's ultimately what happened with the movie. I'm fucking very glad I did not watch the movie before this. I read this all in one sitting, and it's special, man. It's a special comic. And again, like, you know me, I always have the notes ready. And I started taking notes as I read it, but I was like, I don't want to be shifting my eyes back and forth from the comic book to my notes this time. Like, I feel like I know, obviously I mistook some areas and with the movie kind of afflicting my memory. But like this storyline stuck with me very well. Like Mr. Miracle, like as we were reading it, you were explaining it, that helped. This helped too, especially with the movie watching. But it's such a very unique comic book. Again, I think with this one, I wouldn't recommend it off a first read. Like if you're just reading comic books off the bat, it's pretty intense in terms of just like storytelling.
Oh, I mean, I'll just say something that you were trying to ask me before, but the Gold Superman, Like
that's him, right? And
that's him.
That's him coming back from the sun and everything. Yeah. That's why post in the movie. That's what answered the question for me. I was like, oh, and how like they all get to exist later on, you know. But that means Lois Lane hoeing. Get the sword, bro. Lois Lane hoeing, bro. She's not just hoeing. She's super hoeing, bro. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, what? But why? Like she could have just had his kids.
I thought they couldn't have kids.
I think he was just saying that because, like, you know, he didn't want to.
He's like, I'm not ready for a super commitment.
I mean, basically. But they
have a super divorce
because like even in the movie, like they kind of make reference of like, oh, like this Kent, he kind of looks like my dad, and he's like, oh yeah, it's like he knew they were gonna clap cheeks. He knew that his kids were gonna be theirs.
That's funny. I don't give a fuck what you say. Lois Lane hoeing, bro. That's the biggest hoe in the universe, right? Metropolis is just full of hoe. And her name's Lois Lane. No, no, I think it's funny, kind of a little weird, but it's also like, I think Superman can do whatever the fuck he wants. You feel me? Like, whatever. He could just go to the club real quick. The super club.
The super club.
Get with the super bitches. Just add super to anything, man. It's like McDonald's, man. Like make water.
Super Big Mac.
Super Big Mac. Super money. No, but again, yeah, I don't think it's a comic book that you can pick up very easily. Just because again, I'm very much like, I think I'm getting a little better with the comic books though. Like especially with this one, I will say I always reference Mr. Miracle, but even like the Sandman and stuff like that, and even in City of Owls, like A Court of Owls, those help me read this. Like because of those comic books, like this is much more easier for me to read, and I think that's cool, man. Because I feel like me being able to pick up on more things and just kind of like take my time as I read it. Like it's not about finishing the book quickly. It's about and taking the story, the art, the message, the everything, because that's the whole point. And like, I don't mean to be like, oh, the book was better, but no, the book was significantly better than the movie.
Oh yeah,
and the movie's more like if you want your quick fix, like if you want to like re-listen to this, for, you know, if you listen to the whole thing. But I'm saying like, if you want to watch the movie, then hear this, but then read the comic book. I think it'll make perfect sense. Because like you just capture a certain essence when you read the book, man. It's so beautifully written. Yeah.
And again, the art to this is just phenomenal. Like Frank Quietly, if you want to get more of his work, again, Jupiter's Legacy, such a great read, such a good read.
And he has the name Frank. Come on, can't go wrong. You know, Frankie. Come on, man. You know what I'm trying to say.
Okay, you kind of stretch it there, but okay.
Love you, Frank Quietly. Like say Frank Quietly very fast.
Frank Quietly,
Frankie. So the same thing. Sounds the same.
This fucking guy.
But yeah, man. Also, Superman, definitely like for me, post reading, man, I'm just kind of like in a limbo. Like it's just so weird. Like I'm not like when I finished reading this book, like I was my saddest with the Kent, like Jonathan Kent dying. That was my saddest moment. This whole thing, but like after reading this, I was just like. So there can't be just another 12 issues, like you know. I
just think it's crazy that this series took almost 2 years to come out.
Yeah,
2 years for 12 issues. I would have been fucking racking my brain trying to wait for every issue of this.
Worth it.
Like, oh my God, I would have been like, yo, hurry up with the next issue.
I'm just surprised you never read it before, man. This is kind of cool that you never read it before, to be honest with you.
It's always been on my list. I just have never gotten around to it. So I'm glad that we finally done it because, again, this is one of the best comics I've read, hands down.
That's fucking awesome,
It's just, it was just such a phenomenal read. And also Grant Morrison has a new book that just recently came out that he was just on Seth Meyers for even.
Oh, what the fuck? I went to Seth Meyers' show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think I told you before, I saw Dwight.
You told me.
I saw Dwight and Seal. Yo, we cheering comic books? Cheers, bro. Hey, imagine just Superman imploding, bro.
But Grant Morrison just has a new book that just came out called Luda, if I remember the name correctly. Luda.
Okay.
It's like a thriller series or thriller book.
I gotta check it out.
But yeah, he was on Seth Meyers for it, so it should be a good read.
I just realized that on their Superman's cape on the cover is Frank Quietly and Jamie Great. Wow. Like
every cover has the signatures.
Always.
Always.
Wow. I just realized that. Jamie Grant, sorry, not Jamie Great. And then Superman looking real sus. That's the one thing I'll never know. Why does Superman look so sus on the cover?
He's just happy, man. He's just chilling. He's candid. It's a candid shot.
Yeah, bro. Wow.
But man, that was All-Star Superman. What a great fucking read, man.
About 300 pages of amazingness. So what the fuck? Oh, yeah, shout out to Instagram.
Yeah, let's shout out the socials as we do before we let you guys go.
We were on live earlier. You know, thankfully we had a whole bunch of people watching, about like 18 plus people. Nice. That may seem a lot of people, but to us, that's like 10,000 people, you know? Mm-hmm. And yeah, if you ever want to see those or like highlights, even like daily news stories, it's Earth Mind Matter Pod on Instagram.
And TikTok.
Earth Mind Matter Pod on TikTok and the YouTube Earth Mind Matter. Truth Social coming soon.
Truth Social coming soon.
Where we get political. Because that's apparently the place to get political, you know? We'll see how that goes.
But Frankie, what did we do today?
Bitch, we talked about something happening on the earth.
In our minds.
And why it matters. This is Earth, Mind, and Matter.
Ah!